Chapter 25 13 Power of One Strike. When the level 108, Tier 3 Shield Warrior's body collapsed to the ground and disintegrated into particles of light, the entire world seemingly froze momentarily as silence enveloped the battlefield. Only after some time had passed did everyone react to the situation. He died. Impossible. Everyone was dumbstruck as they looked at the lithe figure standing behind the Shield Warrior's corpse. This was especially true for the players from the Sentinel Shelter. Their mouths were hanging wide open in shock because nobody knew better than they did just how much HP and defense the fallen Shield Warrior possessed. It was no exaggeration to say that even if a Tier 3 Berserker were allowed to freely attack the Shield Warrior using skills, the Berserker would need at least 10 attacks to kill the Shield Warrior. Now, however, let alone 10 attacks, the Shield Warrior had failed to stun even one. The Sentinel Shelter's healers didn't even have a chance to heal the Shield Warrior. That's a Tier 3 demonized Shield Warrior we're talking about. Is she even human? Purple Rakshasa could not help her astonishment as she stared at Fire Dance, who was slowly walking up to Sherfong. Purple Rakshasa had clashed with a Tier 3 demonized expert before, so she knew exactly how powerful Tier 3 demonized experts were. Their high defense and HP aside, just their physique granted them reaction speeds far superior to Tier 3 human players. However, Fire Dance had attacked and instantly killed the demonized Shield Warrior without the Shield Warrior even reacting. Fire Dance's reaction speed and attack power were simply unheard of. She's actually so strong? When Graceful Monarch looked at Fire Dance's distant figure, shock and excitement flashed across her eyes. Power, violence. The suffocating strength Fire Dance displayed was something Graceful Monarch was constantly seeking to attain. Graceful Monarch never thought that she would get to witness this domineering display in person. Moreover, the monster that had carried out this display of power had actually been standing beside Sherfong all this time. At this moment, let alone Graceful Monarch and the other distant spectators, even Blue Frost and his teammates, who stood behind Sherfong, were stunned by this situation. They never imagined that the people from Zero Wing's main branch would be this powerful. Meanwhile, Troubled Times, who had been silently observing Fire Dance all along, similarly wore an astonished expression on his face. I truly did not expect Zero Wing to have such an expert hidden. No wonder you dare to hinder us, Troubled Times said as he shifted his gaze back to Sherfong. However, if you think you can stop the Sentinel Shelter with just this much strength, I'm afraid you're sorely mistaken. As soon as Troubled Times finished speaking, the 17 Tier 3 experts behind him promptly took on a demon form. The frightening aura they released enveloped the entire battlefield and evoked dread even in experts like Blue Frost. Although these Tier 3 demonized experts numbered only 17, the combined pressure they gave off easily surpassed that of the Sentinel Shelter's several hundred Tier 2 demonized experts. It seems Troubled Times is getting serious. A somber expression appeared on Purple Rakshasa's face when the Sentinel Shelter's Tier 3 experts demonized. The Shield Warrior that previously took action was only at the refinement realm. His combat standard was also the weakest among the Sentinel Shelter's Tier 3 experts present. Meanwhile, if every one of the Sentinel Shelter's Tier 3 experts attacked together, even Fire Dance would not be a match for them. After all, this was a team battle, not a one-on-one duel. Not only could players reduce their defensive blind spots by working with teammates, but they would also have a much easier time striking at the enemy's weak points. Not to mention, the assassin class was at its strongest when it was in stealth. So long as an assassin was discovered, their combat power would be halved. Meanwhile, at this point, Troubled Times and the others had already noticed Fire Dance's existence. She wouldn't have another opportunity to launch a sneak attack. In the next moment, the 17 Tier 3 demonized experts rapidly closed in on Sherfeng's group, their positioning leaving Fire Dance no chance to fight them one-on-one. At the same time, every one of them used their trademark moves. Tier 3 spell, Shadow Puncture. Tier 3 skill, Chaotic Slash. Tier 3 skill, Shadow Raid. Tier 3 spell, Flame Dragon Bind. Over a dozen skills and spells flew at Sherfeng's group. Seeing all these powerful attacks approaching them, Blue Frost and the Zero Wing members with him could not help but despair. Not only did every one of these skills and spells possess power close to the Tier 4 standard, But these skills and spells also overlapped into a perfect assault that had no holes to exploit. It simply wasn't an attack that players could block or dodge. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Fire Dance did not use Vanish or Wind Steps to defend herself even after seeing these perfectly coordinated attacks. Instead, she simply stood beside Shurfeng, showing no intention of taking action whatsoever. It was as if the coordinated attacks of the Tier 3 demonized experts did not exist in her eyes at all. Just when the demonized expert skills and spells were about to reach Shurfeng and Fire Dance, Shurfeng suddenly took action. Sword's Orbit. A galaxy of stars immediately appeared, with Shurfeng as the center, the stars striking down the approaching skills and spells, one after another. From afar, the attacks seemed to disappear automatically upon reaching within 10 yards of Shurfeng. Let alone damaging Shurfeng, none of them managed to cause him to stumble by even one step. Impossible! He blocked them all. Upon seeing Shurfeng shattering their assault, the Tier 3 demonized experts were dumbfounded. After all, not only did their attacks carry great power, but there were also more than 20 of them timed to hit Shurfeng and Fire Dance simultaneously. Every one of these attacks was also aimed at the pair's defensive blind spots. Unless Shurfeng and Fire Dance used an invulnerability skill, they should have taken damage. It's my turn now. Since the Sentinel Shelters players had stopped attacking, Shurfeng unsheathed the Abyssal Blade and brandished the magic weapon at the 17 Tier 3 demonized experts. Lightning Flash. In the next moment, pitch-black sword lights wrapped in dense mana struck the demonized experts like pitch-black lightning arcs. Pung, pung, pung. A series of explosions reverberated throughout the battlefield. At the same time, the 17 Tier 3 demonized experts went flying backward, each of them losing over -100,000 HP. When they landed, their hands and weapons they wielded trembled uncontrollably. Is he a monster? The spectating players gasped upon seeing this scene. Those were 17 Tier 3 demonized experts. If they moved together as a team, no existence in the Dark Den could hinder their advance. Even the mighty Tier 4 mythic monsters were no exception. Now, however, Shurfeng had actually repelled all these experts with a single move. Moreover, he had even injured them quite heavily. Before everyone could snap out of their daze, Shurfeng brandished Killing Ray once more. This time, though, he directed his attack toward Troubled Times over 30 yards away. First sword, Light Shadow. Immediately, the phantom of a gigantic greatsword appeared in midair. When it descended on Troubled Times, it looked as if a mountain was falling toward the berserker. The AoE of the attack was so large that evasion was impossible. Moreover, space shattered wherever the gigantic sword passed. Troubled Times's complexion turned grim when he saw this attack. He hurriedly raised his war axe and met the oncoming attack head-on. Shatter. Tier 3 taboo skill, Heaven Breaker. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. In the next moment, Troubled Times's axe also cut space and landed directly on the Phantom Greatsword. Boom! Along with the sound of an explosion, the ground shook violently. And as if a violent storm had just passed, dust filled the air, preventing those standing on the battlefield from opening their eyes. When the dust settled and the situation on the battlefield became clear again, everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, the almighty Troubled Times came into view, partly embedded into the ground, his kneecaps no longer visible. At the same time, the ground within a 10-yard radius of the berserker had also sunk by over a meter. As for Troubled Times himself, he had also lost more than 1/5 of his HP. Chapter 25:14. Not to be trifled with. As the dust settled on the battlefield, the watching players from the extreme light shelter, who had assumed that Shurfeng's group was in for a bitter battle, were dumbfounded as they stared at Troubled Times embedded in the ground. Is he really a Tier 3 player? They had all felt Troubled Times' aura after he had taken on his demon form. It was strong enough to rival Grand Lords of the same level. Combined with the Berserker's profound combat techniques, he could kill Tier 3 experts with little to no effort. Tier 3 players had no hope against him. Only experts who had reached Tier 4 would have the power to suppress a monster like Troubled Times. And yet, Shurfeng, who looked ordinary and didn't even have the aura of a Tier 3 player, had overwhelmed the Berserker with brute strength. Everyone watching felt as if the main god system were joking with them. He's actually this strong? When Purple Rakshasa and Graceful Monarch saw Troubled Times' embedded figure, their minds went blank. Although illusory words had told them that Feng was monstrously strong, even going so far as to insist that she was no match for the swordsman, they hadn't believed it. First, Feng had repelled 17 Tier 3 demonized experts with one move. Then, he had used another move that tore space apart and left Troubled Times heavily injured. The man's strength was simply unheard of. With just this ridiculous strength, Feng was more than capable of making fools of 100 Tier 3 players. When demonized, Troubled Times enjoyed inhuman basic attributes. If any other Tier 3 player had stood against Feng's attack, they would have instantly perished. In other words, Feng was powerful enough to instant-kill Tier 3 players. There was almost no difference between Tier 2 and Tier 3 before him. At most, Tier 3 players were slightly stronger ants. Purple Rakshasa and Graceful Monarch now, more or less, understood why illusory words admired Feng, declaring that he alone could change the tide of the upcoming war. Sure enough, he's grown stronger. While illusory words watched Feng, who stood proudly among the Sentinel Shelter's players, she couldn't contain her bitter smile. After the battle on Dragonheart Island, the various superpowers had recognized Feng as a peerless monster, one not to be provoked, but they had continued their development since then. Adding to the fact that they had stronger foundations than Zero Wing, illusory words had been sure that she should have caught up to Feng. A little she had never imagined that the distance between her and the swordsman had grown. She had been humble when she had told Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa that she wouldn't last more than 3 moves against Zero Wing's guild leader. In truth, she had been confident that she shouldn't have any issues taking 5 or 6 hits from Feng. She had recently obtained a bloodline, and her life rating was beyond that of an ordinary Tier 3 player after all. Her basic attributes had also substantially increased. But now, she realized how sorely mistaken she had been. When Feng's attack had torn apart space itself, she realized that his strike had Tier 4 power. Combined with the attack's large AoE and high attack speed, she knew she didn't have a prayer of dodging or blocking the attack without an invulnerability skill or spell. Naturally, Blue Frost and his teammates were dazed after seeing the outcome of the exchange between Feng and Troubled Times. They didn't react like Zero Wing members at all. Blue, is that really our guild leader? A level 108, Tier 3 Guardian Knight prodded Blue Frost. When they heard the question, several other recent additions to the guild turned to their vice guild leader with curious looks. Aside from Shelter One's good development prospects, they had joined Zero Wing because of Blue Frost's individual strength. They didn't view Zero Wing's larger branches in the outside world as important. Many of the Dark Den's shelters had allied with powers from the outside world, too. Aside from financial support, Shelter 1 didn't receive any benefits from Zero Wing's main branch. Their connection was far weaker than the other shelters that had outside powers support. This was precisely the reason that they doubted the main branch's strength. After witnessing Feng's display, however, even a fool could tell that Zero Wing was no simple guild. With such a powerful guild leader, they were confident that Shelter 1 would eventually grow into one of the Dark Den's top 3 shelters. He's our guild leader, Black Flame, Blue Frost muttered, replying to his teammate's question. But as he stared at Feng, he couldn't help but question his own memory. The power the swordsman had just used was too overwhelming. The man was nothing like the Feng he remembered. When Shelter 1's Zero Wing members heard the confirmation, their eyes lit with excitement. Before they could celebrate, however, Troubled Times pulled himself out of the crater around him, glaring at Feng with a grim expression. If he hadn't blocked that attack with a Tier 3 taboo skill, he would have lost more than half of his HP. It seems that I've underestimated you, Frost. With such a guild leader to back you up, you're out of my reach, but don't think this one failure will be enough to stop the Sentinel Shelter's advance. Demon players will only grow stronger as time passes. Our next meeting will be the end of Shelter 1, Troubled Times said, sneering at Blue Frost. He then shouted to his teammates, "Everyone, retreat!" Following their orders, every player from the Sentinel shelter turned and fled. They gave Feng and Fire Dance no opportunities to strike. When Blue Frost heard Troubled Time's warning, however, he paled. Meanwhile, the Extreme Light Shelter's members couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. As Troubled Times had said, demon players and ordinary players were on different levels. Demon players could continue to upgrade their demon rank, bolstering their combat power as time passed. Feng might be able to stop the Sentinel Shelter's demon players right now, but how long could he continue to do so? Moreover, Feng was Zero Wing's guild leader. He couldn't stay in the dark den indefinitely. Once he left, Shelter 1, which constantly fought the Sentinel Shelter over resources, would suffer. You're not wrong, but that only holds true if you escape with your lives. Feng growled, watching Troubled Times preparing to flee. Demon players could increase their combat power by raising their demon rank, but they had a fatal flaw. They couldn't afford to die. Once a demon player died, they'd lose a significant fraction of the strength and reputation they had built up. It was a problem that constantly plagued demon players. I admit that you're exceptionally powerful, guild leader Black Flame, but if we focus on escape, how many of us can you really kill? You're better off saving your energy. The moment Troubled Times finished his statement, he split into 5 clones of himself. All 5 clones then split up and fled in different directions. As he did, the rest of the Sentinel Shelter's Tier 3 experts used their trump cards as well, either boosting their movement speeds or creating a group of doppelgangers to cause confusion on the battlefield. It was obvious that the Sentinel Shelter's experts were quite adept at escaping and surviving. None of them were afraid of Feng or Fire Dance's pursuit. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Is that so? Even as Troubled Times ran, Feng showed no intention of chasing him down. Rather, he chuckled and asked, "What if we invite 2 Tier 3 magical classes to join the fray?" Suddenly, Troubled Times realized that something felt off. Magical classes were more suited for team battles than physical classes. They could exhibit far more combat power on the battlefield, which was why Graceful Monarch had gone out of her way to invite Blue Frost to the Extreme Light Shelter. Suddenly, space roughly 100 yards away from the battlefield began to blur. A translucent barrier of water then appeared, in front of which stood 2 women in elegant mage robes. All of the mana within 300 yards of the women gathered to them. The mana density around them became so high that it formed a thin layer of mist in the area. Is that a fully unlocked mana body? Chapter 25:15 Apex Sword. Seeing the mana on the battlefield gather around Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud, Troubled Times, expression darkened further. The mana body was the very symbol of Tier 3, and any player that reached Tier 3 understood one thing. They had no control over their mana bodies. They needed to learn about and adapt to their mana bodies first. Only then could they gain full control over their mana bodies and exhibit the true strength of a Tier 3 class. However, it wasn't easy to unlock a mana body's full potential. Very few Tier 3 experts had even begun. And yet, 2 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies had joined the fight, and both were magical class players. What? This can't be true. Can it? They've already unlocked their mana body's full potential? What kind of guild is Zero Wing? Intense shock flashed in Graceful Monarch's and Purple Rakshas's eyes as they stared at the distant Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud. Zero Wing was already amazing to have a monster like Feng, but now they learned that the guild had 2 magical class experts with fully unlocked mana bodies as well. What was up with this? Even at this stage of the game, it was incredibly unlikely that the various superpowers would have a single expert with a fully unlocked mana body. Yet Zero Wing had 2. How did they do it? Even Illusory Words stared with wide, shocked eyes. She couldn't bring herself to believe what she was seeing. Since more of the various superpowers members had begun to reach Tier 3, these superpowers had shifted their focus toward helping their Tier 3 members unlock their mana body's potential, rather than nurturing more Tier 3 players. Controlling one's mana body wasn't like controlling the physical body, however. Players' mana control needed to be excellent to accomplish the task. Unlocking one's mana body required such high mana control that even magical class players, who often manipulated mana, only had a small edge over physical class players. Unlocking a mana body's potential was a gradual process. Players needed to conduct repeated experiments, slowly learning how their mana bodies operated. This process was impossible to skip since every player had a different mana body. The current top player in Crimson Emperor had only unlocked 35% of their mana body's potential, and the guild's remaining Tier 3 experts hadn't even unlocked 1%. As one unlocked more of their mana body, the process became more difficult. Based on Crimson Emperor's estimates, a Tier 3 player should need 2 or 3 months, at least, of relentless effort to unlock their mana body's full potential, notwithstanding any fortuitous encounters. And now, Illusory Words learned that Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud had both fully unlocked their mana bodies. How could she possibly believe this? Moreover, the mana the two women commanded was truly frightening. Despite standing several hundred yards away, Illusory Words could sense the torrent of mana flowing toward them. Felt like watching whales take a breath of air. Those two women were practically moving mana engines. Before anyone could recover from their daze, Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud had finished chanting the final verses of their incantations. As they did, a blue twofold magic array appeared above the battlefield, covering a 100-yard radius. Meanwhile, several hundred silver magic arrays manifested around Violet Cloud. Tier 3 Super Spell, Frostburst Waterfall, Shadow Rage. With the help of their mana bodies, the women's spells drained all of the mana in a 400-yard radius. Suddenly, countless ice shards rained down from above, and as they passed, space froze. Any Tier 2 demonized player these ice shards encountered transformed into ice sculptures and died instantly. When the ice touched a Tier 3 demonized expert, they plundered 1/3 of their HP. While Aqua Rose's ice covered the battlefield, the Shadow Blade's Violet Cloud's Shadow Rage danced among the fleeing demon players. Not only had her mana body strengthened her Shadow Blades, but the fragmented legendary ranked Magic Light pendant did so as well. 300 Shadow Blades, with power approaching the Tier 4 standard, struck the Sentinel Shelter's fleeing members. The blades were so powerful that not even Tier 3 experts could block them without taking some damage. The Tier 2 players didn't even have time to resist before they died. For a time, the several hundred fleeing players from the Sentinel Shelter transformed into ice sculptures or were shredded by the Shadow Blades. They all transformed into particles of light. Not even the running Tier 3 experts could escape death. Despite the world of ice and light the battlefield had become, none of the extreme light shelter's spectating players found the scene beautiful. They only felt fear and dread as they gazed at the destruction. Everyone already knew that magical class players could exhibit far greater combat power on a battlefield than physical class players, but they couldn't help the shock they felt as they watched the two women destroy their enemies. Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud had only used a total of 2 spells, after all. Despite such a large-scale bombardment, not only hadn't the women's attacks harmed their allies, but they had also drastically reduced the number of players from the Sentinel Shelter. Only 4 seconds had passed since they had cast their spells, yet they had slain over 200 players. Moreover, the death toll climbed as more time passed. Not even a 100-man team of Tier 3 experts would prove this effective. Every player that had come from the Sentinel Shelter was a demonized player. Even their Tier 2 members had combat power nearly on par with the Tier 3 players after transforming into their demon form. Just landing a hit was a struggle for Tier 3 players, much less killing them. Moreover, demonized players possessed far higher HP, defense, and magic resistance than human players. At most, a Tier 3 skill or spell would deal high damage to these players. It would take a lot more to instant kill them. However, Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud spells had instant killed the Sentinel Shelter's Tier 2 players, giving the enemy healers no chance to help them. Moreover, the absurd damage the spells dealt wasn't the most frightening aspect about them. What truly amazed everyone was the fact that those spells seemed like they had a life of their own, always targeting players' blind spots. Only Refinement Realm experts and above had any chance of blocking them. Everyone else would have to bear the full brunt of the projectile's hits. Black Flame. Trouble Time's eyes bulged as he watched one subordinate after another fall. Every player he had brought with him was an expert from the Sentinel Shelter, and they all played crucial roles in the shelter. The berserker skidded to a stop and pulled a gigantic, pitch-black crystal from his bag. Maddened, he shouted, "Since you won't let my people live, I'll take you down with us." With that statement hanging in the air, troubled times shattered the crystal. Suddenly, dark clouds formed above the plain, and a colossal spatial tear split the sky. A gigantic hand, as large as a mountain, then reached through the tear. Both Blue Frost's team and the players from the Extreme Light Shelter watched in horror. What? The Demon King's hand? How does he have that tool? Is Troubled Times insane? Does he want everyone to die? It's over. We're all dead. The players from the Extreme Light Shelter cursed Troubled Times for his cruelty. The Demon King's hand was every Dark Den player's nightmare. An independent player had once gotten their hands on this tool, and to avenge his fallen comrades, he had used the Demon God's hand to destroy the shelter responsible. The Demon King's hand had only attacked once, crushing the shelter into dust. The attack was a massive AoE. Although Troubled Times had summoned the Demon King's hand several hundred yards from the Extreme Light Shelter, it was still well within range. Even illusory words felt the presence of death surround her, not to mention the shelter's residents. Unfortunately, it was too late to run. The spell had already taken shape, and even space would freeze under a Tier 5 spell's influence. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. She couldn't even use instantaneous movement to flee. Even if she could, she wouldn't have time to escape the spell's OE. Instantaneous movement would only teleport her several dozen yards away. The Demon King's hand? Even Shi Feng's expression darkened when he saw the descending hand. He immediately activated disintegration power, forcing himself to Tier 4 before he leaped into the air, raising Killing Ray above his head with both hands. Block it! First Sword, Light Shadow. Chapter 25:16, Legend of the Dark Den. As Shi Feng jumped into the air, the phantom of a gigantic great sword encompassed his sacred sword. Shi Feng swung the ghostly weapon at the descending Demon King's hand, stupefying the spectating players who had begun to despair. Is he really trying to block the Demon King's hand? Graceful Monarch was shocked as she watched Shi Feng leap into the air. The Demon King's hand had Tier 5 power. Not even the Extreme Light Shelter's defensive magic array could stop that attack. At this stage of the game, this spell was unstoppable. It was why everyone had been overwhelmed with hopelessness the moment Troubled Times had used the Demon King's hand. Graceful Monarch had never expected Shi Feng to confront the Demon King's hand instead of fleeing. The man was simply ludicrous. The only thing anyone could do was shake their head as they watched. No player could hope to block the Demon King's hand attack. Players could only flee for their lives. The moment the Demon King's hand appeared, however, space within several thousand yards froze. Without a high-tiered magic scroll, which could break through frozen space, players could only rely on their own 2 feet to escape. Of course, trying to cross several thousand yards on foot in a few short seconds was a joke. So what if you can suppress the Sentinel Shelter? Against the Demon King's hand, you're nothing more than a pest. Troubled Times, shrouded in a black barrier, sneered as Shi Feng tried to attack the colossal, pitch-black hand. You'll die alongside the Sentinel Shelter's people. The Demon King's hand was his greatest trump card. He hadn't wanted to use it, but he could just let Zero Wing get away with annihilating his team. There was only one way to stop the Demon King's hand. One would have to kill the user before they shattered the black crystal. Once the crystal shattered, not only would the energy within summon the Demon King's hand, but it would also surround the user in a protective barrier, keeping the user safe from the wrath of the Demon King's hand. By the time Troubled Times finished his statement, the Phantom Greatsword had collided with the descending, black hand. The Demon King's hand was the size of a mountain, and although the Phantom Greatsword was quite large, it was little more than a toothpick against the colossal palm. It was utterly insignificant. Boom! The instant the two attacks met, the sky shattered, and a massive spatial tear stretched for several hundred yards. The sound of an explosion echoed throughout the map, and the intense shockwave shoved back the players below, making the stumble. Once the shockwave had passed, The watching players looked up and realized that the gigantic hand had come to a grinding halt as if it had encountered an invisible wall. Suddenly, a figure shot down from the sky, crashing into the ground like a meteor with enough momentum that the impact created a crater that was several meters deep and over 24 meters wide. Everyone froze in shock. They only snapped out of their dazes after 4 seconds had passed. He did it. He actually blocked it. But that's the Demon King's hand. It's as powerful as a Tier 5 attack. Is he even human? The Extreme Light Shelters players cried out in shock. For a moment, they even forgot to celebrate the fact that they had just survived the Demon King's hand attack. So, that is Zero Wing's guild leader. Astonishment flashed in Purple Rakshas's eyes as she stared at the pitch-black hand as it gradually faded out of existence. Shifeng was simply too strong. She had met plenty of experts after leaving the Dark Den, but none were a match for Shifeng. His strength was beyond words. The Demon King's hand was every Dark Den player's nightmare. When facing the attack, players could only wait for death to claim them. There was nothing else they could do. And yet, Shifeng had just stopped the Demon King's hand. No one would believe her if she told them about this incident. But she had seen it with her own eyes. Is he really Black Flame? Illusory Words was just as flabbergasted. She could hardly believe what she had just witnessed. They were talking about a Tier 5 attack. Not even one of the outside world's guild cities would survive such an attack, much less a stronghold like the Extreme Light Shelter. If the Demon King's hand had been successful, nothing would have remained of the city's defensive magic array and walls. However, Shifeng had blocked the attack and saved them all. Only the 5 great super guilds' true monsters were likely capable of accomplishing such a feat impossible. How can anybody block that thing? Troubled Times was dazed as he watched the Demon King's hand dissipate. His mind instinctively refused to accept the situation. A Tier 5 Demon King's attack could even vaporize Tier 4 players, much less Tier 3 experts. It shouldn't be possible for current players to block the attack. But no matter how hard the Berserker rubbed his eyes, he couldn't change the fact that the gigantic, pitch-black hand was fading away. It was obvious that the hand had exhausted the energy that had summoned it, and it couldn't sustain itself on this plane of existence. While everyone struggled with their shock and elation over the Demon King's hand's disappearance, a figure pulled itself from the massive crater in the middle of the battlefield. It was none other than Shifeng, who had intercepted the attack. He was clearly in a miserable state. Not only was he heavily injured, but he also had less than 10% of his HP remaining. The sacred sword in his hand trembled violently as if crying in agony. He's not dead. He survived. How high are his defense and HP? Everyone's jaw dropped when they noticed Shifeng emerge from the crater. The fact that the swordsman had stopped the Demon King's hand was already unbelievable. Yet now, they learned that he had actually survived the endeavor. He had just taken on a Tier 5 attack, which was even powerful enough to severely injure Tier 4 mythic monsters if they took it head-on. Current players should have no hope of surviving such a blow. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. You, guild leader. When Blue Frost and his comrades saw Shifeng, they were elated, and pride shone in their eyes. They had just witnessed a legend in the making, and their guild Zero Wing was responsible for it. Both Shifeng and Zero Wing would become legendary names throughout the Dark Den as word of this spread. Chapter 25:17 Fame spreads across the Dark Den. Everyone was astounded that Shifeng had survived after countering the Demon King's hand, but the player in question only breathed a deep sigh of relief. Thank goodness the Demon King's hand's power is barely at Tier 5. If it had been stronger, not even Void Shield would have saved me. Glancing at his HP bar, Shifeng realized he had very nearly lost his life. Had an expert with a fully unlocked mana body summoned the Demon King's hand instead of Troubled Times, he wouldn't have even had a chance to resist. In God's domain, magic tools' effects varied depending on the state of a player's mana body. When a player with a locked mana body used a magic tool, its effects would be minimized. But if a player used their mana body's mana to activate a magic tool, they could elevate its power. If a Tier 5 expert had used the Demon King's hand, they would have likely boosted its power to the peak of Tier 5. Fortunately, Troubled Times hadn't unlocked his mana body's full potential yet. With his disintegration armor's help, Shifeng had forced himself to Tier 4, but his strength was nowhere near Tier 5, even after using Holy Annihilation's first sword. At best, his Light Shadow had peak Tier 4 power. To attack with Tier 5 strength, he'd have to master the second sword, Holy Devour. A large part of the reason for his miserable state was the fact that he hadn't yet perfected Light Shadow. Although, he still wouldn't have wielded Tier 5 power even if he had perfected the technique, pushing it to its limits. It only would have saved him from most of the damage he had suffered encountering the Demon King's hand. But that counterattack was his current limit. Even after forcing himself to Tier 4, executing Light Shadow perfectly was practically impossible. Mana techniques weren't like combat techniques. They focused on mana manipulation. With a combat technique, the stronger a player's physique was, the easier it would be to execute. In other words, higher-tiered players had an easier time using their combat techniques. However, the opposite was true for mana techniques. The higher-tiered a player was, they would have access to more mana to control, and as a result, controlling mana became more difficult as players reached higher tiers. Just using Light Shadow at Tier 4 had depleted more than half of his concentration. His consumption rate had been many times higher than when he used the technique at Tier 3. "Since you're done, Commander Troubled, it's my turn." Shifeng snapped, shifting his gaze to the dazed berserker a short distance away. Shifeng hadn't been loud, but when the Sentinel Shelter's survivors heard him, their scalps went numb as fear overcame them. Even Troubled Times' instincts screamed at him to run, and he took an involuntary step back for each step Shifeng took toward him. This swordsman was monstrously strong. The man had actually survived a hit from the Demon King's hand. Troubled Times couldn't even imagine what he could do against Shifeng. Although he knew that Shifeng was on his last leg after countering the Tier 5 attack, and he could probably kill the swordsman with a normal attack, he was afraid. He was even terrified of trying. No one could guarantee that Shifeng didn't have another trick up his sleeve. Moreover, demon players paid a much greater price than human players when they died, especially demon viscounts like Troubled Times. The crowd only gasped as they watched. He can still fight in such a state? Graceful Monarch's mind was blown when she sensed Shifeng's aura, which was growing stronger, not weaker. Even she was confident that she could easily defeat Shifeng in his current state, not to mention the demonized Troubled Times. But when she looked at the swordsman as he slowly approached Troubled Times, her instincts warned her to flee. "Black Flame, I surrender. But don't you dare assume that Sentinel Shelter will just give up. It won't be long before our shelter takes Shelter 1 for our own." Troubled Times growled, mustering some courage. The berserker then pulled an ancient, silver magic scroll from his bag and activated it without hesitation. The spell immediately rent space before him. Rather than an endless void, however, players saw a burning forest within the tear. They also caught glimpses of a city enveloped in darkness among the burning trees. A boundary breaker scroll? Shifeng was slightly surprised to see the spatial tear. He had never thought Troubled Times would have such a precious scroll. The boundary breaker scroll was one of God's domain's super-rare ancient magic scrolls. As long as one had a location's coordinates, they could teleport to that location from anywhere in the game, even from another world or continent. The scroll would even prove effective in frozen space. It was an invaluable tool that players could even use to flee from Tier 5 monsters. Players and powers in the past had even spent 5,000 gold on a single boundary breaker scroll, and even then, very few players had been willing to sell their scrolls. "Just you wait, Black Flame. The next time we meet, your Shelter 1 will fall," Troubled Times promised, sneering at Shifeng. He then jumped through the spatial tear, vanishing from the dark Denver. Every player from the Extreme Light Shelter and Blue Frost's team was stunned. None of them had expected Troubled Times to escape after his ruthless rambling. Moreover, he had fled without a second thought. Troubled Times was known for his courage in the dark Denver. If he had the slightest chance of victory, he'd continue to fight to the bitter end. And yet, was that really Troubled Times? His reaction wasn't unusual. If I were in his shoes, I would have fled from the guild leader as well. Not even a Demon King's hand could defeat Black Flame. What could Tier 3 players like us possibly do to him? Black Flame is amazing. With a guild leader like that, Zero Wing will never have to worry about its development. I wonder if Shelter 1's Zero Wing is still recruiting members? If it is, I'm definitely applying. After a brief moment of silence, a commotion erupted throughout the extreme light shelter as everyone discussed Troubled Time's escape. They also expressed their admiration for Shurfeng, and quite a few players, who had been developing in the shelter for some time, began to consider moving their bases to Shelter 1 and joining Zero Wing. Shurfeng's presence was even more than enough to deter superpowers from attacking Shelter 1. Furthermore, Shurfeng wasn't Zero Wing's only monstrously strong player. If they could learn from these monsters, they'd quickly grow stronger. He still got away in the end? Blue Frost frowned as he watched the spatial tear disappear. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Although he was surprised with how decisively Troubled Times had fled, the man's actions had been well within reason. Shurfeng's strength had just been that astonishing. There was nothing surprising about how much Troubled Times feared Shurfeng, going so far as to run, even knowing that Shurfeng had almost no combat power remaining. While almost everyone viewed Troubled Times' ruthless promise as nothing more than an attempt to salvage his reputation, Blue Frost knew that he hadn't been joking. The Dark Den offered demon players an unimaginably advantageous environment, and now that Troubled Times had seen the depths of Zero Wing's strength, he would be absolutely confident of overcoming the guild the next time he attacked. Moreover, the fact that the Berserker had used one precious tool after another proved that a great power supported the Sentinel Shelter. If they didn't deal with this properly, Shelter 1 would face true danger. Escape? Do you think you can flee from me so easily? Shurfeng chuckled as he watched the spatial tear finally close. Chapter 25:18. Kill no matter the distance. Have you locked on to him? Fire? Shurfeng asked, turning toward Fire Dance a short distance away. Players had many ways of escaping to live another day in God's domain, and when one wanted to hunt a fleeing player, they could rely on tracking scrolls, skills, and spells. Of all of the main classes, the assassin was the most adept at tracking and taking out targets. Once an assassin reached Tier 3 and unlocked their mana body's full potential, their tracking abilities would undergo a qualitative transformation. They could use their own mana to lock on to another player's mana signature. Unlike tracking scrolls, this method didn't add any debuffs to the target, making it nearly impossible to detect. Unless the targeted player could remove the mana the assassin had left on them, they couldn't shake off the tracker. Rest assured, guild leader, my mana is on him. Even if he runs to the edge of the world, I can find him. Fire Dance confirmed, nodding. She had locked on to every Sentinel Shelter member's mana signature even before she had killed the Tier 3 Shield Warner. Even if Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud hadn't taken action, none of the Sentinel Shelter players participating in the fight had had any chance of escaping with their lives. Guild leader, do you really intend to chase after Troubled Times? The Spatial Tier's destination is a city enveloped in darkness energy. There's a 90% chance that it is in demon players' territory. Those demon players are extremely biased against other races. Even if you manage to make it there, you'll have a hard time reaching Troubled Times. Blue Frost hurriedly interrupted, attempting to dissuade Shurfeng from hunting down the Berserker in question. Although Troubled Times still posed a threat to Shelter 1, the Sentinel Shelter would need some time to recover from losing so many of its top experts. Meanwhile, Shelter 1 could use this chance to grow stronger. After today's battle, Zero Wing's fame would spread across the Dark Den. After all, and a large number of players would show up to join Shelter 1. The shelter wouldn't have to worry about its development speed. Once they upgraded Shelter 1 to a large shelter, Troubled Times would have a hard time threatening the shelter. Of course, these players have chosen to be one of Zero Wing's enemies, and I need to ensure that they know the price for doing so. Shurfeng resolutely declared. Another time he might have let the matter slide. But times had changed. As the Dark Den had more contact with the outside world, more superpowers would have designs on the other world. If superpowers wanted to develop in the Dark Den, they'd need a shelter first, but reaping the otherworld's benefits would take ages if they had to construct and grow a shelter from scratch. Hence, they would try to take over already developed shelters. Now that the Sentinel Shelter was the first power to target Shelter 1, he had to teach them a lesson and use them as an example, showing other powers that Zero Wing was not to be provoked. If he didn't act now, more powers would target his shelter in the future. I understand. I'll see to the necessary preparations, but now that the various powers are fighting over the bronze teleportation gates, traveling to the main continent is incredibly challenging. I'm afraid that we'll need some time before we can go after troubled times, Blue Frost said. Blue Frost understood what Shifeng intended when he heard the man's reply. It was clear that Shifeng wanted to make an example of troubled times, but traveling between the Dark Den and the main continent wasn't easy. Thus far, the bronze teleportation gates were the only reliable way to do so, but Shelter 1 wasn't a high enough rank to own such a gate. They would have to borrow a large shelter's bronze teleportation gate. Unfortunately, these gates' available slots were limited, and most had already been distributed. Traveling to the main continent anytime soon wouldn't be a simple task. As soon as Blue Frost finished speaking, however, a crisp, pleasant voice interjected. Guild Leader Black Flame, if you wish to visit the Demon City, I can help you with that. A horned eagle slowly descended from above, and the pleasant voice had come from none other than Illusory Words. You know where it is? Shifeng asked, surprise flashing in his eyes. He knew that demon players' territories were on the main continent, but they were akin to secret lands. Not only were they incredibly difficult to find, but their locations were also relatively unstable. Because of this, even the various superpowers had struggled to exterminate demon powers during his previous life. It would be more precise to say that I came from that city, Illusory Words said, smiling. If that's the case, what's your price? Shifeng asked. He doubted that Illusory Words would help him for free. The woman was one of Crimson Emperor's vice guild leaders, after all, and although their two guilds weren't enemies, they weren't friends either. I don't need payment. Consider it Crimson Emperor's attempt to befriend Zero Wing. Illusory Words replied with a smile, shaking her head. All right, as long as Crimson Emperor doesn't provoke Zero Wing will avoid clashing with Crimson Emperor. Shifeng agreed with a nod. I'll have to thank you then, Guild Leader Black Flame. I will report this to my superiors later, Illusory Words said. She breathed a sigh of relief the moment Shifeng agreed to her proposition. Before you go there, however, I must warn you. Demon's Heart, an up-and-coming dark guild, rules over that demon city. The guild had been developing rapidly in the Ten Saints Empire. It's almost like it just appeared out of thin air. Even the super guild Battle Wolves has suffered heavy losses against Demon's Heart. Since Troubled Times has the city's coordinates, I assume that he has quite a close relationship with the Dark Guild. That demon city happens to be Demon's Heart's main headquarters. Demons control the entire map, in fact. The demonic residents target and attack any non-demon player they find. You should avoid exploring too much of the map if you wish to slay Troubled Times. While Illusory Words had explained the situation, Blue Frost, who had initially approved of the hunt, revealed a grim expression. They might not have had an issue if Troubled Times' relationship with Demon's Heart had been only on the surface, but it'd be a different story if he were close with the Dark Guild. Even super guilds had a headache when it came to Demon's Heart. If Troubled Times hid within the Dark Guild's headquarters, trying to hunt him down would be suicidal. Demon's Heart? So that's why he was so confident. Realization dawned on Shifeng. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Demon's Heart had been one of the 6 great dark guilds in God's domain during his past. The entire guild consisted of demon players, and although it didn't have as many players as other superpowers, every member had extraordinary combat power. Ordinary players had had no chance against them. Many super guilds had suffered huge losses at the hands of Demon's Heart back then. The Dark Guild had even slain several super guilds' guild leaders. It was practically as powerful as the 5 great super guilds. As far as Shifeng could remember, Demon's Heart had begun to grow stronger around this time during his previous life, too. If Troubled Times thinks he can take Zero Wing on just because he's got a powerful backer, he is sorely mistaken. When Feng recalled Troubled Times' bold exit, he sneered. He turned to Illusory Words, asking, Vice Guild Leader Illusory, how many people can you help me transport to the main continent? I don't have many slots available. May I know how many people you wish to take with you? Guild Leader Black Flame? If I don't have enough, I can borrow some slots from other guilds. Illusory Words offered after giving the matter some thought. A little over 300. Chapter 25:19. Descending toward Demon Territory. Over 300? Illusory Words could not help but be stunned when she heard how many players Feng planned to take with him. As far as she was concerned, Feng would be lucky to take 20 experts with him. They were talking about infiltrating demon territory, after all. Not only did powerful monsters wander the map, but there were also many powerful demons and demon players in the area. Human players wouldn't make it to the map without Demon's Heart's permission. Even Tier 3 experts would have a hard time surviving in the map. Once a human player was discovered, they'd be persecuted by an endless number of demon players. Meanwhile, one would have to be stealthy and wait for the opportune moment to strike if they wanted to slay a specific player in the map. Feng, however, wanted to take over 300 players with him on his hunt for Troubled Times. Evading detection in demon territory would be nearly impossible with such a large group. Are you not capable of transporting so many people? Feng asked when he noticed Illusory Words' astonished expression. Since he was heading back to the main continent, Feng couldn't leave the Hell Legion stuck in the Dark Denver. Moreover, he wanted to make an example of Troubled Times. If he killed the Berserker off in secret, the man's death wouldn't become the deterrent he wanted. He needed the kill to have enough fanfare that it would prevent other powers from targeting Shelter One in the future. Although demon territories were akin to forbidden lands for ordinary expert teams, his was no ordinary team. It was Netherworld Empires, one of the 5 great super guilds in God's domain, strongest trump card legion. The very idea that the Hell Legion couldn't move throughout demon territory was a joke. It's possible, but I'll need some time. Would you be willing to wait a while, Guild Leader Black Flame? Illusory Words asked after snapping out of her daze. How long will you need? Feng asked. I should be able to arrange it within roughly 6 hours. Illusory Words confidently replied. All right, I'll have to trouble you then, Vice Guild Leader Illusory. Feng breathed a sigh of relief when Illusory Words said she'd only need 6 hours or so. Fire Dance had used her mana to lock onto Troubled Times, but the technique wouldn't last long. At most, her mana would remain on her target for 2 days. After that, her mana would leave Troubled Times, and hunting him down would be almost impossible. Once Illusory Words and Feng had finished their discussion, the Vice Guild leader left the extreme light shelter atop her flying mount to see to the necessary preparations. Meanwhile, Feng led Blue Frost and the others into the shelter to rest, while he waited for Illusory Words to contact him. While they rested in the extreme light shelter, news of Zero Wing's battle with the Sentinel shelter spread like wildfire. For a while, all of the Dark Den was in an uproar over the event. No one had ever thought a player could counter a demon god's hand and scare the Sentinel shelter's strongest expert, Troubled Times, away. While this news spread, word of Feng's hunt for Troubled Times shook the Dark Den's various shelters. It was a hot topic among countless players in the otherworld. What? Zero Wing is going to hunt down Troubled Times? How ruthless! But I like it. If Zero Wing succeeds, the Sentinel shelter is as good as finished. That shouldn't be possible. Troubled Times is no fool. Once he discovers a marker on him, he'll just wait in the city until it disappears. Zero Wing won't be able to reach him. That's why the guild is taking over 300 players on the hunt. I bet that Zero Wing won't hesitate to kill him even in a city. Troubled Times is pitiful. With so many experts going after him at the same time, he has no chance of surviving. I don't think Troubled Times will lose everything. I'm sure he'll take all of those experts with him to the grave. It really makes you wonder what Zero Wing is thinking by pulling such a crazy stunt. Zero Wing's generosity equally shocked and confused the Dark Den's players. They had never thought that Zero Wing was ruthless enough to gamble the lives of 300-plus experts just to take out a defeated general. Even if Zero Wing succeeded, the guild would suffer massive losses. Lava Valley, Demon City. Several middle-aged men, one of which was none other than Troubled Times, the commander of the Sentinel Shelter's #1 adventurer team, sat around a table in one of Demon City's high-class bars. Commander Troubled, the Zero Wing you spoke of is insane. The guild actually plans to come here just to deal with you. It's just 300+ experts. If they dare come to the city with so few players, they'll be wiped out before they even reach the city gates. I know, right? We're in demon territory. Zero Wing's experts won't even get past the several large adventurer teams in the surrounding area. Even if they're lucky enough to make it here, Demon's Heart controls this city. Even dragons would have to lay low here. When the middle-aged men around Troubled Times heard this, they all laughed. The Sentinel Shelter was no match for Zero Wing in the Dark Den, but it would be a different story in Demon City. Even if Zero Wing's 300+ experts magically appeared in the city, they couldn't touch Troubled Times. Attacking a player in Demon City meant declaring war against Demon's Heart. Right, Elder Heart? When will Vice Guild Leader Light return? Troubled Times asked a level 108 Tier 3 Elementalist. Does he need anything of me? The Vice Guild Leader is currently meeting with an important person, so he told us to rest for now. He's already commissioned the city's large adventurer teams to deal with the Zero Wing issue. Rest assured. I doubt you'll even get to see Zero Wing's experts by the time this has been settled, the elementalist named Furious Heart replied, smiling. The city's large adventurer teams are getting involved? The news allowed Troubled Times to breathe a sigh of relief. Demon City's large adventurer teams wouldn't be able to harm Sherfong in the outside world. At best, they might take out Zero Wing's other experts, but in demon territory, non-demon players were severely suppressed. They wouldn't be able to use their berserk skills. In other words, the terrifying berserk skill Sherfong had used in the Dark Den wouldn't be available to him. Sherfong would have to face a large number of demon players and a few that had basic attributes on par with or greater than Troubled Times. While Troubled Times chatted with Demon's Heart's elders, a 5-meter-tall space-time gate appeared in a volcanic region within the Lava Valley's outer area. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Numerous figures burst forth from the gate, and leading the group was none other than Sherfong. I'm finally back. Sherfong gave a rueful sigh when he felt the familiar mana around him. Sure enough, one can only fully exhibit their full strength in a familiar environment. He couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable both on the mana-deficient Western continent and in the mana-rich Dark Denver. The instant he returned to his own continent, however, he felt his mana affinity improve. Everyone's through, Guild Leader. What should we do next? Blue Frost asked Sherfong. He felt a little nervous around the Hell Legion's members, who had concealed their appearances under black cloaks. Good. Since everyone's here, it's time we pay Demon City a visit, Sherfong declared with a grin. He then had Fire Dance lead the way toward Troubled Times. Chapter 2520 A group of monsters. The moment Sherfong gave the command, the Hell Legion began to move into formation. Once everyone was ready, they boldly marched toward the nearby forest. Illusory Words and her teammates, who had just emerged from the space-time gate, were stunned at the sight. What do you think is going through Black Flame's mind, Vice Guild Leader? A Tier 3 male assassin from Crimson Emperor asked, when he saw that the Hell Legion had no intention of hiding their movements. The Burning Forest is a main area for demon players, and he decided to go straight through it, rather than around. At this rate, it won't be long before demon players discover his team, and without an invitation from Demon City, every demon player they come across will attack. The Burning Forest served as a natural barrier around Demon City. Not only were all of the forest's monsters above level 100, but almost every level 100+ demon player in Lava Valley grinded in the Burning Forest. Demon players had incredible innate perception. They often noticed normal players long before normal players noticed them. In addition, demon players could earn demon reputation to increase their demon rank by slaying non-demon players of equal or higher levels. This was why demon players were so eager to target non-demon players. Moreover, non-demon players were invaders when in demon territories, and demon players would gain far greater rewards for killing them. Even the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers didn't dare set foot in the Lava Valley's burning forest without a proper invitation. Demon players would avoid conflict with guests of Demon City. Attacking one of the city's guests was akin to declaring war against the city's various powers. Doing that would be disastrous for any demon player developing in Demon City. Of course, Shi Feng and his team hadn't received an invitation, and by marching into the forest, they were offering themselves up on a silver platter. It'd be a miracle if they even left the burning forest alive, not to mention reach Demon City. In general, over 100,000 players operated in level 100 maps, and the burning forest was the only level 100 map near Demon City. Far more players would be grinding in the area than in other level 100 maps. I don't know what he's thinking, but I know that the players with him are extraordinarily strong. They may have hidden their statistics and auras with black cloaks, but I can feel that they're all bona fide tier 3 players. Illusory Words said, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes as she watched the Hell Legion march into the forest. In total, Shi Feng's group had over 300 tier 3 experts. Not even Crimson Emperor had so many at this stage of the game. Zero Wing has that many tier 3 experts? The male assassin's jaw dropped. Only super guilds had such a large number of tier 3 experts at this point. How could Zero Wing, a guild that had only established itself in God's domain and had no backing whatsoever, have as many tier 3 experts as a super guild? While Illusory Words and the male assassin shared their shock over the number of tier 3 experts Zero Wing had just sent into the burning forest, a young man in white robes and surrounded by the power of darkness stepped through the space-time gate, sneering when he overheard the two players' conversation. The fact that Zero Wing has over 300 tier 3 experts is indeed surprising. Unfortunately, that force isn't nearly enough to get through the burning forest, the young man said, realizing that Shi Feng's group had already disappeared into the woods. This is just a repeat of Battle Wolves' attempt to invade Demon City. Not only had Battle Wolves dispatched over 300 tier 3 experts, but it had also sent an army of over 100,000 tier 2 experts. In the end, Battle Wolves' army had been annihilated before it had reached the city. I've also heard that Demon's Heart has hired the city's large adventurer teams to stop Zero Wing's force. Those adventurer teams don't have a lot of members, but every one of them is strong enough to deter superpowers. If they work together, Zero Wing won't stand a chance. Neither the male assassin nor Illusory Words tried to argue with the white-clad youth. He had only spoken the truth. In fact, the boy's evaluation of Demon City's large adventurer teams was a little humble. Battle Wolves' army had suffered tremendous losses against those large adventurer teams, and they had undoubtedly grown stronger since slaughtering the guild's members. As the white-clad youth and Illusory Words quietly discussed the situation, a party of demon players had discovered Shi Feng's team. Why have so many human players come to the burning forest? Are they the bounty targets Demon's Heart announced? And here I thought Demon's Heart was joking. I hadn't actually thought that these human players would dare enter our territory. Quick! Send word to the large adventurer teams. If we take too long to report this, someone else will and claim the reward. The demon party's members were ecstatic over discovering Shi Feng's group. They immediately reported their discovery to the large adventurer teams within the forest. Just as they were about to contact one of the adventurer teams, however, over 100 figures descended from above, landing a short distance from Shi Feng's team. They all wore jet-black plate armor and wielded standard weapons. They also radiated dense power of darkness and emitted an intense pressure that even deterred tier 3 experts from approaching. Crap! How is our luck so bad? I didn't know there was a demon patrol squad nearby. I guess we won't get credit for the discovery, after all. When the demon party members saw the figures in black, they could not help but shake their heads and sigh dejectedly. The burning forest was demon territory, and demon squads patrolled the area. Every one of these squads consisted of up to 3 tier 4 great demons and 100 tier 3 advanced demons. They also maintained a 10-level gap above Demon City's mainstream players. They weren't a force players should take lightly. These demon patrol squads were a large part of the reason that the Battle Wolves' crusade on Demon City had failed before it had even reached the city gates. Now that one of these squads had discovered Shi Feng's team, annihilation was almost certain. Furthermore, these demons had wings and were capable of flight. Even if Shurfeng's group could fly, they wouldn't escape. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The watching demon players expected Shurfeng's group to turn and flee, but they didn't. Rather, they took the initiative to charge at the demon patrol squad as if they had just found their prey. The Guardian Knight leading the charge bashed his shield into one of the level 115, Tier 4 Great Demons, which subsequently lost its balance and stumbled half a step back. That Guardian Knight's strength was unbelievable. A 3-meter-tall man and his emaciated companion proceeded to pin down the other 2 Tier 4 Great Demons. The Tier 3 Advanced Demons wanted to help, but other members of Shurfeng's team got in their way. Shurfeng's team suppressed the Demon Patrol Squad, which normally had an overwhelming advantage over players. The demons struggled against the players attacking them, unable to cooperate while their HPs visibly plummeted. In less than 30 minutes, the entire Demon Patrol Squad had been eliminated. Not a single demon had escaped with its life. Chapter 25-21, Turmoil in the Burning Forest. As they watched the Demon Patrol Squad become nothing more than EXP for Shurfeng's team, the demon players gaped in shock. Who are those people? The spectating demon players in the distance were both shocked and curious as they watched Shurfeng's team. The Demon Patrol Squads formed a solid defensive barrier that prevented intruders from reaching Demon City. They were akin to NPC City soldiers. Not only did they have an arsenal of powerful skills and spells, but they could also fight as a team. They were nothing like ordinary demon players. However, these demons were little more than ordinary monsters before Shurfeng. Are we still going to wait for the adventurer teams, leader? A level 105, Tier 2 Ranger asked, turning toward the Tier 3 assassin that led their party. Not even Demon City's large adventurer teams would have an easy time against a team that could annihilate a demon patrol squad so effortlessly. Otherwise, those adventurer teams wouldn't share much of their spoils with an ordinary party. Moreover, they'd have to risk their lives to keep an eye on Shurfeng's team until the adventurer teams arrived. They were demon players and had far sharper senses than human players, but there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be discovered. On the off chance that Shurfeng's team noticed them, the consequences would be dire. The risk simply wasn't worth the reward. Of course, Demon's Heart is offering extraordinary rewards. Even if we help kill one player and earn only 10% of the rewards, we'll still get a demon crystal. Once we have 120 demon crystals, we can challenge a noble in the city. It would take ages to collect that many if we just try to grind for them ourselves, the Tier 3 assassin said. We will have to be careful and maintain some distance from those players, of course. We don't need to follow them closely. We can just follow their tracks. Silently, the rest of the party nodded in agreement. They all thought that their party leader's plan was viable. With their superior senses, they could avoid detection, even if Shurfeng's team were powerful, as long as they kept their distance. As soon as the Tier 3 assassin finished speaking, however, the cold blade of a dagger burst through his chest. A critical damage of over -900,000 then appeared above his head. Before the Tier 3 assassin could speak, a snowy white blade slit his throat, devouring the last of his HP. Leader! The party's remaining 5 Tier 2 members were flabbergasted. What had just happened? A second ago, their party leader had been alive and kicking, and in the next, he was dead. Their party leader was a Tier 3 assassin, and even in Demon City he was quite the famous expert, yet he had just died so suddenly. As their leader dropped to the ground. An assassin? Crap! We've been discovered. Run! By the time the 5 demon players reacted, the alluring woman vanished like a ghost. She reappeared before the 5 demon players, and a streak of snowy white light immediately swiped at them. A series of damages exceeding 1 million appeared above each demon player's head, robbing them of all of their HPs. How foolish! You radiate so much mana that you're practically walking lanterns in the dark. You dare follow us with such skills? Fire Dance shook her head disdainfully at the demon players' confused looks. She thought they had severely underestimated her. What Fire Dance didn't know is that in this era, when Tier 3 players were still extremely rare, everyone busily researched how they could best use their Tier 3 skills and spells. No one had time to spare on improving their mana control. Guild leader, I've taken care of the nearby demon players. Fire Dance reported to Shi Feng after ensuring that she didn't detect any hostile players' mana signatures nearby. Good. Continue patrolling the area. If you run into too many demon players, call the Hell Legion's assassins for help, Shi Feng said, nodding. He then returned his gaze toward the loot the demon patrol squad had dropped. He hadn't expected the squads to drop anything good. They were on par with NPC City soldiers, after all. NPC soldiers didn't drop anything noteworthy even when players killed them. Contrary to his expectations, however, the demons had dropped considerably valuable loot. The weapons and equipment were subpar, all level 110 plus standard secret silver and fine gold equipment. But the demons had dropped dark magic gold. Dark magic gold was an exceptionally rare epic material. Not only could one use it to increase their success rate when crafting weapons and equipment, but there was also a chance of imbuing the resulting items with power of darkness. It was a material all master forgers sought. He had obtained 14 ingots of dark magic gold after slaying one demon patrol squad. If the master forgers of his previous life found out about this, they'd likely hunt the Burning Forest's patrol squads into extinction. However, the Hell Legion's members were even more ecstatic than Shi Feng. The demons they had killed had awarded an abundance of EXP, and during the battle they had gained a lot of insight into mana control. Although the demons' mana control couldn't compare to actual NPCs, it was far better than dumb monsters. They usually only fought dumb monsters. They had almost no chances of battling NPCs. Why wouldn't they be excited to pit their skills against demons that were as intelligent as true NPCs? Initially, the Hell Legion hadn't been particularly eager to attack Demon City, but this discovery had lit an enthusiastic fire in their hearts. While exploring the Burning Forest, the Hell Legion made no attempts to avoid demon patrol squads. Instead, they actively started to search for them. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Burning Forest, a 1,000-man team assaulted a monster nest under the protection of a level 110 mythic boss. Although the team only had 1,000 players, over 80 of them had already reached Tier 3. Not even first-rate guilds could field such a team at this stage of the game. The several players leading the team easily suppressed the mythic boss, allowing the rest of the team to deal with the Great Lords and Grand Lords. Excellent! The monsters that ran ahead have been taken care of. All Tier 3s. Attack the boss. A valiant, level 108 man in black robes and wielding a golden staff shouted as he fought the mythic boss. The 80-plus Tier 3 experts suddenly turned away from their targets, shifting their attention to the nest's boss. In less than 6 minutes, the mythic boss, which nearly everyone feared at this stage of the game, collapsed, dropping a pile of loot around its corpse. Although the independent teams watching from afar were tempted by the large number of items the mythic boss had dropped, none of them dared to steal the loot. The adventurer team raiding the monster nest was one of Demon City's large adventurer teams. The small organization was only inferior to the city's 2 guilds. Anyone that tried to steal from that adventurer team shouldn't dream of surviving in Demon City for long. Commander, Black Blind Man just sent a message stating that his party has discovered demons' hearts targets. A level 107, Tier 3 assassin quietly reported to the valiant man leading the team. They're already here? The valiant man grinned. Notify everyone. We'll head that way immediately. Black Blind Man is a cunning bastard. There's no way he stopped after notifying our team. If we take too long, there won't be anything left. Black Blind Man also warned that these players are incredibly strong. They actually had the upper hand over a demon patrol squad. The Tier 3 assassin said. They overpowered a patrol squad? I suppose they must be powerful. It's no wonder why Demon's Heart has offered such an excellent bounty. The valiant man said, nodding. Where are the targets now? He was very familiar with the demon patrol squad's strength. No ordinary 100-man Tier 3 team could take them on. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Hugh, I don't know. The Tier 3 assassin awkwardly replied. Didn't Black Blind Man follow them? The valiant man asked curiously. He was also very familiar with the player known as Black Blind Man. Not only was the man powerful individually, but he was also one of the top-ranked assassins in Demon City. There was no way Black Blind Man would forego an opportunity like this. He's Dead. Chapter 25-22. Great Disturbance. Blind Man's dead. The valiant man, Regretful Wind, was astonished by the report. Someone actually noticed him and killed him, with his cautious nature and tracking skills? Black Blind Man was a relatively well-known assassin in Demon City, and his sharp senses were particularly outstanding. When Demon City's large adventurer teams, including Windtooth, targeted a specific player, they often hired Black Blind Man to track the player down. Regretful Wind had never heard of Black Blind Man running into issues when tracking a target. MHM. According to Blind Man's teammates, his grinding party had been annihilated without any time to fight back. In a fit of rage, Blind Man logged off and contacted his close friends to notify everyone in the city. He wants Demon City's players to ambush the people who killed him, the Tier 3 assassin said, nodding. Unfortunately, his message is over 10 minutes old, and we don't have any new details about the invaders' whereabouts. Since those players can defeat a demon patrol squad, they must be fairly strong. I guess it isn't surprising to hear that they've killed Blind Man, but we have to hurry. Now that Blind Man has informed the public of the situation, many of the city's players will prepare for battle, Regretful Wind said, frowning. He wouldn't have much of an issue if Black Blind Man had simply informed the city's large adventurer teams. Only a small fraction of Demon City's player population consisted of large adventurer team members. Even if the adventurer teams mobilized all of their members, locating the intruders in the burning forest wouldn't be easy. If everyone in the city knew about them, however, locating the intruders would be a piece of cake, and the Windtooth adventurer team would have a lot more competition. Demon's Heart had offered an extraordinary bounty for these players' heads, with each intruder worth 10 demon crystals. Players could slay the monsters in demon territory for demon crystals, but the drop rate was incredibly low. Players could only increase their chances by hunting powerful monsters. Even the city's various large adventurer teams would be lucky to collect 10 or 20 demon crystals per day. Once players collected 20 demon crystals, they could apply for the challenge to earn a noble rank in the city. If they completed the challenge, they'd become one of Demon City's nobles and gain a significant boost to their strength. Even those with noble demon ranks had to acquire demon crystals to elevate their strength and position, although they would need even more demon crystals to do so. With the opportunity to earn 10 demon crystals per player killed before them, none of Demon City's residents would simply stand by and watch. Rest assured, Commander. I've already instructed our team to search the burning forest. It won't be long before we find the invaders. While I was grinding earlier, I also found a secret silver treasure chest and obtained an exotic perception potion. The potion can improve a player's senses and tracking abilities for 6 hours. Normally, players' tracks fade after an hour, but with this potion, I can even follow 4-hour-old tracks. If we make our way to Blind Man's last known location, we should easily be able to locate these players, the Tier 3 assassin said, smiling. Even with the rest of Demon City's players after then, ordinary teams will be helpless against players this strong. We have more than enough time to claim the bounty. Good. We'll set off immediately. Once we locate our targets, you'll receive 10% of the bounty for your contributions. Also, instruct our brothers and sisters in the city to bring the trump cards we've kept hidden, Regretful Wind declared. Aren't you giving these newcomers a little too much credit, Commander? We've already stopped the Battle Wolves' invasion. How strong could a bunch of nobodies from the Dark Den possibly be? The Tier 3 assassin asked disdainfully. The Dark Den was merely a small otherworld, with a pitifully low number of players. The otherworld's total player population didn't even come close to half of the players in an ordinary kingdom. The only advantages the Dark Den had were its impressive leveling environment and abundance of skill and spell books. There was no way such a small world could produce experts as powerful as those in Demon City. I know, but each of them is worth 10 demon crystals. Letting a single player escape would be a waste, and I doubt that Demon's Heart will be so generous in the future, Regretful Wind said. Regretful Wind had never once been wary of the invaders. Battle Wolves had tried to invade Demon City with over 100,000 experts, yet the Super Guild's army had been obliterated before it had even reached the city. If not even Battle Wolves could make it through the burning forest, What could a few hundred invaders accomplish? What Regretful Wind truly minded was the demon crystals Demon's Heart had offered. I understand. I'll notify our members in the city right away. The Tier 3 assassin then did as he promised. Meanwhile, a great disturbance had rocked Demon City. This is our chance to get rich. 10 demon crystals per person. We won't let anyone get in our adventurer team's way. The intruders have already appeared in the Burning Forest's outer region. Inform out nearby members immediately. We must find them before other teams do. Invader Hunting Team Recruiting. Anyone who wants to earn demon crystals should apply quickly. As Black Blind Man's friends spread the word, everyone in Demon City was in a frenzy. Over 100,000 players rushed toward the Burning Forest like a bunch of madmen. When Troubled Times, who rested in one of the city's high-class bars, heard the news, his expression turned gloomy. He hadn't thought that Sherfong would actually come here. There's no need to worry, Commander Troubled. Now that this matter has caused such a commotion, the large adventurer teams we've hired won't be the only ones on the hunt. Medium adventurer teams are also on the move. Even if every super guild in the Ten Saints Empire worked together, they'd never get past so many experts. A man in silver armor tried to reassure Troubled Times when he saw the man's concern. That's right. Even if Zero Wing somehow manages to make it to Demon City, Demon's Heart is still waiting for them. We stand by your side. Zero Wing's efforts will be for naught, Furious Heart said. He thought that Troubled Times was worried for nothing. You shouldn't underestimate Black Flame, Troubled Times said. Of course, if everyone here tries to stop him, I doubt he'll accomplish anything. Troubled Times had seen the strength of Demon's Heart's elders personally. They were all true monsters, particularly Furious Heart. The man was only half a step away from becoming a count in Demon City and was far stronger than Troubled Times, who had only recently become a Demon Viscount. Furthermore, demon players who had the Viscount rank or higher received a strength boost while inside Demon City. While Demon City's players discussed Sherfong and his invading team, several thousand Windtooth members arrived in the Burning Forest's outer region. Commander, I found traces of their battle, and the tracks are still fresh. They should be nearby, the masked, Tier 3 assassin excitedly reported as he examined the lingering traces Sherfang's team had left behind. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. You good. Proceed according to plan. Everyone, Regretful Wind commanded, instructing his team to prepare for battle. These players began to follow the Tier 3 assassin's lead while suppressing their auras to the best of their ability to avoid detection. As they followed Sherfang's tracks, they encountered Demon Patrol Squad corpses. 100, 200, 300. By the time Windtooth's members had crossed 3,000 yards, they had found more than 1,000 demon corpses, and the freshest had been from a patrol squad with over 200 demons. Chapter 25-23 Run. Why are there so many fallen demon patrol squads? What happened here? Did those people kill all of these patrol squads? Windtooth's members were curious and afraid when they saw so many demon corpses strewn around them. The demon patrol squads served as a barrier between intruders and Demon City, with 10,000 demons patrolling the Burning Forest. Thus far, however, the adventurer team had found more than 1,000 demon corpses. This was 1/10 of the Burning Forest's defenses. Commander, there's something you need to see. The masked, Tier 3 assassin, who had scouted ahead, reported in the team chat. All of the team members put up their guard the moment they heard the assassin. Meanwhile, Regretful Wind hurried to the assassin's side. Finding his comrade, Regretful Wind arrived before a forested area laden with player corpses. To his surprise, however, there was no sign of battle. Some of the weapons and equipment the players had dropped hadn't been touched, and after a quick glance around, Regretful Wind counted more than 200 bodies. Based on how organized the corpses lay, it looked as if death had befallen them as the group marched through the forest. It was almost as if the battle had ended as abruptly as it had begun, and none of these players had had a chance to react to the attack. While scanning the dead, Regretful Wind quickly noticed the familiar faces of several Tier 3 experts. He clearly wasn't pleased about it either. How was Misty Ghost's main force annihilated? Regretful Wind stared at the fallen team in confusion. What happened here? Misty Ghost was a relatively famous medium-scale adventurer team based in Demon City. Although the adventurer team had fewer than 2,000 members, it had over 30 Tier 3 experts, including 1 Demon Viscount and 10 Demon Barons. Even Windtooth would struggle to defeat Misty Ghost. And yet, Misty Ghost's main force had died here. They hadn't even had a chance to fight back. It was unbelievable. I don't see Misty Ghost's commander, 7 constellations, among the corpses, Commander. The Tier 3 assassin reported after carefully examining the bodies. He's not here. Regretful Wind took a closer look at the slain players, as well, and just as the masked assassin had said, 7 constellations wasn't present. He breathed a deep sigh of relief. 7 constellations was Misty Ghost's sole Demon Viscount and one of the top 10 assassins in the Demon City. Even Regretful Wind would have a hard time defeating the man. If 7 constellations had died as suddenly as his team, Regretful Wind's prey would be far stronger than he has surmised. I have found traces of a battle. It's possible that he and his surviving teammates were involved, the masked assassin said as he looked toward the towering trees some distance away. The trees were large enough that it would take several people to wrap their arms around the trunks, but they had been sliced cleanly through. Moreover, lingering life auras clung to the trees. The fight wasn't that long ago. Misty Ghost's members must have encountered the invaders. They might still be fighting as we speak, Regretful Wind guessed, staring at the bisected trees. Notify the team. We're going after them, and we won't bother hiding our presence. Understood. The masked assassin nodded before contacting the team. Windtooth's several thousand members charged past the cut trees, and they made no attempt to hide. It wasn't long before they encountered another group boldly marching through the forest. The group had more than 4,000 players, and Windtooth's members tensed when they saw them. I see you've picked up the scent as well, Old Wind. The savage woman carrying 2 dark blue axes and leading the group said, smiling at Regretful Wind. This is interesting. Now all of Demon City's top 3 adventure teams are here. I suppose this is only the second time since the fight with Battle Wolves. A dignified, debonair man carrying an ancient bow spoke up. When they heard the 2 leaders, Windtooth's members released a held breath. These 2 were the commanders from Crimson Sand and Eternal Night, 2 of Demon City's top adventurer teams. They were also Regretful Wind's old acquaintances. Indeed, the last time we worked together, we helped Demon's Heart secure more territory, Regretful Wind said. Smiling, he continued, well, how are we going to split the profits this time? Regretful Wind was very familiar with the 2 players before him. Since they had found each other in the forest, Windtooth had lost its chance to monopolize the bounty rewards. But the encounter also eased the pressure on Regretful Wind's adventurer team. No force that could instantly wipe out Misty Ghost's main force should be underestimated. Even Windtooth would suffer tremendous losses if it tried to take on such a force alone. If his adventurer team worked with Crimson Sand and Eternal Night, however, the 3 teams could minimize their losses and maximize their profits. There's not much to consider. We'll split them evenly. I'm sure you find this acceptable, correct? Helpless Smile, the bow-carrying man who commanded Eternal Night, said. Flame Feather, Crimson Sand's commander, nodded in agreement. Deal. That way, we won't have to compete for contribution and can divide the work, Regretful Wind replied without hesitation. If their 3 adventurer teams tried to outdo each other, the fight would descend into chaos. Doing so would only weaken their teams. The gains weren't worth the losses. Rather, they'd all be better off cooperating, maximizing their combat power. None of the 3 teams even considered that they might be ripped off by another. Each of the teams was on par with the others, and they all had around 3 or 4 Demon Viscounts and 30 Demon Barons. They each also had around 70 or 80 Tier 3 experts. Good. That settles it. When we find the rumored monster, I'll hold him back. Old Wind and Smile, back me up from the sides, Flame Feather said. Regretful Wind was the 3rd-ranked elementalist in Demon City, and one of the publicly acknowledged top 10 experts in the city. Although Helpless Smile wasn't quite as powerful, he still ranked among the top 15 experts in Demon City. In a support role, he was one of the 5 best players in the city. No problem. Neither Regretful Wind nor Helpless Smile objected to Flame Feather's plan. She was the strongest melee player among their adventurer teams, after all. Flame Feather was also the only 3-star Viscount in any of their teams, only 1 step away from becoming a Count. Shortly after the 3 commanders came to an arrangement, they heard the sound of battle from the nearby forest. All 3 teams immediately charged toward the sound. After crossing about 500 yards, a loud explosion rocked the forest. Boom! A figure suddenly shot past the 3 adventurer teams like a cannonball, crashing into a large tree roughly 100 yards away from Regretful Wind. The tree shattered instantly, falling, while the figure slid down its trunk to the ground. To everyone's surprise, this figure radiated an even stronger aura than a Grand Lord of the same level. Even so, the figure rapidly lost HP. 7 constellations? Regretful Wind paled when he recognized the player. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Flame Feather and Helpless Smile looked at the player with somber expressions. As well, they were all familiar with 7 constellations and the strength he wielded. Demon City didn't have many Viscounts, and as such they all, more or less, knew each other. Despite his noble demon rank, however, 7 constellations had just been defeated. The man hadn't even had a chance to flee. They could only imagine how strong his opponent was. Monster! Run quickly! 7 constellations hissed between clenched teeth when he saw the nearby adventurer teams. Before he could finish his warning, however, his HP dropped to 0, and his body went as limp as a puppet with its strings cut. Chapter 25-24. She is the monster? The 3 adventurer team's members were senseless when 7 constellations died. A monster, huh? Regretful Wind frowned, contemplating 7 constellations' dying words. Demon Viscounts stood at the apex of Demon City, and 7 constellations was an assassin, a class that boasted its survivability. And yet he had just died. Moreover, 7 constellations had warned their 3 adventurer teams away. It was clear that in his mind, these 3 teams were no match for the monster he had just faced, even if they worked together. Although that was only the assassin's opinion, his words should be credible. If 7 constellations focused on getting away, not even the top-ranked experts in Demon City could stop him. But he had still fallen. It seems our opponent isn't as simple as we thought. What do you guys think? Regretful Wind asked the other 2 commanders. If they fought an opponent that even 7 constellations feared, the outcome wouldn't be as pleasant as they hoped. It's no wonder why Demon's Heart has offered such a gracious bounty, Helpless Smile replied, staring at the assassin's corpse. But this isn't the first time we've faced monstrous experts. Besides, if we flee, we'll become laughingstocks in Demon City by tomorrow. Although Helpless Smile felt the weight of 7 constellations' warning, it wasn't enough to order a retreat. Even if these intruders are powerful, there's no guarantee that we can't defeat them. Flame Feather agreed with a nod. Fighting spirit burned in her eyes as she launched into another charge. Don't forget, we have the home ground advantage. Our opponent may be a monster, but we'll still make him suffer. Monster-like experts were something to be feared. Ordinary Tier 3 experts had no hope against such players. However, their adventure teams had fought monster-like experts before, particularly during the fight with Battle Wolves. Yet, these monstrous experts hadn't been powerful enough to save the guild from its miserable defeat in the burning forest. Furthermore, their adventurer teams had grown stronger since then. She was confident that they could hold their ground against monster-like experts and that they still had a chance at victory. The members of all 3 adventurer teams nodded in agreement with Flame Feather's sentiment. Achieving victory might be difficult if their teams fought alone, but they had all agreed to work together. Not even the 10 Saints Empire superpowers would dare to take on their combined force, much less a measly team of 300+. It wasn't long after she finished speaking, however, that everyone noticed a lithe figure beside 7 constellations' corpse. The figure silently looted the assassin's body, as if she didn't have a care in the world. What amazing concealment techniques! Surprise flashed in Regretful Wind's eyes when he saw the woman who had abruptly appeared. As demon players, their perception of non-demon races' life signatures was incredibly powerful. Even an assassin in stealth would have a hard time hiding from demon players, especially with less than 100 yards between them. However, they couldn't seem to detect a trace of the female assassin's presence. The woman's mastery of concealment arts was unrivaled, even in Demon City. Is she the monster 7 constellations warned us about? Helpless Smile's expression tensed as he watched the alluring woman a short distance away. If he encountered the assassin normally, she'd kill him 9 out of 10 times. He finally realized, more or less, why 7 constellations had failed to escape. Interesting. I'm going to fight her, Flame Feather declared, her fighting spirit reaching its peak. She then activated demonification and charged at the female assassin, wielding her axes. As the only 3-star demon Viscount, activating her demonification would not only strengthen her physique by a large margin, but her basic attributes would also undergo a qualitative transformation. In her demon form, every action she took could transform the terrain around her. With just her Tier 2 demon charge, Flame Feather had bathed her surroundings in a sea of fire and shook space itself. Another ambush? Sensing Flame Feather charging toward her, Fire Dance stored the dagger she had just picked up from 7 Constellations' corpse and unsheathed the short sword hanging at her waist. In that case, I'll bury you alongside them. Fire Dance then swung 1,000 transformations through the empty air before her. Tier 3 skill, Triple Flash. 3 streaks of black light shot toward Flame Feather, one after another and as fast as lightning. However, Flame Feather's enhanced physique allowed her to brandish her axes during her charge in turn. Tier 3 skill, Demon Storm. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed throughout the forest, and the powerful shockwaves knocked down trees while stirring dirt and debris into the air. Among the chaos, Flame Feather stumbled 3 steps back as a damage of over -50,000 appeared above her head. The difference between the 2 women's strengths was clear. What? Flame Feather was pushed back even in her demon form. The scene astonished Helpless Smile. He was perfectly aware of how powerful Flame Feather became after activating demonification. She was undoubtedly the strongest player among 3 adventurer teams. In her demon form, Flame Feather's Tier 3 skills were nearly as powerful as Tier 4 attacks, yet she had just lost a competition of strength against this human assassin. Amazing! It's no wonder why 7 constellations called you a monster and assumed that we're no match for you, Flame Feather said, the flame of passion in her eyes burning even brighter than before. She launched into another charge, continuing, If I were alone, I wouldn't be a match for you, but in this forest, I'm not your only opponent. Regretful Wind finished activating his demonification as Flame Feather finished her statement, and he began to chant an incantation. When he completed it, he slammed the butt of his staff on the ground, and a golden, 2-fold magic array appeared under his feet. Tier 3 spell, Earthen Roar. Suddenly, the earth beneath Fire Dance's feet burst, exploding with countless streaks of light. Meanwhile, Helpless Smile didn't waste time. After activating demonification, he pulled the string of his ancient bow and launched 6 arrows into the sky, which formed a 6-pointed star above the assassin. Tier 3 skill, Demon Thorns. As the star-shaped magic array took form, pitch-black magic arrows descended, each with the power of a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species. Under Helpless Smile's control, a total of 18 magic arrows fell, diverting Fire Dance's attention away from Flame Feather. The nearby adventurer team members gaped, impressed by their commander's coordination. They had never guessed that those 3 would be so strong when they worked together. How was this still a battle between players? It was basically a fight between monsters. Not even Battle Wolf's monster-level experts could stop their 3 commanders when they cooperated. With attacks coming in from all directions, Fire Dance was forced to activate a life-saving skill. She immediately used shadow steps to appear behind Flame Feather, evading the countless streaks of light. She dodged most of the 18 magic arrows, relying on Wind Step's brief invulnerability to block 5 unavoidable shots. She then tried to block the 2 incoming axes with 1,000 transformations. Boom! Fire Dance didn't have time to use a skill to block the axes, filled with power of darkness in time, and as her short sword collided with Flame Feather's weapons, she was sent flying, losing 70,000 HP in the process. She didn't even have 1 million total HP, and the strike claimed a visible chunk. All hail the commanders! So what if she's a monster? She's still at a disadvantage against our commanders. The adventurer team members were ecstatic and overcome with pride to see one of their commanders dominate this monstrous assassin. The various superpowers monster-level experts were a nightmare for adventurer teams like theirs. Although their teams had defeated Battle Wolf's monstrous players, that had only been possible because of Demon's Heart's help. To be precise, their 3 adventurer teams had merely played a support role. However, their teams now had the strength to deal with monster-level experts too. Now that she's alone, we can't let her escape. Flame Feather shouted to Regretful Wind and Helpless Smile. Fire Dance was clearly the invader's cornerstone, and since she was alone, this was the perfect chance to take her out. If they could not defeat her, and she regrouped with her allies, dealing with her would prove far more challenging. Relax. I've already had people set up a spatial barrier. She might be an assassin, but she won't get away that easily. Regretful Wind replied, grinning. After witnessing the initial clash between Flame Feather and Fire Dance, Regretful Wind realized the importance of this battle. Hence, he had instructed his subordinates to set up a magic barrier before he had even joined the fight. He wanted to ensure that they could flee if they were no match for the assassin, and if they were, that they'd have an easier time taking her down. Although they now had the upper hand, killing a monster like Fire Dance wouldn't be easy, but with the magic barrier up, they could buy enough time to complete the task. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Even as Regretful Words finished his statement, a gigantic barrier rose around the battlefield, covering a 200-yard radius. 88 magical class players powered the array, and not even a Tier 4 mythic monster would find it easy to break out of. Good. Now she's dead. Flame Feather sighed with relief as the barrier took effect. A second after the magic barrier completed, however, an arc of blue lightning struck from a distance. Boom! Everyone heard the sound of glass shattering as the sturdy barrier disintegrated into particles of light. As the adventurer team's members looked around in confusion, a deep voice reached them from the distant forest. It seems you've taken good care of my companion, but since you're looking for a fight, let me join in. Chapter 25:25, True Monster. When the 3 adventurer teams heard the deep voice, their expressions betrayed their apprehension. The 3 commanders were particularly tense as they continued their fight against Fire Dance. There's more than one monster? Regretful Wind's expression hardened while he watched the magic barrier fade away. 88 magical class players had powered that barrier. It should even withstand quite a few attacks from a mythic monster. And yet, that barrier had just shattered after a single attack. Another monster-level expert among the invaders was the only possible explanation, and this newcomer definitely had the strength of mythic monsters. He should be even stronger than the female assassin they currently faced. A single team has 2 monsters? Who are these people? Helpless Smile growled, frowning. He had never expected the invaders to have more than one monster-level expert. The 3 of them were already having a rough time trying to suppress Fire Dance. If another expert of her caliber joined the fight, they'd be in trouble. So what if there's another monster? Why should we fear them? Resolutely, Flame Feather reminded her comrades. Don't forget that we have over 5,000 players, including 7 more demon viscounts and nearly 100 demon barons. What is one extra monster compared to our forces? The only reason the 3 commanders had attacked was to gauge how much they had improved since the war with Battle Wolves. Furthermore, ordinary Tier 3 experts would only get in their way in such an intense battle. If they had to face 2 monsters, however, the members of their adventurer teams could keep the second one busy. Even if their teams couldn't kill the other monster, they could buy enough time for the commanders to finish off Fire Dance. Eventually, their adventurer teams would secure victory, even if some of their members died. That's right. However, it seems we'll incur some losses in this operation. Helpless Smile said, nodding. He then gestured to one of his subordinates in the distance and said, Blue, lead our main force members to stop the other monster. Try to buy as much time as possible. Understood. The Tier 3 shield warrior, Blue Sea, responded. Mandala, take your group and go with them. Flame Feather ordered a Tier 3 dark druid on her team. Poison, I'm giving you command of our members. Regretful Wind shouted to the masked assassin named Poison Heart. If worst comes to worst, use that. Just make sure that you keep the second monster away from us for now. Are you sure that I can use it? Poison Heart instantly grew excited upon receiving permission from his commander. I promise. He won't get anywhere near you. Overhearing the order, both Flame Feather and Helpless Smile glanced at Regretful Wind in astonishment. What? Old Wind, you were the one who bought that thing during the last intermediate auction? Flame Feather blurted. There was only one item she could think of that could easily deal with monster-level experts, and it was one of the items that had appeared in the last intermediate auction in Demon City's auction house. Satan's Remnant Soul. That item was a true treasure. It would allow a player to transform into a Tier 4 Great Demon for a short time. Players would also have access to all the skills and spells in a Tier 4 Great Demon's arsenal. Satan's Remnant Soul's only flaw was its short, 30-minute duration. Even so, every demon player in Demon City had gone crazy over the item. Aside from the strength boost, Satan's Remnant Soul granted players better control over Power of Darkness, albeit temporarily. This experience would be immensely helpful when players took the challenges to increase their demon ranks. Just having a Satan's Remnant Soul in one's bag was a major deterrent for the city's various major powers. No power or adventurer team wanted to incur the wrath of a Tier 4 Great Demon, after all. When the Satan's Remnant Soul had been put up for auction, Demon City's various major powers had bid for it like madmen. Moreover, the seller didn't accept coins, but demon crystals, which were the standard form of currency in Demon City's intermediate auctions. In the end, someone had purchased the Satan's Remnant Soul for an astronomical sum of 1,000 demon crystals, but the buyer hasn't revealed their identity. The mystery of who now owned the item had been a hot topic among the city's major powers. Even Helpless Smile flashed Regretful Wind a surprised look. He had never dreamed that Windtooth had hidden such a powerful trump card. If Eternal Night had clashed with Windtooth, the consequences would have been dire for his adventurer team. That being said, he had to admit that he was glad to work with Windtooth right now. I dug up practically everything we had to win it, Regretful Wind proudly confirmed. I had wanted to save it for a fight against a superior mythic, but I don't mind using it to annihilate these invaders. I will say this, however. Any invader Poison Heart kills belongs to Windtooth. Since you're willing to go to such lengths, we won't take advantage of you. Don't worry. Helpless Smile agreed, nodding. That's right. We won't ask for any loot from an invader the Great Demon slays. I'd be even happier if the Great Demon takes care of the two monsters, Flame Feather said, laughing. She had been confident that the three of them could defeat Fire Dance eventually with the magic barrier to back them up. But now that the barrier had fallen, they wouldn't be able to stop the assassin if she focused on fleeing. This battle would go much smoother if Poison Heart could take care of the two monstrous invaders. In the fields, monster-level experts posed an extraordinary threat, especially if they had no qualms with hit-and-run tactics. They were an absolute nightmare to deal with. That's reassuring, Regretful Wind said. He then turned toward Poison Heart and said, Since the two commanders have agreed, use it, Poison. The Satan's Remnant Soul was precious, and there was almost no chance that another would go up for auction, but obtaining the monster-level experts' weapons and equipment would make it a worthwhile transaction. The superb quality of their weapons and equipment was a large part of the reason that monster-level experts were so much stronger than peak experts. He could likely earn back the cost of using the Satan's Remnant Soul with just one of their weapons or equipment pieces, possibly even more. Poison Heart was elated as he pulled a black bottle from his bag and started to remove the seal. He had hoped he could use the Satan's Remnant Soul to help him become a 2-star Viscount, but because the item was so valuable, he didn't want to use it solely for his promotion. He had wanted to save it until he could use it to kill two birds with one stone, which was why the item had remained in his bag for so long. Now that he had found the perfect opportunity, he wouldn't hold back. Once Poison Heart had removed the seal, he doubled in size, and 2 pairs of jet-black wings, enveloped in fire, grew from his back. So strong. So, this is the power of a Tier 4 Great Demon. Poison Heart exclaimed as he felt an immense power course through his veins. So much strength. Absolute power. This omnipotent feeling was intoxicating. Sure enough, a great demon is truly awe-inspiring. Poison can now likely slay all of the intruders without our help. Helpless Smile said. He couldn't help but feel a little jealous as he gazed at Poison Heart's new form and sensed the assassin's intense aura. Poison, I'll leave the rest to you. Remember, you need to finish this battle quickly. We won't be able to hold on for long. Regretful Wind shouted to his subordinate before casting another spell against Fire Dance. Leave it to me, Commander. I'll make sure they all die, Poison Heart declared. He flapped his wings and flew straight toward the source of the deep voice. He was so fast that the team's Tier 2 demon players didn't even have time to react. So fast. These invaders are dead now. The 3 adventurer team's members were astonished when Poison Heart vanished in the blink of an eye. Some of them even pitted Shurfang's team. Even working together, their teams wouldn't have been a match for Shurfang's people if they had attacked before the Battle Wolves crusade. But after that fight, they had gained a bountiful harvest that had helped them undergo qualitative transformations. Now, with the Great Demon, Poison Heart, by their side, they were all confident that their teams could repel Battle Wolves' army by themselves, let alone a laughable team of 300-plus experts. What a pity! It seems your companion is doomed, Flame Feather said, grinning as she brandished her axes at Fire Dance. I think you're the one that should pray for your friend. Fire Dance rolled her eyes at the other woman. I think you've misunderstood something from the very beginning. Misunderstood? And what would that be? Flame Feather asked curiously. I'm not responsible for killing that assassin. In fact, I hadn't even seen him before looting his body, Fire Dance said. I only came to collect the items. The 3 commanders immediately paled. What do you mean? You didn't kill 7 constellations? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. You're not the monster he was talking about? Regretful Wind, Flame Feather, and Helpless Smile simultaneously recalled 7 constellations dying monster. Run quickly. If Fire Dance hadn't seen the assassin before he died, she couldn't be the monster he had warned them about. But before the 3 commanders could respond, they heard a series of explosions from the nearby forest, and the ground under their feet shook violently. After a few seconds, a colossal figure flew toward them, slamming into a nearby tree and felling it. The figure was none other than Poison Heart, who had just flown toward the other monster-level expert a moment ago. Chapter 25-26. Despair of 3 adventurer teams. Poison. Regretful Wind was shocked when he saw Poison Heart's miserable figure lying at the base of the collapsed tree. Right now, the assassin was a bona fide Tier 4 being. He was even stronger than Tier 4 players. The man had command of every Tier 4 skill and spell a great demon possessed, which was an advantage that Tier 4 players wouldn't have. And yet, someone had thrown Poison Heart with an attack. When Flame Feather and Helpless Smile saw this, they found the scene incredibly familiar. They had encountered 7 constellations in the same way. Is the monster 7 constellations referred to in that area of the forest? Helpless Smile tensed as he recalled the other assassin's warning. They had gone to great lengths to corner Fire Dance. Yet just when they thought they had curbed the monster 7 constellations had warned them about, reality's punchline hit them. Flame Feather was also momentarily dazed over the unexpected revelation, and for a moment, she forgot about her fight with Fire Dance, very nearly letting the female assassin kill her. After a brief moment of silence, a man emerged from between the nearby trees. He was fully clad in pitch-black light armor and hid his appearance under a black cloak. 2 long swords hung from his belt, and the frightening amount of mana he radiated formed a layer of mist around his body. Within the burning forest, he looked like the Grim Reaper, and everyone who saw him felt chills crawl down his spine. The 3 adventurer team's main force members, who had been prepared to follow Poison Heart into battle, glanced back at their commanders. None of them were sure whether or not they should try to confront this invader. If this man had even thrown Poison Heart, who had transformed into a great demon, they'd suffer an even worse fate. It was highly likely that they'd die instantly, just like 7 constellations did. The mana he's radiating is practically even denser than Poison Heart's. Is he really just a Tier 3 player? Flame Feather exclaimed when she saw Sherfong. Although determining a player's strength by the mana they radiated wasn't possible, the more mana wafting from one's body, the stronger their skills and spells would be. They'd also have higher physical stats and could more easily exhibit combat power beyond their limits. The amount of mana under his control was precisely the reason Poison Heart had felt omnipotent after reaching Tier 4. However, this Tier 3 swordsman commanded even more mana than Poison Heart did after his transformation. It was unbelievable. Could he have unlocked his mana body's full potential? Regretful Wind thought of a possibility as he sensed the immense amount of mana surrounding Sherfong. He couldn't think of any other reason that would let a Tier 3 player command so much mana. Is a fully unlocked mana body really this strong? Helpless Smile wondered, skeptical about Regretful Wind's guess. As demon players, unlocking their mana body's potential proved far more difficult than it was for human players because their body structure was completely different. Hence, Demon City's players hadn't paid much attention to their mana body's potential. They felt that raising their demon ranks was a better use of their time. Not even most great demons they came across had fully unlocked mana bodies. Demon players were also physically stronger than humans, and they controlled more. They simply didn't need to go to the trouble of unlocking their mana body's potential. As long as they raised their demon rank, they were more than powerful enough to suppress human players. But Helpless Smile had never dreamed that human players with fully unlocked mana bodies would be this strong. The amount of mana Sherfong controlled was enough to give him goosebumps. It was easy to imagine how powerful the swordsman's skills and spells would be. This isn't worth the trouble. Demon's Heart didn't offer nearly enough demon crystals for us to take on a monster like that. As Regretful Wind watched this grim reaper approach, he inwardly cursed the Dark Guild. If he had known that he'd have to fight a monster like the swordsman, he never would have led his team here. Even if they managed to defeat Sherfong, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. 3,000 plus demon crystals wouldn't even come close to compensating their losses. What are you afraid of? He's just one person. There's a limit to his stamina. Poison didn't even take that much damage. We can definitely wear him down if our main force members work together. As long as we defeat this assassin, we can take our time with the swordsman. Flame Feather shouted when she realized that the 3 adventurer team's main force members were cowering in fear. Her insistence snapped the main force members out of their daze, and they trusted that the commander was correct. Regardless of how powerful a player was, there was a limit to one's stamina. Sherfong was merely one person. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't kill them all. Aside from the 100 or so demon barons, they had over 5,000 demon experts with them. Their teams were more than capable of whittling Sherfong down. That's right. So what if he is strong? We still have a great demon on our side. We can just keep healing Poison Heart, and that guy won't be able to stop us. Kill him. His weapons and equipment will only strengthen our adventurer teams. Fighting spirit burned within the adventurer team's members, and they immediately moved into formation, slowly approaching Sherfong. No! Run! Everyone, get out of here! Poison Heart, who had just recovered from the crash, shouted, panicking as he watched his comrades move toward the human swordsman. They all turned toward the assassin, confused by the warning. They couldn't understand what he was trying to do. Did the man hit his head that hard? He's not alone. There's an entire team of monsters in those trees. Poison Heart hurriedly added. Before anyone could react, new figures began to appear behind Sherfong. The new arrivals concealed their levels and appearances under black cloaks, but their auras were horrifically intense. The several players leading the group had such a powerful combined aura that the adventurer team's members felt stifled. They felt even stronger than Grand Lords of the same level. Damn it! How is this possible? The blood drained from Regretful Wind's face when he saw the Hell Legion. Everyone, retreat! Retreat immediately! Both Fire Dance and Sherfong had suppressed their auras, so Regretful Wind hadn't been able to tell how strong they were. He could only guess based on his instincts and the mana they radiated. The Hell Legion members didn't bother to hide their auras, however. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. You from the power Regretful Wind sensed. At least 5 of those human players were even stronger than Grand Lords of the same level, and even the weakest of the remaining members nearly rivaled Grand Lords. If their 3 adventurer teams tried to fight this group, it'd be a one-sided massacre. Hearing Regretful Wind's order, the stunned adventurer teams snapped out of their daze and fled in all directions like a flock of startled birds. Damn it! Run! Flame Feather did the same, fleeing the moment she saw Hell Rush and his companions. As she ran, a deep hatred for Demon's heart blossomed in her chest. What a joke! The enemy team had at least 6 monster-level experts, and more than 300 of them could rival Grand Lords of the same level. This was no longer a force that Demon City's powers could take on individually. They'd only have a chance of defeating these intruders if they gathered all of the combat power in the city. Anyone that tried to fight these human players on their own would be digging their own grave. Escape? Don't you think it's a little late for that? When the 3 adventurer teams began to flee, Sherfong turned to the Hell Legion and growled, "Kill them! Leave none alive!" Chapter 25-27, Sweeping Victory. As soon as Sherfong gave the command, the Hell Legion pounced on the fleeing demon players like ravenous tigers. Although demonized players' physiques and basic attributes were superior to ordinary human players, and they could run much faster than humans, the Hell Legion's members were among the best in Netherworld Empire. Moreover, they had some of the best equipment available in God's domain at this stage of the game. Including their special bloodline, their basic attributes were even higher than the adventurer team's demonized members. The Hell Legion's experts caught up to the fleeing adventurer teams in no time at all. Damn it! They're too fast. You think you can bully me? I'll fight you to the death. I refuse to believe I can't defeat at least one of you. Realizing that escape was impossible, the adventurer teams turned and decided to stand up to the Hell Legion. Over 1,000 Tier 2 experts tried to meet the incoming Hell Legion experts, and although they knew they had a basic attribute advantage, they moved into defensive formations with MTs on the front line and ranged players in the back. Their coordination was smooth, giving the Hell Legion's experts no chance to face them one-on-one. Skills and spells proceeded to fly toward the Hell Legion, adding colorful lights to the Crimson Forest. Boom, boom, boom. As the attacks landed, countless explosions echoed throughout the forest, and thick smoke filled the area as if it had just been bombed from above. Trees caught in the crossfire were blown to smithereens. You guys might be powerful, but I refuse to believe that you can take so many attacks without taking damage. The 3 adventurer teams' attacking members looked smug when they saw that they had transformed part of the forest into an empty flatland. They also grew more confident about facing the Hell Legion. When they usually worked in teams of 100 or less, they were helpless against peak experts, but with over 1,000 players attacking in formation, they could launch a continuous assault on a single point. The Hell Legion members shouldn't think they could approach so easily. Before the adventure teams could celebrate, however, the Hell Legion's members emerged from the cloud of smoke. Not one of the human experts had lost a single HP after the bombardment, much less suffered any severe injuries. Their steady advance seemed like those attacks had meant nothing to them. How is this possible? The 3 adventurer teams' offensive members were stupefied. Even peak experts would have to take cover against their frenzied attacks, yet these experts continued to advance like nothing had happened. They hadn't pushed them back in the slightest. In fact, the Hell Legion was even closer now. The adventurer team's main force members, who had long since fled, shook their heads at the scene. How can anyone think those experts would be so easy to defeat? Players that hadn't yet reached Tier 3 simply couldn't understand how terrifying Tier 3 players were. That bombardment wouldn't even have damaged the adventurer team's Tier 3 players, much less the Hell Legion. With the extraordinary physique and basic attributes Tier 3 players had at their disposal, evading most Tier 2 players' skills and spells was a piece of cake. Even if they couldn't dodge the more flexible and accurate attacks, they could block them. Without tremendous power, Tier 2 players would have an incredibly hard time dealing damage to a Tier 3 expert. At worst, they'd only lose some stamina and concentration. In an instant, the Hell Legion's experts arrived before the adventurer team's frontline MTs. Streaks of light struck the MT's vitals, dealing hundreds of thousands of damages and plundering all of the MT's HPs. From afar, it looked like the MTs had been cursed as they fell, one after another. Over 1,000 experts from the 3 adventure teams had fallen in just a dozen or so seconds. The remaining players, who had pondered staying for the fight, gasped. They had already known the difference between the two sides' combat power was massive, but they had never dreamed that it would be this huge. Every player that had chosen to fight had fallen in the initial clash. Only the adventurer team's main force members weren't surprised. In truth, the Hell Legion didn't just have incredible basic attributes. Their combat standards were also absurdly high. Unlike Sherfong and Fire Dance, the Hell Legion's experts made no attempt to hide their combat standards, which made it easy for the main force members to notice. Meanwhile, from what they could tell, even the weakest human player of the team had reached the Flowing Water Realm, while most of the Hell Legion had reached the Void Realm. The 3 adventurer team's commanders had only recently reached the Void Realm, and none of their teammates had caught up to them. The Hell Legion continued to cull the 3 adventurer teams like the Grim Reaper himself. Their assault was unstoppable. The adventurer teams didn't even have the chance to buy their commanders any time. At this point, only the 3 commanders and Poisonheart, who was still a Tier 4 Great Demon, had any chance of escape. However, Sherfong, Hell Rush, and the others had suppressed the 4 demon players who rapidly lost HP. In less than 10 minutes, the forest floor was covered in several thousand demon player corpses. None of the 3 adventurer team's members had gotten away with their lives. Demon City, Demon's Heart's residence. Commander Troubled, what do you think of the training room we've constructed? Furious Heart asked, smiling as he gestured to the marble building before him. It's amazing. The darkness energy seeping from it is already so dense. If demon players train in the building, they'll most likely climb to the Baron rank very quickly. They might even meet the conditions to reach the Viscount rank, Troubled Times surmised, shocked as he examined the training room bathed in darkness energy. Raising their nobility ranks wasn't easy for demon players. Not only did they need enough demon crystals, but they also needed to pass a test. Aside from their combat power, players would be tested on their ability to manipulate darkness energy. Unfortunately, even in demon territories, areas with dense darkness energy were incredibly rare, so demon players didn't have many opportunities to control high amounts of darkness energy. The Dark Den was a special case since many areas of the Otherworld were rich in darkness energy and helpful to demon players as they trained. However, Demon's Heart had successfully constructed its own training room, containing an abundance of darkness energy. The guild's foundations were nearly unshakable. This training room will even be helpful to those trying to secure their Count rank, not to mention Viscount rank, Furious Heart said, chuckling. However, our guild has spent most of the darkness crystals and primal darkness stones we've accumulated thus far to construct the room. I see. That's why its darkness energy is so dense. Realization dawned on Troubled Times. Darkness crystals and primal darkness stones were both far more valuable than magic crystals and mana Oregon. Both items contained high amounts of darkness energy and were significantly helpful to demon players. However, these darkness-attuned crystals and ores were immensely difficult to obtain. Players were rarely willing to invest them in a large training room's construction. We've only accomplished the feat thanks to the alliance our vice guild leader has secured. He is currently in the midst of negotiating our continued partnership, and if he succeeds, he intends to share a portion of the resources with the Sentinel Shelter. You might even be able to construct a training room for yourselves, Furious Heart said. Really? Troubled Time's eyes glowed at the prospect. If the Sentinel Shelter could construct its own darkness-attuned training room, even if it were only a small training room, he wouldn't have to worry about his shelter's development. The Sentinel Shelter might even become strong enough to rule over all of the Dark Den, not to mention becoming the #1 shelter. MHM. Furious Heart nodded, smiling. Once you grow a little stronger, the Vice Guild leader also intends to provide enough resources for you to become a demon count. You will stand at the peak of God's domain, Commander Troubled. Elder Heart, please inform Vice Guild leader Flaming Light that he has nothing to worry about. The Sentinel Shelter will not disappoint him. I guarantee that we will become Demon's Heart's second major city, Troubled Times said. He could not help his growing excitement when he heard that Demon's Heart would help him with his promotion to Demon Count. Becoming a Demon Count wasn't an easy task. Once a Demon player earned the Count rank, their strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. Like in the various NPC kingdoms and empires, players were considered high nobles once they reached the rank of Count and above, enjoying unimaginable status. As a Count, Troubled Times was sure he could even defeat Shurfeng. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Just as Furious Heart was about to continue, however, a Tier 3 assassin frantically approached him. Elder Heart, we just received information regarding Zero Wing. The assassin hesitantly reported. It seems the 3 adventurer teams finally found them. Zero Wing certainly knows how to hide, Furious Heart said, smiling. Well, what's the situation? Have Zero Wing's members been dealt with? No. Windtooth, Eternal Night, and Crimson Sands teams have been annihilated, the assassin said, shaking his head. Grimly, he continued, a dozen or so medium adventurer teams and several dozen small adventurer teams have also been eliminated. Tens of thousands of players have died in the burning forest. As for the several hundred scouts we've dispatched, none have returned alive, but according to their offline reports, Zero Wing's members are nearly at Demon City's gates. They'll likely reach the city's entrance in about 10 minutes. Chapter 25-28, Commotion in Demon City. When the Tier 3 assassin ended his report, everyone present fell silent, staring at the assassin in astonishment. What did you say? Annihilated? Although the strength of those 3 adventurer teams is subpar, they should have a total of 10 demon viscounts and nearly 100 demon barons. The number of Tier 3 experts they have should also exceed 200. With them in the way, even a superpowers trump card legion shouldn't dream of gaining any advantages in the burning forest. How could a measly team of 300-plus players possibly annihilate them? Tens of thousands of people got killed. Are those people idiots? The several Demon's Heart elders present instinctively refused to believe the assassin's words. Although they knew that Shurfeng's team possessed extraordinary strength, Shurfeng's team hadn't been in the burning forest for even a day. Despite that, they were being told that Shurfeng's team had annihilated Demon City's top 3 adventurer teams, along with several tens of thousands of other players. Moreover, none of the scouts that came across Shurfeng's team managed to return alive. As icing on the cake, Shurfeng's team was supposedly only a dozen minutes or so away from reaching Demon City. This was ludicrous. Previously, Battle Wolf's army hadn't even managed to reach Demon City's gate before getting annihilated. Now, however, a measly team of 300-plus players was actually about to reach Demon City. Who would believe this? He really came. Troubled Times was stunned when he heard the assassin's report. They were currently in demon territory. This wasn't a place human players could enter casually. Back then, when Troubled Times heard that Shurfeng had declared that he would come to Demon City to hunt him down, Troubled Times had taken it for a joke. After all, Shurfeng simply didn't understand how frightening demon territories were. In Troubled Times' opinion, let alone reaching Demon City, Shurfeng would be fortunate to survive in the burning forest for a few hours. After all, no matter how powerful Shurfeng was, he was still a player. There was a limit to his stamina and concentration. In the expansive burning forest, non-demon players were subjected to the corrosion of darkness energy, which increased their stamina and concentration consumption substantially. Even with a team of 300-plus Tier 3 experts, it should still be impossible for Shurfeng to reach Demon City. Now, however, not only was Shurfeng's team close to reaching Demon City, but he had even killed Demon City's top 3 adventurer teams, along with tens of thousands of other demon players. This was simply unbelievable. However, shortly after Troubled Times and the others received this piece of news, a commotion occurred at Demon City's main entrance. This was because a group of human players had appeared a short distance from Demon City. These human players numbered over 300, and they were none other than the Team Demon's Heart had placed a bounty on. In this situation, the demon players residing in Demon City could not help but panic. What's going on? How did they get here? Why wasn't there any news about them? Didn't the top 3 adventurer teams leave to hunt them just now? They must have gotten lucky and avoided detection. Otherwise, how could they get here so quickly and intact? Impossible! Even if the top 3 adventurer teams did not find them, there are still several dozen others that joined in on the hunt. At least one adventurer team should have come across them. And so long as even one did, the other adventurer teams would have received news about it right away. It should be impossible for these invaders to evade detection completely. When Shifeng's team suddenly appeared outside Demon City, the players standing on the city's walls were filled with both surprise and curiosity. They never thought that human players could actually cross the burning forest and get to Demon City without an invitation. This was the first time a situation like this had occurred since Demon City's construction. Of course, there's no news about these invaders, as everyone that came across them had gotten killed. A friend of mine was one of the players that joined the hunt. Despite the adventurer team he belonged to having over 1,000 members, none of them managed to make it out alive after coming across the invaders. According to what I heard, the top 3 adventurer teams also got annihilated. They're just keeping their mouths shut all this time to prevent information leaks. As the ordinary players on top of the wall were discussing the situation, a Tier 3 expert rolled his eyes at their ignorance and revealed the truth to them. Upon hearing the Tier 3 player's revelation, the ordinary players were stunned. At the same time, though, they eyed the Tier 3 expert skeptically, suspecting that this expert was playing a joke on them. It seems the rumor I heard coming from Demon's Heart's members is true, after all. These invaders really did kill tens of thousands of experts. Another Tier 3 expert, who originated from a medium-scale adventurer team and had just arrived on the wall, commented upon seeing Shifeng's team in the distance. This Tier 3 expert's words threw everyone present into an uproar. What? The tens of thousands of experts that joined the hunt got annihilated. Who are these invaders? They're not really here to kill troubled times, right? It seems Demon's Heart has met its match. I wonder which side is stronger. Do you even have to ask? It's definitely Demon's Heart. Don't forget that this place is Demon City, the main headquarters of Demon's Heart. These 300+ invaders might be amazing out in the fields, but they're asking for death if they think they can do whatever they want inside Demon City. When everyone present heard the news of Demon City's top 3 adventurer teams getting annihilated, aside from feeling surprised, they also felt excited. After all, Demon City had never been besieged before. Meanwhile, news of Shifeng's team appearing outside Demon City's gate spread quickly throughout the city, stunning its millions of player residents. Crap! They actually came here to hunt down troubled times. This is amazing. I wonder how Demon's Heart plans to deal with this situation. I doubt Demon's Heart will let these people do anything. However, these people aren't pushovers either. If even the top 3 adventurer teams are not a match for them, Demon's Heart should have a tough time too. Everyone inside Demon City discussed this matter, spreading Zero Wings fame across the city. However, everyone was more curious about Demon's Heart's response to this situation. After all, even the city's top 3 adventurer teams had suffered annihilation. Shifeng's team might not be capable of breaking into Demon City, but it was more than capable of camping out in the fields and targeting Demon's Heart's members that were trying to grind. That would stunt Demon's Heart development. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Meanwhile, news of Shifeng's team's arrival also quickly reached Demon's Heart's residence. And when Troubled Times heard about this, his complexion turned deathly pale. He never thought that Shifeng would get to Demon City so soon. He had witnessed the swordsman stopping a Demon King's hand before. If Shifeng sneaked into Demon City and secretly took action against him, Troubled Times was almost certain to lose his life. Commander Troubled, you can rest easy. So what if Black Flame has arrived? This is Demon City, Furious Heart said when he saw the ugly look on Troubled Times' face. He then smiled and continued, However, Zero Wing has been acting arrogantly for long enough. They aren't even bothering to sneak around to take action. They are indeed very arrogant. They actually dare camp in front of our front gate and let everyone know of their arrival. A Tier 3 elder wearing black robes ranted. In my opinion, we should just deploy the city's Tier 4 demon guards and get rid of them. Otherwise, they'll really think that they can do anything they want to Demon City just because they eliminated the city's top 3 adventurer teams. Forget it. The demon guards are one of Demon City's trump cards. It costs a lot of demon crystals to dispatch them. It's not worth it just to deal with Zero Wing, Furious Heart said, shaking his head. Moreover, both the guild leader and the vice guild leader are not on the eastern continent right now. This isn't a decision we can make. Have someone notify Zero Wing's people that Demon's Heart is taking charge of this matter and that they've already caused enough of a ruckus. It's time to put an end to this fuss. If they retreat now, there will still be grounds for reconciliation and opportunities for partnership between our 2 guilds. Otherwise, this matter won't end so easily. The future god's domain no longer belongs to regular guilds. I believe they should understand this point very clearly. All right, I'll have someone notify them. Hopefully, they know where to draw the line, that black-clad Tier 3 elder said. Inwardly, though, he felt that Furious Heart was too soft. If it were up to him, he would just annihilate Zero Wing for daring to approach Demon City so boldly. Chapter 25-29, Provoking Demon's Heart? Inside Demon's Heart's residence, after Furious Heart gave the command to take action, the black-clad, Tier 3 Viscount Elder promptly started arranging for the necessary manpower to shoo away Zero Wing's team. Meanwhile, the news of Shi Feng's arrival at Demon City also spread rapidly beyond the walls of the city and stupefied the superpowers paying attention to Demon City. What's going on? It hasn't been that long since Zero Wing's team arrived at the Burning Forest, yet it's already reached Demon City? Zero Wing actually accomplished something that Battle Wolves failed to do? Black Flame really is bold to provoke Demon's Heart. Doesn't he know that the current god's domain has changed already? The various superpowers found Zero Wing's arrival before Demon City's main entrance deeply surprising. The current god's domain was no longer the same as before. The activity of dark players in level 100 neutral maps was expanding. Moreover, the strength of dark players was growing rapidly, at a rate frightening even to the various superpowers. Meanwhile, one of the fastest developing dark powers was Demon's Heart. Not only did Demon's Heart boast a large number of experts, but its guild members were also improving at a flying pace. It was no exaggeration to say that, so long as a member of Demon's Heart reached Tier 3 as well as the rank of Demon Baron, they would instantly become an existence rivaling Tier 3 peak experts. In fact, their survivability out in the fields would be much stronger than human peak experts. Moreover, unlike regular players, dark players received rewards and improvements from killing other players. They had a much greater advantage when it came to leveling and upgrading their weapons and equipment. Even though dark players were a minority in God's domain, they were now strong enough to go up against regular guilds in level 100 neutral maps. This was why many independent players were opting to become a dark player, which, in turn, continuously increased the dark player population in God's domain. This change drove the incredibly fast growth of the various dark powers. Of course, the rapid development of dark players came with a price. Compared to regular players, the penalty dark players suffered for death was many times greater. Hence, in order to avoid death, current dark players were limiting their sphere of activities instead of rampantly clashing with regular players. Nevertheless, even the various superpowers did not dare provoke dark players casually, much less dark powers like Demon's Heart. None of the various superpowers had expected Zero Wing to provoke Demon's Heart. Moreover, Zero Wing had gone all the way to Demon City's main entrance to do so. Meanwhile, inside one of the advanced restaurants in the Ten Saints Empire's capital, Illusory Words was currently enjoying a meal. Midway through her meal, however, a Tier 3 assassin barged into her private room with a tense expression on his face. Vice Guild Leader, we just received news that Zero Wing annihilated not only Demon City's top 3 adventurer teams, but also tens of thousands of Demon City's experts. Zero Wing's team has already arrived before Demon City's main entrance. By the looks of it, Zero Wing is really intent on taking action against troubled times, the Tier 3 assassin said, astonishment writ large on his face. They arrived already? Illusory Words similarly felt astonished by this point. She had visited Demon City as a guest before, so she knew just how difficult it was to cross the burning forest. A large number of demon patrol squads and demon players operated within the forest. In her opinion, even with frightening strength, Feng and his team should still struggle to reach Demon City. In fact, by the time they got to Demon City, the tracking mark they placed on troubled times might have disappeared already. In that case, visiting Demon City would also be meaningless. However, Feng's team had actually reached Demon City less than a day after they entered the burning forest. Moreover, they didn't arrive at the city by covert means but walked straight to the city instead. We also found out a little regarding the relationship between Troubled Times and Demon's Heart, the Tier 3 assassin said. Troubled Times' Sentinel Shelter is Demon's Heart's most important pawn in the Dark Den. Demon's Heart is even planning to turn the Sentinel Shelter into its main headquarters. In addition, Troubled Times fought alongside Flaming Light, one of Demon's Heart's vice guild leaders, during the early stages of God's Domain. Although the two of them eventually chose different development paths, Troubled Times is now one of Flaming Light's trusted aides, due to his excellent strength and talents. He's actually Flaming Light's confidant? Illusory Words frowned at this situation. If this really is the case, then Zero Wing will have difficulty killing Troubled Times. Flaming Light is extremely protective of his own people, especially his confidants. Moreover, Troubled Times is taking shelter inside Demon City. Hopefully, guild leader Black Flame doesn't act too rashly. Flaming Light was famous on the Eastern continent. A part of the reason why the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers currently feared Demon's Heart was Flaming Light's presence. In fact, Flaming Light had even wrung multiple concessions from the Super Guild Sacred Temple regarding resources. Despite the Ten Saints Empire being the Sacred Temple's home base, the Sacred Temple still had no choice but to concede to Demon's Heart's demands. This situation had greatly confused the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers, as well as made them increasingly fearful of the Dark Guild. Setting aside whether Zero Wing could kill Troubled Times inside Demon City, even if the guild killed Troubled Times in the outside world, it was still highly likely to anger Flaming Light. If that happened, then the efforts Zero Wing had made to ensure its smooth development in level 100 neutral maps would go to waste, and the guild would be plagued with endless troubles once more. After all, the current God's Domain had already changed. The advantages Dark players had over regular players were simply overwhelming. While the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers were secretly discussing Zero Wing, another commotion occurred at Demon City's main entrance. The reason for this commotion was Demon's Heart's members making an appearance. In the next moment, Demon City's gate opened slowly. A 1,000-man team led by Tier 3 experts then marched out of Demon City. Every one of these members from Demon's Heart sported uniform weapons and equipment. Moreover, these weapons and equipment were of considerably high quality, with even the weakest piece being level 100 fine gold rank. In addition, every member of this team was a noble. Just the number of players emitting power of darkness at the standard of demon viscounts numbered as many as 20. Standing in the head of this team was a burly man geared in exquisite armor. The spectating players present gasped in shock at the sight of this man. Crap! Rebellious Thunder, the vice commander of Demon's Heart's main force, showed up. What a powerful pressure! So this is the strength of a demon count? When the players standing atop the city's walls saw the burly man, awe filled their eyes. The count rank was something all demon players aspired to. However, it was beyond the reach of most demon players. The reason for this wasn't just the astronomical amount of demon crystals required to challenge the test to become a demon count, but also the test's great difficulty. Even now, aside from Demon City's two main guilds, no other power boasted a demon count among their ranks. The strongest person the other powers possessed was a 3-star Viscount. Players that had become demon counts were treated with respect by even great demon NPCs because Tier 3 players at the demon count rank were already strong enough to go up against great demons. Their becoming a Tier 4 great demon in the future was also only a matter of time. They actually sent a demon count out. When Regretful Wind, who was currently sitting inside a bar near the main entrance, saw Rebellious Thunder through a magic mirror. Envy flashed in his eyes. It seems Demon's Heart really places great importance on troubled times. However, we ended up eating a major loss this time. Not only did we not get any bounty rewards, but we also tossed away the lives of our own teams. Fortunately, we managed to keep the matter secret. Now, all of Demon City's adventurer teams have suffered tremendous losses as well, Helpless Smile said, a bitter smile forming on his face as he gazed at Rebellious Thunder's figure. During the time Regretful Wind and the others were quietly chatting, Rebellious Thunder could be seen arriving before Shifeng's team. "Are you Zero Wings Guild leader, Black Flame?" Rebellious Thunder asked as he looked at Shifeng. "That's right," Shifeng replied, nodding. "Do you have business with me?" Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. We know you're here to kill troubled times, but this is Demon's Heart's territory. We won't care if you take action anywhere else, but since troubled times has already arrived in Demon City, we have a responsibility to ensure his safety. Moreover, this place does not welcome non-demon players. If you leave now, Demon's Heart will ignore your provocative behavior this time. There might even be chances for partnership between our two guilds in the future, Rebellious Thunder said sternly. "What if I refuse?" Shifeng asked, chuckling. "Then, you'll make an enemy out of Demon's Heart," Rebellious Thunder warned coldly, his words echoing throughout the main entrance. Upon hearing Rebellious Thunder's words, the spectating players standing on the city walls were silent because nobody would dare offend Demon's Heart on a demon territory. Any that did would not be able to leave with their lives. If that's the case, let's just become enemies. Chapter 25-30 Normal State? As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, silence fell over the area. A provocation. This was a blatant provocation. This guy must be insane. He actually intends to become enemies with Demon's Heart. He dares slap Demon's Heart's face as well? He's dead for sure now. Even if Demon's Heart wants to let him off the hook, Rebellious Thunder definitely won't let him get away with this. The spectating demon players were flabbergasted by Shifeng's unyielding behavior. They never thought that he would react that way. In their opinion, Shifeng and his teams reaching Demon City's front door was already a plenty amazing feat. In fact, their achievement had even dragged down Demon's Heart's prestige significantly. After accomplishing all this, Shifeng should have wisely retreated instead of pushing the envelope. After all, Demon's Heart was far stronger than Demon City's top 3 adventurer teams. Even the 10 Saints Empire's various superpowers did not dare to offend the guild. Moreover, it had always been impossible for Shifeng to fulfill his goal of killing troubled times in Demon City. Although Demon City might seem like a player-constructed city, it was, in reality, a partial NPC city. The city was protected not only by players but also by quite a number of great demon NPCs, including a great demon monarch. The demon monarch was a bona fide demon marquis and was one of the 72 great demon marquises of God's domain, only one rank below the highest rank of duke. It was not an existence that current players could hope to go up against at all. With the demon monarch protecting Demon City, breaking into the city and killing troubled times would be absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, after Rebellious Thunder heard Shifeng's words, his complexion darkened immediately. Guild Leader Black Flame, it seems you are intent on challenging Demon's Heart's bottom line, Rebellious Thunder snarled as he glared at Shifeng. Since you wish for battle, I'll fulfill your wish. Suddenly, dense darkness energy flowed out of Rebellious Thunder's body, and his body started undergoing a significant transformation. Not only did he double in size, but pitch-black demonic patterns also appeared all over his body. At the same time, the intensity of the aura he radiated skyrocketed, the aura so strong that the spectating demon players gasped in shock. Amazing! So this is the strength of a demon count? The power of darkness he radiates is so strong. It's practically denser than the great demon NPCs inside the city. Just how powerful will his demon skills become with such a strong power of darkness? Black Flame is doomed now. The spectating demon players exclaimed in shock at Rebellious Thunder's transformation. Although they had long since known that Demon City's 2 guilds possessed demon count level experts, They had never seen a demon count in action before. They only knew that the count rank was a major turning point for demon players and that players couldn't reach the rank without frightening strength and resources. Looking at Rebellious Thunder now, however, rather than calling the count rank a major turning point, calling it a leap in tiers would be more apparent. At this moment, even with only ordinary identification skills, one would realize that Rebellious Thunder transcended the realm of ordinary. Just his current HP was as high as 6 million. Previously, his HP was only a little more than 1 million. Aside from HP, Rebellious Thunder should have also received a similarly massive boost to his defense, basic attributes, and physique after demonification. After Rebellious Thunder activated demonification, Regretful Wind and the other spectators in the bar near Demon City's main entrance were shocked. Sure enough, a demon count really is frightening. It's no wonder those two guilds have been keeping all information about the rank a secret all this time. Helpless Smile looked enviously at Rebellious Thunder, who now rivaled a Tier 4 Great Demon in terms of strength. Now, not only has Rebellious Thunder transformed into a demon count, but he also wields Cruel Darkness, one of the demon race's 16 magic weapons. He also has Demon City's buff, which all demon players get. With all that, I'm afraid that aside from those three people, nobody in the entire Demon City is his match. Rebellious Thunder was originally a monster-level expert working for a super guild. However, after entering God's domain, Demon's Heart had poached him by offering a munificent package. With the help of Cruel Darkness, the magic weapon Demon's Heart had obtained, Rebellious Thunder became so strong that he was practically invincible among players of the same tier. In fact, during the war with Battle Wolves, Rebellious Thunder had single-handedly fought against 3 monster-level experts. Back then, he was still only a demon viscount. Now that Rebellious Thunder had been promoted to a demon count, Helpless Smile couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful he had become. Rebellious Thunder won't have an easy time dealing with Black Flame, though. After all, Black Flame suppressed Poison Heart even after Poison Heart had transformed into a great demon. Regretful Wind said as he looked at the demonized Rebellious Thunder. I believe it's going to be a tough battle. Regretful Wind had personally experienced Shurfeng's terror. Even if Rebellious Thunder was powerful, the Elementalist did not think that Rebellious Thunder could easily defeat Shurfeng. Flame Feather nodded in agreement with Regretful Wind's words. Previously, Shurfeng had behaved as if Demon's Heart's existence was nothing to him. However, the swordsman indeed possessed the strength and qualifications to do so. Meanwhile, as Regretful Wind and the others were discussing Rebellious Thunder, the person in question had taken the pitch-black greatsword hung on his back in hand and swung it at Shurfeng. The instant Rebellious Thunder swung his greatsword, the power of darkness enveloping his body seemed to find a vent. It surged into the greatsword, doubling the power and attack range of the greatsword. Now, the attack was so powerful that it cut apart even space, leaving a pitch-black trail behind the greatsword. In response, Shurfeng unsheathed Killing Ray and executed Light Shadow. Boom! The instant the two blades collided, dazzling sparks sprang forth. The frightening impact also caused the ground beneath the two players' feet to shatter, and the sound of the impact echoed throughout Demon City. In the next moment, Shurfeng stumbled half a step back, his HP decreasing by merely a few thousand. To Shurfeng, who possessed over 1 million HP, this amount of damage was negligible. Impossible! That guy only lost by a little even after receiving the Vice Commander's full-powered blow. Upon seeing this outcome, both the spectating demon players and Demon's Hearts members could not help being stupefied. This was especially true for Demon's Hearts members, whose eyes very nearly fell out of their sockets at this scene. As they watched Rebellious Thunder about to clash with Shurfeng, they had considered a few methods that might allow the swordsman to neutralize Rebellious Thunder's attack. For example, Shurfeng could use a life-saving skill or a special tool. However, they never thought that he would receive Rebellious Thunder's attack directly and even block it with such ease. At this moment, let alone everyone else, even Rebellious Thunder himself was stunned by this outcome. What happened? Even before he had risen to the Demon Count rank with Cruel Darkness's power, he was already invincible among those of the same tier. Now, despite being a Demon Count and activating demonification, He was actually only slightly stronger than Sherfong. However, Rebellious Thunder quickly snapped out of his daze. "It seems you're not all talk after all," Rebellious Thunder praised. "But so what if you can block my attack? You'll still lose if you only remain on the defensive." As soon as Rebellious Thunder finished speaking, however, Sherfong suddenly returned Killing Ray to its sheath. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, as expected of an expert who has reached the rank of Demon Count. Your strength has already surpassed that of ordinary mythic monsters, Sherfong said as he looked at Rebellious Thunder. "It seems I really am not a match for you demon players when you have the home ground advantage and I am in my normal state." Normal state. Rebellious Thunder chuckled when he heard Sherfang's words. "Do you think you can transform into a demon too?" While inside demon territories, players couldn't use berserk skills. Of course, demon players were no exception to this rule. However, demon players could use demonification to elevate their strength. This was why the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers could never do anything against Demon City. Only Battle Wolves was stubborn enough to attempt a crusade against Demon City. "I can't," Sherfong said, chuckling as he looked at Rebellious Thunder. "However, my doppelganger can." After saying so, Sherfong drew the pitch-black sword hanging from his waist. Chapter 2531. Black Dragon. The abyssal blade Sherfong wielded looked like a gemstone of darkness. Adorned with glowing, crimson patterns, the sword gave off a bewitching feeling. The instant Sherfong unsheathed the abyssal blade, a doppelganger appeared beside him. In terms of aura and appearance, the doppelganger was utterly identical to him. His trump card is a doppelganger? And here I thought he had something amazing saved up. He's not thinking that he can defeat Vice Commander Thunder just by relying on a doppelganger, which would have weaker basic attributes than himself, right? Upon seeing Sherfang's doppelganger, Demon's Heart's members burst into laughter. In God's domain, doppelganger skills were indeed excellent life-saving measures. They were also extremely rare skills that could drastically increase the combat power of players. However, doppelganger skills were generally useful only against monsters and ordinary experts. Against experts of Rebellious Thunder's caliber, using doppelgangers was utterly meaningless. Not to mention, Rebellious Thunder had Cruel Darkness to further amplify his strength. The magic weapon grew through absorbing the power of darkness its user radiated. In return, the weapon not only provided its user with a significant boost in strength, but also extended its user's attack range drastically. When Rebellious Thunder wielded it, he could achieve an attack range of roughly 20 yards, which basically transformed him into a ranged player. With such an attack range combined with Rebellious Thunder's strength and techniques, it wouldn't matter if he went up against 1 or even 5 melee players. There wouldn't be much difference, as he wouldn't give his opponents an opportunity to get close to him. Meanwhile, if a melee player couldn't approach Rebellious Thunder, they naturally couldn't attack him either. This was the reason why Rebellious Thunder was able to fight 3 of Battle Wolves' domain realm experts simultaneously without being put at a disadvantage. Since Sherfong had summoned only 1 doppelganger, this increase in numbers wouldn't affect Rebellious Thunder's performance in battle at all. "Although I don't know what you're trying to pull here, you should just use whatever cards you have," Rebellious Thunder advised. Even after seeing Sherfong summoning a doppelganger, he did not hurry to attack Sherfong. Instead, he simply casually observed the swordsman before him. "I'll teach you how foolish it is for you to make an enemy out of Demon's Heart." After Rebellious Thunder said this, the power of darkness that his body radiated intensified once more. This time, it even produced a faint layer of dark fog around his body. At the same time, the magic weapon he wielded seemingly received an upgrade. Now, pale blue flames flickered around Cruel Darkness's blade. However, these flames did not increase the ambient temperature but decrease it. The temperature fell so low that the nearby plants even started freezing. He can still grow stronger? Amazing! This is truly amazing. It's no wonder even the top 3 adventurer teams do not dare defy Demon's Heart. Just Rebellious Thunder alone is more than enough to make the top 3 adventurer teams suffer. Upon seeing Rebellious Thunder's strength improving further, the demon players spectating from the city walls gained newfound recognition of Demon's Heart. Many experts even started entertaining thoughts of joining the guild. Originally, they had become dark players to avoid the restrictions of guilds. However, the strength Rebellious Thunder displayed was simply too amazing. Now, they felt that they wouldn't mind losing some of their freedom if it meant that they could become as strong as Rebellious Thunder. At this moment, let alone the demon players spectating from the city walls, even Regretful Wind and the others, who were watching inside one of the city's bars, were floored by Rebellious Thunder's sudden power-up. He still wasn't at his peak state before? As Regretful Wind goggled at Rebellious Thunder's fog-shrouded body, he had trouble keeping his mouth closed. Compared to ordinary demon players, Regretful Wind, who had already reached the demon Viscount rank, had a much clearer idea just how frightening the power of darkness Rebellious Thunder radiated was. It was no exaggeration to say that, even if he raised the density of his own power of darkness by 3 or 4 times, he would still fall short of Rebellious Thunder's standard. Since the origin of demon player carrot strength was the power of darkness, having denser power of darkness would improve not only one's concentration recovery but also the power of their skills and spells by a large margin. The power of darkness affected players similar to how mana did, but with much more prominent effects. To think that a demon count can grow that strong. Black Flame really is doomed this time. I'm afraid he won't last more than a few moves against Rebellious Thunder. Flamefeather muttered in shock. She was clearly a 3-star Viscount, only 1 step away from becoming a Count. However, it never occurred to her that there would be such a huge gap in strength between a 3-star Viscount and an actual Count. At this moment, let alone within Demon City's sphere of influence, even outside of demon territories, Rebellious Thunder could still operate without fear. Meanwhile, outside Demon City, when Blue Frost and the other Zero Wing members from Shelter One, who had followed Feng to Demon City, saw Rebellious Thunder's transformation, grim expressions appeared on their faces. Blue, how about advising the guild leader to stop? We've already gone this far. I believe the Dark Den's various powers will understand how strong Shelter One is. However, if we proceed with this fight, our losses will be massive. Evening Lotus said as she looked at Blue Frost. After seeing how easily their team reached Demon City, she had indeed gained newfound recognition of their guild. She never thought that Zero Wing would be this strong. However, their current opponent was no longer an existence they could deal with. Even though they had over 300 Tier 3 experts on their side, she wasn't optimistic about their chances of defeating Rebellious Thunder. After all, they were standing in the home ground of demon players. Moreover, Rebellious Thunder had the protection of Demon City. Indeed, at this rate, rather than making a statement, we'll end up becoming a laughingstock in the Dark Den instead, Blue Frost said, nodding. He too felt that they had done enough. Blue Frost immediately headed for Feng to persuade him to end this battle of attrition. However, he had just taken 2 steps forward when Feng suddenly raised the abyssal blade horizontal of himself and started incanting. The deafening roar of a dragon entered everyone's ears and shook the entire demon city. This dragon roar made everyone present shudder involuntarily, and they reflexively turned to look at the origin of this roar. To everyone's surprise, this roar actually came from the doppelganger Feng summoned. At this moment, however, the doppelganger had started disintegrating into a cloud of black fog, which continuously expanded, growing by several hundred times in size in no time at all. A short moment later, a pair of gigantic, golden eyes appeared inside the black fog, the piercing gaze of the golden eyes sending shivers down everyone's spine. What's going on? The doppelganger can actually transform? The doppelganger's aura is so strong. The spectating players promptly started discussing among themselves when they saw the transformation Feng's doppelganger underwent, curiosity and confusion filling their minds. It seems you weren't spouting nonsense before, Rebellious Thunder said. As he gazed at the dense cloud of fog before him, fighting spirit welled up within him. However, no sooner had Rebellious Thunder finished speaking than a gigantic claw emerged from the cloud of fog. This claw was the size of a 2-story house and densely covered in pitch-black scales. When the claw landed, it instantly shattered the ground. At the same time, everyone in the vicinity also felt the ground beneath them quaking. Before everyone could snap out of their daze, a 30-meter-tall black dragon appeared before their eyes. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. You, a dragon? Everyone's breath momentarily stifled as they gazed at the incarnation of death and destruction before them, unable to wrap their head around this situation. How is this possible? Why would a dragon appear here? That is fake. That must be fake. Chapter 2532. Black dragons. Might everyone instinctively refuse to believe that a dragon had appeared before them. In God's domain, dragons were synonymous with destruction. They could easily destroy entire kingdoms and empires. Any location that had a dragon appear there would automatically be viewed as a forbidden land for players. Demon players were no exception to this rule. Only death awaited them if they came across a dragon. Hence, how could a player possibly summon a dragon? However, the powerful aura and pressure, which stemmed from a massive difference in life rating, the black dragon gave off was undoubtedly real. At this moment, aside from the demon players present, Blue Frost and the others standing behind Sherfong were likewise astonished by this situation. They never thought that their guild leader would possess such a trump card. No, something's not right. That dragon seems to be only at Tier 3. It's not a Tier 5 adult dragon. A Tier 3 demon ranger, who had used an identification skill on the black dragon, suddenly shouted. Upon hearing this ranger's announcement, everyone immediately reacted to the situation. It really is a Tier 3 dragon. I knew it. I knew it was impossible for a player to summon an adult dragon. Even so, that black flame is still plenty amazing. I'm afraid even the vice commander will be helpless against a Tier 3 dragon. When Demon's Hearts members saw that the black dragon was merely a level 111, Tier 3 infant dragon, they breathed out a sigh of relief. As far as they knew, most dragons that appeared before players were Tier 5 adult dragons, and even the weakest among them were Tier 4 infant dragons. They were not existences that current players could hope to go up against. However, a Tier 3 infant dragon was a different story. The reason why dragons were considered the apex race in God's domain and possessed overwhelming strength was their incredibly high life rating and growth potential. They gained much more basic attributes than any other race from each level up. Every increase in their tier would also grant them a qualitative transformation. Hence, after reaching Tier 5 and becoming an adult, a dragon would possess the strength to devastate countries. A Tier 3 dragon, on the other hand, might still be invincible among those of the same tier, but it posed a much lesser threat than dragons at Tier 4 or above. It's no wonder why you dare provoke Demon's Heart, Rebellious Thunder said as he looked at the black dragon looming above him. Currently, he, too, was feeling intense pressure from the dragon. However, instead of despair rising, Rebellious Thunder's fighting spirit flared. He leaped toward the black dragon, shouting, "However, don't even think that a Tier 3 dragon is enough to force Demon's Heart to step back." Dragons indeed possessed a strength that made them unrivaled among those of the same tier. However, a demon count like himself also possessed such strength. Moreover, he was currently wielding Cruel Darkness, one of the demon race's 16 magic weapons. If he combined that with his techniques, he was confident he could fight even a Tier 3 dragon. In the next moment, Rebellious Thunder raised Cruel Darkness and executed a slash at the black dragon, with power of darkness wrapped around the greatsword. Space split apart wherever the greatsword passed. Tier 3 skill, Blazing Slash. What a powerful move. You can definitely send a mythic monster flying with this move, Sherfong said in admiration as he looked at the pitch-black greatsword descending toward the black dragon. Unfortunately, you made a basic mistake. What you're going up against isn't an ordinary Tier 3 dragon, but a Tier 3 dragon that I am controlling. After Sherfong said so, his doppelganger took action, sending a claw swinging at the descending greatsword. Secret technique, Lightning Flash. The gigantic claw transformed into streaks of light that clashed with the pitch-black sword. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, the pitch-black sword shattered, the frightening recoil sending Rebellious Thunder flying back like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, Rebellious Thunder's body crashed into Demon City's curtain wall, his HP instantly decreasing by more than 300,000. How is that possible? How can a summoned creature use a combat technique? For a time, everyone stared at the Black Dragon's proud figure in shock and confusion. In fact, the shock they felt right now was even greater than what they felt previously, when they thought Shifeng had summoned a Tier 4 or Tier 5 dragon. In God's domain, although players could summon and control powerful creatures to fight for them, after all was said and done, they weren't controlling their own bodies. Hence, they could only conduct subpar battles with their summoned creatures. Executing combat techniques that required nimble and precise movements from the physical body using a summoned creature would be beyond them. Now, however, not only did Shifeng execute a combat technique through the Black Dragon he summoned, but the complexity of the combat technique he executed was also extremely high. For a moment, everyone felt as if the system was playing a joke on them. What no one knew was that Shifeng had already reached the realms of Truth's Ascension realm. The control he possessed over his physical body had long since surpassed the standard of ordinary people. Although it was extremely difficult to execute Lightning Flash through the Black Dragon, he could, although just barely. However, the power of the technique was far inferior to when he executed the technique with his own body. Even so, combined with the power of the Black Dragon, it wasn't an attack Rebellious Thunder could block. Meanwhile, after landing a successful blow, Shifeng did not give Rebellious Thunder any opportunity to recollect himself. The Black Dragon immediately opened its maw at Rebellious Thunder. Dragon Breath. In the next moment, a dazzling beam of light devoured Rebellious Thunder, who was embedded in Demon City's wall, and brightly illuminated the area before Demon City's main entrance. The frightening shockwave of the attack vaporized all Demon's Heart members standing in the vicinity of the beam and shook the entire Demon City slightly. In fact, cracks even appeared on the city's sturdy walls. Silence, destruction, death. For a time, shock and fear filled everyone present, particularly the Demon's Heart members who just barely survived the shockwave of the Dragon Breath. They could not help but goggle in stunned silence at the steaming canyon that had formed beside them. So, this is a dragon? Regretful Wind and the others who were spectating the fight from inside Demon City shuddered at this outcome. After all, the Black Dragon was simply too strong. With just one attack, the Black Dragon had instantly vaporized Rebellious Thunder, who was a demon count. The only thing left in Rebellious Thunder's place was a pitch-black blade. Earlier, despite suffering from the Black Dragon's combat technique, Rebellious Thunder still had over 5 million HP remaining. Even if Rebellious Thunder simply stood in place without defending himself, a Tier 4 mythic monster would still need quite some time to kill him. However, Shifeng's Black Dragon had used only one attack to turn Rebellious Thunder into nothing. Run! When the Demon's Heart members snapped out of their daze, their originally calm and arrogant composure instantly crumbled, and they fled frantically toward Demon City. What a joke! Aside from Rebellious Thunder, everyone else in the team was only a Demon Viscount or Demon Baron. Since the Black Dragon could kill Rebellious Thunder with one hit, it could naturally do the same to them. In fact, the Black Dragon might only need a single claw swipe to finish off the rest of them. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Upon seeing this scene, the spectating demon players were stupefied. Were these fleeing players really the same Demon's Heart experts they knew of? Normally, every one of Demon's Heart's members was an arrogant prick. They behaved as if they were entirely different creatures from other players. Even the members of Demon City's top 3 adventure teams were afraid of Demon's Heart's experts. Now, however, these same experts from Demon's Heart were actually fleeing from Shifeng like mice that had just come across a cat. This was definitely the first time such a situation had happened since Demon City's construction. Even when going up against battle wolves, Demon's Heart's experts had not retreated even an inch. Meanwhile, the shocking news of Rebellious Thunder's death and Demon's Heart's members' frantic retreat also quickly spread throughout Demon City. Chapter 25-33 Siege? Demon City, Demon's Heart's residence. Rebellious Thunder died? How is that possible? Standing inside the Darkness training room, Furious Heart was stunned when he heard his subordinates report. What happened? Previously, in order to frighten off Shifeng's team, he had specifically approved the decision to send Rebellious Thunder to meet with Shifeng to warn the swordsmen to leave Demon City and offer the possibility of a future partnership between their two guilds. Now, however, he had received news that not only had Shurfeng refused their kind offer, but Rebellious Thunder had also died. There must be some kind of miscommunication. Rebellious Thunder is a demon count. With his strength, let alone Zero Wings experts, he wouldn't have any problems going up against even the 5 great super guild's old monsters. Moreover, he was standing before Demon City's entrance. He should have still had the buff from the city's magic array. How could he possibly have been killed? The black-clad elder, who was a Tier 3 demon viscount, exclaimed in astonishment. Rebellious Thunder was one of Demon's Heart's strongest experts. While inside Demon City, he could fight even Tier 4 NPCs. It was also due to Rebellious Thunder's presence that the guild leader and vice-guild leader had left on a distant expedition without worrying about Demon City's affairs. Now, however, he was being told that Rebellious Thunder had died. How could he possibly believe this? News of this matter has already spread throughout the city. Moreover, the fight was recorded by many players. The Tier 3 assassin who had come to report on this matter said with a bitter smile as he faced Furious Heart and the other guild elders present. Previously, he had also denied the validity of this information when he received the report of his subordinate. However, after watching the battle videos going viral on the official forums, he had no choice but to believe it. He then shared one of the better videos recorded with the guild elders present. In the video, a 30-meter-tall black dragon could be seen sending the demonized Rebellious Thunder flying with a combat technique. Immediately afterward, the black dragon vaporized Rebellious Thunder and created a small canyon before Demon City using its dragon breath. When the video ended, silence fell over the entire training room. So, this thing was the cause of the previous shaking? Furious Heart's complexion turned grim as he gazed at the black dragon in the video. A dragon. Although the black dragon was only a Tier 3 infant dragon, it possessed astonishing strength. If the black dragon could kill even a monster like Rebellious Thunder in a single hit, aside from the guild leader and vice-guild leader Flaming Light, nobody in Demon's Heart posed a threat to it. Elder Heart, what should we do? If Black Flame is capable of killing even Vice Commander Thunder, I'm afraid he can kill me easily once he enters the city. Troubled Times said worriedly after witnessing the black dragon's strength. Troubled Times never dreamed that Shurfeng would have such a frightening trump card saved up. He had clearly fled to a demon territory already. Non-demon players couldn't use any berserk skills here. However, Shurfeng actually had the ability to transform his doppelganger into a dragon. For a moment, Troubled Times had a feeling that the main god system was playing a joke on him. Commander Troubled, you don't have to worry too much. Black Flame's trump card might be powerful, but the duration in which his doppelganger can remain in dragon form should be very limited. The transformation will last for a few minutes at most, Furious Heart said calmly. Moreover, he can only strut around outside Demon City. Without our invitation, he shouldn't even think of entering. All you need to do is rest inside our residence and wait until the tracking mark on you disappears. That's right. He is merely a human player. Even if he can summon a dragon, it is merely a Tier 3 dragon. It might be strong against players like us, but it is far from sufficient for dealing with the demon NPCs inside the city. Not to mention, Demon City still has a defensive magic array. Non-demon players without an invitation can't enter the city. You can relax and rest here, the black-clad demon Viscount Elder said, nodding in agreement with Furious Heart's words. Once the guild leader and vice-guild leader return, Black Flame is doomed. Rebellious Thunder's death was indeed surprising. The fact that Shurfeng could summon a dragon was even more shocking. However, this was only at the standard of players. Before the NPCs of God's domain, these things were nothing. Not to mention, they were currently standing inside Demon City. Demon City was far more powerful than the NPC cities found in the outside world. It had not only an army of demon NPCs defending it, but also the protection of one of the demon race's 72 great demon marquises. Let alone Zero Wing, even if all of the Ten Saints Empire's superpowers joined hands, they still wouldn't be capable of taking down Demon City. All Shurfeng's team could do was act arrogantly outside Demon City. Once Demon's Heart's main force returned, Shurfeng's team would have nowhere to run. That's a dragon we're talking about. Can Demon City's defensive magic array really stop it? Troubled Times could not help asking worriedly. He wasn't doubting Furious Heart. It was just that Feng was far too frightening. After all, the swordsman had survived an attack from a Demon King's hand. Troubled Times truly could not bring himself to relax in this situation. This is Demon City. A Tier 4 dragon might be a different story, but a Tier 3 dragon can, at most, roar at the city. We don't need to pay Black Flame any mind, Furious Heart assured him confidently. The other Demon's Heart members present rolled their eyes at Troubled Times' anxious behavior. The reason why demon players like themselves could establish themselves in the Ten Saints Empire was precisely the helplessness of the Empire's various superpowers against Demon City. Those superpowers could only watch from the sidelines as the city developed rapidly. Anyone who said that Feng could break through the city's defenses all by himself would be joking. While Troubled Times and Demon's Heart's elders were discussing this matter, the players residing in Demon City had gone into an uproar. Amazing! The Black Dragon actually managed to instant-kill Rebellious Thunder under Demon City's protection. This is the first time Demon's Heart suffered such a loss since Demon City's construction. It's no wonder Demon's Heart offered such an astronomical bounty before. Zero Wing really isn't a force to be trifled with. Even the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers are helpless against Demon's Heart. Just what kind of guild is Zero Wing? Due to Rebellious Thunder's death, the players inside Demon City grew interested in Zero Wing. Many adventurer teams had even started looking into Zero Wing in order to find out what kind of guild it was. As Demon City's resident players were making a fuss over this matter, Feng manipulated the Black Dragon and had it fly above Demon City and hover above Demon's Heart's residence. This situation created another stir among Demon City's resident players. What is he trying to do? He's not trying to break into the city, right? This is Demon City. How can players possibly enter it by force? He's probably trying to scare us. The players inside Demon's Heart's residence also quickly took notice of the 30-meter-tall Black Dragon. For a time, everyone there discussed the Black Dragon, wondering what Feng was trying to do. Elder Heart, the defensive magic array shouldn't have a problem stopping the dragon, right? Troubled Times could not help asking as he eyed the Black Dragon in the sky. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. You relax. If it's only capable of executing attacks like the one before, Black Flame shouldn't even think of getting into the city, even if he attacks for an hour continuously, Furious Heart replied. Turning to look at the Black Dragon in the sky, he continued in a disdainful tone, Vice Guild Leader Light has already received the news about Black Flame. He'll be returning with his team very soon. Black Flame can only act arrogantly for now. However, as soon as Furious Heart finished speaking, Feng's voice suddenly came from above the city. Troubled Times. Don't think that Demon City can protect you. In the next moment, a frightening amount of mana started gathering before the Black Dragon, the area within a 300-yard radius of the Black Dragon getting depleted of mana. First Sword, Light Shadow. Chapter 25-34, Frightened Demons. What? He's really going to siege the city? This is Demon City we're talking about. Is he insane? When the resident players of Demon City heard Feng's words, they were stunned. They never thought that Feng actually intended to attack Demon City directly. This revelation was as if someone had just told them that there were players seeking to attack the capital city of an NPC kingdom. This had to be a joke. In the next moment, however, the Black Dragon ruthlessly smashed its claw into the magic barrier protecting the city. The instant the claw started descending, it transformed into a gigantic phantom claw that blotted out the sky. Boom! The sky thundered and the earth shook when the phantom claw collided with the translucent barrier. The intense shockwaves even shattered the surrounding space like glass. The power of this claw attack was many times greater than that of the dragon breath the Black Dragon used before. What power! Regretful Wind, who had just exited the bar he visited, was shocked as he looked at the trembling magic barrier above him. Demon City's defensive magic array doesn't react so violently even when a Tier 4 NPC goes all out. Just how strong is that Black Dragon's attack? There was nobody in Demon City that did not know how strong Demon City's defensive magic array was. When Demon City was first constructed, the Ten Saints Empire had once dispatched an NPC army to attack it. Back then, however, even when multiple Tier 4 NPCs bombarded the city's defensive magic array with everything they had, the magic array didn't vibrate at all. The NPC army broke through the city's defensive magic array only with the help of a Tier 5 divine official. The Black Dragon Shurfeng summoned, on the other hand, was only Tier 3. At best, its strength should only be on par with Tier 4 NPCs. Now, however, the Black Dragon had actually made Demon City's magic barrier shake so violently with just a single attack. This situation was simply unbelievable. Insane. He must be insane. Flame Feather was confused when she saw the Black Dragon bombarding the city's magic barrier. By attacking the magic barrier, he's basically declaring his intent to siege the city. Even Battle Wolves didn't dare do such a thing. With this, Demon's Hearts members won't be the only ones taking action. Demon City's NPCs will take action as well. Does Black Flame not know this? It might be fine if Demon City were just a guild city. After all, guild cities fully belong to players. However, NPCs partially own Demon City. This was why demon players like herself were confident that there were no players capable of threatening Demon City's continued existence at this stage of the game. Back when Battle Wolves sent its army on a crusade against Demon City, it had only set out to kill the demon players operating around Demon City, which would, in turn, weaken Demon City's strength. It had never intended to attack Demon City directly. Now, however, Shurfeng had actually attacked Demon City's magic barrier. He was simply tired of living. Meanwhile, inside Demon's Heart's residence, when Troubled Times saw the city's magic barrier still standing despite suffering multiple attacks from the Black Dragon, he breathed out a sigh of relief. Previously, he had very nearly thought that Shurfeng would shatter the city's magic barrier. Fortunately, the Black Dragon's attacks were only making the barrier tremble. In other words, the Black Dragon's attacks were still within the barrier's range of tolerance. He really took action? Furious Heart was stunned by this situation. He never thought that Shurfeng would actually attack Demon City directly. Ha ha ha. He's doomed now. By the time the Vice Guild leader returns, the city's great demon NPCs would have long since taken care of him. Laughed the black-clad elder standing beside Furious Heart. Originally, their side had been helpless against Shurfeng. The only thing they could do was hide inside Demon City's protection and await their Vice Guild leader's team's return. However, Shurfeng had lost all reason and actually launched an attack on Demon City. With this, all they needed to do now was sit back and watch the city's great demon NPCs dispose of Shurfeng. These great demon NPCs were much stronger than human NPCs. The demon monarch that ruled the city was even a frightening existence on par with the heroes of humans. Current players would be helpless against him. Guild leader. At this moment, let alone the resident players of Demon City, even Blue Frost and the others following after Shurfeng were stunned by this situation. In their opinion, it would have been perfect if they could somehow sneak into Demon City and leave swiftly. They never thought that Shurfeng would actually take direct action against Demon City. However, before Blue Frost and the others could react, over a dozen great demons flew out of Demon City. Not only were all these great demons at level 130 or above, but they also radiated a stifling aura. This was especially true for the dignified man flying in the lead of the group of great demons. The man wore exquisite, crimson armor and held an icy war axe in his hand. And surprisingly, he looked nothing like a demon and very much like a human. However, if one used an identification skill on this man, they would discover that he wasn't human at all but a bona fide demon. Moreover, he was a great demon with an extremely prestigious bloodline. Morpheus, Demon Monarch, Great Demon, 2-star Demon Marquis, level 135 HP 700, 000, 000/700, 000, the great demons quickly surrounded the Black Dragon, leaving it with no room to escape. Dragon, this is the demon race's city. You don't belong here, Morpheus declared in a cold tone as he looked at the Black Dragon. Meanwhile, upon hearing Morpheus's words, the resident players of Demon City promptly went into an uproar. Quick, look, Our city lord is taking action. Black Flame is overestimating himself. Not only did he offend Demon's heart, but he also dared to touch Demon City. He's doomed now. Black Flame really is courageous. However, I wonder how long he'll be able to stand up against Morpheus? NPCs rarely took action against players. Hence, many players were curious to see the strength of NPCs, especially demon NPCs. Now that there was an opportunity to watch demon NPCs fight a monster-level expert like Sherfong, everyone naturally grew excited. In response to this situation, Demon's Hearts members started smiling. With over a dozen Tier 4 great demons taking action, even a Tier 4 hero should not dream of escaping unharmed, let alone a Tier 3 player like Sherfong. However, while Demon's Hearts members were feeling elated over Sherfeng's foolish behavior, a sigh came from the Black Dragon. Sure enough, it is impossible to destroy this magic barrier using only the strength of a Tier 3 dragon. It seems I have no choice but to get serious. Although Sherfong had spoken in a calm tone, when his voice was relayed through the Black Dragon, it had been loudly amplified. As a result, everyone inside Demon City heard him very clearly. What does he mean? He still hasn't gotten serious until now? An act. He's definitely putting on an act. When Demon's Hearts members heard Sherfeng's words, they instinctively thought that he was putting on an act and that he was actually at his wit's end already. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. You what? He still has a trump card he hasn't used. Regretful Wind, however, did not think that Sherfong was boasting. At the same time, though, he also felt that the swordsman couldn't possess a trump card stronger than the Black Dragon. However, before anyone could deduce anything from Sherfeng's words, the Black Dragon suddenly disappeared, leaving Sherfong himself in its place. At this moment, though, Sherfong held a thick, ancient tome in his hands, and this tome woke an instinctual fear in every demon player in the city. Damn it! Why is it in your hands? Morpheus's complexion changed dramatically when he saw the ancient tome that Sherfong held. Before the demon players present could react to the situation, Morpheus turned around and fled back into Demon City. Moreover, he wasn't alone. The dozen or so other great demons also revealed fearful expressions as they zoomed back to the city. Chapter 25-35 Silent Demon City. They're running? What's up with these demon NPCs? Seeing Morpheus and the other demon NPCs suddenly turning around and fleeing left Demon City's resident players confused. The NPCs had surrounded Sherfeng's Black Dragon and were even prepared to take action against it. In the end, however, they had fled as soon as Sherfong himself appeared before them. What was going on here? At this moment, let alone Demon City's resident players, even Demon's Hearts members, who held actual authority over Demon City, were stunned by this situation. What did he do? Why are the demon NPCs afraid of him? Furious Heart was astounded as he stared at Sherfong, who was currently chanting an incantation in the sky. The intellect of Tier 4 demon NPCs was not the slightest bit inferior to players. It was almost impossible for players to gain any advantage over them. Before these demon NPCs, current players were nothing but a joke. These demon NPCs could squash current players like ants. Not to mention, these demon NPCs had remained calm even when fighting a Tier 5 divine official. Moreover, in the end, they had repelled the Ten Saints Empire's NPC army, allowing Demon City to establish a foothold in the Empire. Now, however, these demon NPCs actually fled like startled mice. However, before Furious Heart could figure out what was going on, Sherfong finished chanting the final verse of his incantation. His gaze then locked on to a nearby level 134, Tier 4 Demon Viscount, who served as the captain of Morpheus's personal security team. In the name of the ruler of demons, submit to my will. Pitch-black chains suddenly appeared around the level 134 guard captain, giving off an indescribable pressure that made all the demon NPCs and demon players shudder involuntarily. No, don't take away my will. The guard captain shouted as it struggled intensely to repulse the assault of the pitch-black chains. Unfortunately, all its efforts were futile, as the pitch-black chains simply ignored the guard captain's resistance and merged with its body. In the next moment, the struggling guard captain turned sluggish, and its eyes became cloudy. It was as if the guard captain had just had its soul sucked away. What did he do? He actually managed to deal with a bona fide Tier 4 demon Viscount with just one move? Every demon player present gaped in shock at this scene. This was a Tier 4 NPC of Demon City. The combat power it possessed far exceeded that of Tier 4 great demons in the outside world. Not to mention, the demon NPC in question was even a great demon that held the rank of Viscount. Its strength practically rivaled that of Tier 4 heroes. Now, however, the demon in question had actually stopped moving. It worked. Shifeng breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw the guard captain stop moving. The Bible of Darkness held considerable deterrence over demons. In its current state, only Demon King-level demons could resist its power. Demons beneath Demon Kings would instinctively fear the Bible. However, using the Bible of Darkness to take control of demons was not easy. On the surface, the Bible of Darkness's demon ruler had a 12% chance of successfully controlling a demonic creature, so long as the target was not more than 30 levels and 2 tiers higher than the user. In reality, however, the stronger the targeted demon, the lower the chances of controlling it. With Shifeng's current self, if he tried to control Morpheus, who was a demon marquis, his chances of success would most likely be lower than 1%. This was why he had chosen the Viscount-ranked guard captain as his target. Even so, Shifeng never thought that he would successfully control the guard captain on the first try. Hence, he had planned on multiple attempts. After all, Demon Ruler had a cooldown of only 5 minutes. If once was not enough, he could simply try a second or third time. As for the possibility of the demon NPCs of Demon City attacking him, he didn't have to worry about that at all. The Bible of Darkness held an absolute suppression over demonic creatures, although this suppression was not particularly effective against demon players. So long as he held the Bible of Darkness, all demonic creatures below Tier 6 would fear him. Tier 5 Demon Kings were no exception. Not only would these demonic creatures have their basic attributes drastically decreased, but even their intellect would be affected quite significantly. Moreover, if worst comes to worst, he still had the 7 Luminaries ring. He could escape to safety whenever he wanted to. Hence, he did not fear Demon City's NPCs at all. These factors were why he dared come to Demon City. After Shifeng took control of the guard captain. However, the other fleeing demon NPCs promptly halted their retreat and turned to glare at Shifeng and the controlled guard captain, vigilance and rage burning in their eyes. It seems these demons are aware that I can use Demon Ruler only once within a short period, but are afraid of recklessly approaching me due to their hypersensitive nature. Shifeng smiled as he swept a glance at the vigilant demon NPCs. Unfortunately, you are already too late. After saying so, he controlled the black dragon and had it fly over to his side. He then had it launch another attack at Demon City's magic barrier. What? He's still trying to attack the magic barrier? I don't know why the demon NPCs are so afraid of him, but he is still 100 years too early if he thinks he can destroy Demon City's barrier. Demon's Heart's members were very surprised by Shifeng's ability to terrify the demon NPCs. However, that was it. Their emotions were limited to surprise. After all, while the demon NPCs were afraid to leave the city to deal with Shifeng still could not enter Demon City. However, as soon as Demon's Heart's members finished speaking, the demon guard captain that had turned sluggish suddenly started moving. And to everyone's surprise, the guard captain cast the Tier 4 Cursed Dark Star at the same point that the black dragon had attacked. In the next moment, the black dragon's claw smashed into the magic barrier's outer surface. At the same time, a gigantic, pitch-black star also smashed into the magic barrier's inner surface. Boom! Upon receiving attacks from both inside and outside, the defensive magic array instantly shattered. Cracks bloomed all over the magic barrier that protected Demon City. Pung, pung, pung. In just a few seconds, the cracks had extended throughout the magic barrier. When looking up from Demon City right now, the spectating demon players found themselves looking at a cracked sky. Silence. Absolute silence. At this moment, as if time had frozen for Demon City, every player residing in the city was gazing at the sky in stunned silence, both their eyes and mouths wide open. Just then, A series of system notifications entered the ears of all demon players operating within the Burning Forest region, the emotionless voice of the system echoing in their minds for a long time. 2536 Slaying Troubled Times, Chapter 2536 _ Troubled Times Burning Forest Region System Announcement. Human players have broken through Demon City's defensive magic array. All demon players based in Demon City will have their city reputation reduced by 10 points and city contribution by 3,000 points. Boost to Power of Darkness will also be reduced by 20%. Burning Forest Region System Announcement. Demon City's defensive magic array has been broken. Ruling Guild of the city will have its popularity reduced by 5,000 points. All benefits provided by Demon City will be halved for 7 natural days. All quests given out in Demon City will have their rewards reduced by 30%. The system announcement repeated throughout the Burning Forest 3 times, causing a deathly silence to befall the forest. Someone broke through Demon City's defensive magic array? Didn't they say that even the 10 Saints Empire's NPC army was helpless against Demon City? How could players possibly break through the city's defensive magic array? Who did it? Could it be those people Demon's Heart placed a bounty on before? The demon players grinding and questing inside the Burning Forest were flabbergasted by the system announcement. Some players even fell into a daze in battle and nearly got themselves killed by monsters. Since Demon City's construction until now, aside from Battle Wolves, no power or player had truly managed to put pressure on Demon City. Now, however, not only did someone put pressure on Demon City, but they had even destroyed the city's defensive magic array. This was simply unbelievable. The shock the demon players felt upon receiving this piece of information was akin to human players hearing about some other player breaking through the defenses of a kingdom's capital. It was simply unthinkable. Meanwhile, inside Demon City, the resident players remained in a daze long after the incident, like robots that had jammed. Their mouths kept opening and closing wordlessly as they stared up into the empty sky above them. Damn it! How did he do it? This is a main city-level defensive magic array. As Furious Heart stared at Feng hovering in the sky, unprecedented shock filled him. He never imagined that Feng would actually succeed in destroying Demon City's defensive magic array. Back when the 10 Saints Empire's army had attacked, it had taken a Tier 5 divine official to destroy the city's defensive magic array. The defensive magic array had stood strong even under the bombardment of over a dozen Tier 4 NPCs. Now, however, Feng, a Tier 3 player, had single-handedly destroyed the city's defensive magic array. Moreover, he had accomplished this feat with just one attack. This was definitely a bug. However, it was also almost impossible for the main god system to make an error. Even if there were an error in the system, it wouldn't be on such a monumental scale. What Furious Heart did not know was that, in God's domain, all magic arrays had weaknesses. The defensive magic array of major cities was no exception. They all had mana junctions that were much more fragile compared to the other parts of the magic array. Normally, though, ordinary players couldn't locate these weak points. Moreover, with how large a city-scale defensive magic array was, trying to find these weak points was akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. However, that was not the case for Feng. After he became an intermediate master magician, his understanding of magic arrays had reached completely new heights. Now, let alone Demon City's defensive magic array, even if faced with a main city-level defensive magic array of a kingdom that had been in existence for over a century, he was still confident he could find the magic array's weak points. Previously, Feng had planned to break through Demon City's defensive magic array by having the Black Dragon attack the magic array's weak points. However, the damage tolerance of the weak points exceeded the amount of damage the Black Dragon could inflict. As a result, the Black Dragon only managed to shave off a certain amount of the magic array's energy reserves with its attacks. However, after gaining control over the Tier 4 Demon Guard Captain, he was able to have the Guard Captain and Black Dragon attack the same location simultaneously, thereby combining their strength and executing an attack that exceeded the magic array's damage tolerance. Only then did he succeed in instantly shattering Demon City's defensive magic array. If not for the Guard Captain falling into his control, he really would have been helpless against Demon City. Meanwhile, as everyone remained stunned by this unexpected development, Feng, who had Gale domain activated, flew to the space above Demon's Heart's residence. He then quietly observed the crowded residence below him. Troubled Times, it's your turn now, Feng said when he spotted Troubled Times, ignoring the tens of thousands of Demon's Heart members around. Feng's words were akin to a death knell. Upon hearing these words, Demon's Heart's members could not help but turn to look at Troubled Times, who stood at a corner of the residence's plaza, pity appearing in their eyes. Troubled Times should have been safe after escaping to Demon City. Now, however, that was no longer true. If Feng could destroy even Demon City's defensive magic array in a single attack, who could possibly stand up to him? Even if Feng had relied on the strength of the Demon Guard captain to accomplish this feat, this could also be considered a portion of the swordsman's strength. After all, not everyone was capable of controlling a Tier 4 Great Demon, a demon NPC at that. Black Flame, you'd better not go too far. This is Demon's Heart's residence. Furious Heart bellowed when he saw that Feng was completely ignoring Demon's Heart's members. You've already destroyed Demon City's defensive magic array and caused Demon's Heart's prestige to plummet. If you kill Troubled Times, you'll make an out-and-out enemy of Demon's Heart. You'd better think this through clearly. Feng's strength was indeed terrifying. However, Demon's Heart was not an existence to provoke easily. It was the first dark guild in God's domain to establish a city for demons. In an era where dark powers were flourishing, even super guilds would not dare to offend Demon's Heart casually. Demon's Heart might not have the ability to deal with a monster like Feng, but Zero Wing was a different story. A guild was different from an individual. A guild was an organization made up of thousands, and possibly even millions of players. So long as Demon's Heart slaughtered Zero Wing's other members, even if Feng remained unharmed, Zero Wing would still fall into ruin. This was also the reason why the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers chose to take a step back when dealing with Demon's Heart. So what? Do you think Zero Wing is a guild you can casually provoke? Feng said as he glanced askance at Furious Heart. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU the Black Dragon immediately descended from the skies and appeared above Troubled Times. It then swiped a claw at the Berserker. Light Shadow. No! When Troubled Times saw the mountain-like claw smashing down toward him, he instinctively activated demonification, followed by a life-saving skill to protect himself. Unfortunately, before a Tier 3 dragon, a Tier 3 demon player like Troubled Times was no different from an ant. When the Black Dragon's claw came into contact with Troubled Times, the Berserker got crushed into the ground and died just like that. Chapter 2536_Slaying Troubled Times Burning Forest Region System Announcement. Human players have broken through Demon City's defensive magic array. All demon players based in Demon City will have their city reputation reduced by 10 points and city contribution by 3,000 points. Boost to Power of Darkness will also be reduced by 20%. Burning Forest Region System Announcement. Demon City's defensive magic array has been broken. Ruling Guild of the city will have its popularity reduced by 5,000 points. All benefits provided by Demon City will be halved for 7 natural days. All quests given out in Demon City will have their rewards reduced by 30%. The system announcement repeated throughout the Burning Forest 3 times, causing a deathly silence to befall the forest. Someone broke through Demon City's defensive magic array? Didn't they say that even the Ten Saints Empire's NPC army was helpless against Demon City? How could players possibly break through the city's defensive magic array? Who did it? Could it be those people Demon's Heart placed a bounty on before? The demon players grinding and questing inside the burning forest were flabbergasted by the system announcement. Some players even fell into a daze in battle and nearly got themselves killed by monsters. Since Demon City's construction until now, aside from Battle Wolves, no power or player had truly managed to put pressure on Demon City. Now, however, not only did someone put pressure on Demon City, but they had even destroyed the city's defensive magic array. This was simply unbelievable. The shock the demon players felt upon receiving this piece of information was akin to human players hearing about some other player breaking through the defenses of a kingdom's capital. It was simply unthinkable. Meanwhile, inside Demon City, The resident players remained in a daze long after the incident, like robots that had jammed. Their mouths kept opening and closing wordlessly as they stared up into the empty sky above them. Damn it! How did he do it? This is a main city-level defensive magic array. As Furious Heart stared at Shurfeng hovering in the sky, unprecedented shock filled him. He never imagined that Shurfeng would actually succeed in destroying Demon City's defensive magic array. Back when the Ten Saints Empire's army had attacked, it had taken a Tier 5 divine official to destroy the city's defensive magic array. The defensive magic array had stood strong even under the bombardment of over a dozen Tier 4 NPCs. Now, however, Shurfeng, a Tier 3 player, had single-handedly destroyed the city's defensive magic array. Moreover, he had accomplished this feat with just one attack. This was definitely a bug. However, it was also almost impossible for the main god system to make an error. Even if there were an error in the system, it wouldn't be on such a monumental scale. What Furious Heart did not know was that, in God's domain, all magic arrays had weaknesses. The defensive magic array of major cities was no exception. They all had mana junctions that were much more fragile compared to the other parts of the magic array. Normally, though, ordinary players couldn't locate these weak points. Moreover, with how large a city-scale defensive magic array was, trying to find these weak points was akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. However, that was not the case for Shurfeng. After he became an intermediate master magician, his understanding of magic arrays had reached completely new heights. Now, let alone Demon City's defensive magic array, even if faced with a main city-level defensive magic array of a kingdom that had been in existence for over a century, he was still confident he could find the magic array's weak points. Previously, Shurfeng had planned to break through Demon City's defensive magic array by having the Black Dragon attack the magic array's weak points. However, the damage tolerance of the weak points exceeded the amount of damage the Black Dragon could inflict. As a result, the Black Dragon only managed to shave off a certain amount of the magic array's energy reserves with its attacks. However, after gaining control over the Tier 4 Demon Guard Captain, he was able to have the Guard Captain and Black Dragon attack the same location simultaneously, thereby combining their strength and executing an attack that exceeded the magic array's damage tolerance. Only then did he succeed in instantly shattering Demon City's defensive magic array. If not for the Guard Captain falling into his control, he really would have been helpless against Demon City. Meanwhile, as everyone remained stunned by this unexpected development, Shurfeng, who had Gale Domain activated, flew to the space above Demon's Heart's residence. He then quietly observed the crowded residence below him. "Troubled Times, it's your turn now," Shurfeng said when he spotted Troubled Times, ignoring the tens of thousands of Demon's Heart members around. Shurfeng's words were akin to a death knell. Upon hearing these words, Demon's Heart's members could not help but turn to look at Troubled Times, who stood at a corner of the residence's plaza, pity appearing in their eyes. Troubled Times should have been safe after escaping to Demon City. Now, however, that was no longer true. If Shurfeng could destroy even Demon City's defensive magic array in a single attack, who could possibly stand up to him? Even if Shurfeng had relied on the strength of the Demon Guard Captain to accomplish this feat, this could also be considered a portion of the swordsman's strength. After all, not everyone was capable of controlling a Tier 4 Great Demon, a demon NPC at that. Black Flame, you'd better not go too far. This is Demon's Heart's residence. Furious Heart bellowed when he saw that Shurfeng was completely ignoring Demon's Heart's members. You've already destroyed Demon City's defensive magic array and caused Demon's Heart's prestige to plummet. If you kill Troubled Times, you'll make an out-and-out enemy of Demon's Heart. You'd better think this through clearly. Shurfeng's strength was indeed terrifying. However, Demon's Heart was not an existence to provoke easily. It was the first dark guild in God's domain to establish a city for demons. In an era where dark powers were flourishing, even super guilds would not dare to offend Demon's Heart casually. Demon's Heart might not have the ability to deal with a monster like Shurfeng, but Zero Wing was a different story. A guild was different from an individual. A guild was an organization made up of thousands, and possibly even millions of players. So long as Demon's Heart slaughtered Zero Wing's other members, Even if Shifeng remained unharmed, Zero Wing would still fall into ruin. This was also the reason why the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers chose to take a step back when dealing with Demon's Heart. So what? Do you think Zero Wing is a guild you can casually provoke? Shifeng said as he glanced askance at Furious Heart. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU the Black Dragon immediately descended from the skies and appeared above Troubled Times. It then swiped a claw at the Berserker. Light Shadow. No! When Troubled Times saw the mountain-like claw smashing down toward him, he instinctively activated demonification, followed by a life-saving skill to protect himself. Unfortunately, before a Tier 3 dragon, a Tier 3 demon player like Troubled Times was no different from an ant. When the Black Dragon's claw came into contact with Troubled Times, the Berserker got crushed into the ground and died just like that. Chapter 2537. Single-handedly suppressing Demon's Heart when Troubled Times died. Silence blanketed Demon City again as everyone stared at Shifeng hovering in the air. He killed him just like that? The city's independent players had never thought Shifeng would dare attack a player in the middle of Demon's Heart's residence. Yet he had done so without the slightest hesitation. He acted as if the Dark Guild's members were nothing of consequence. He's done it. Blue Frost and the other Zero Wing members from the Dark Den, who had watched the scene play out through a magic mirror, were especially dumbfounded. They had never imagined that Shifeng would successfully kill Troubled Times. Moreover, their guild leader had done so as Demon's Heart's members watched. Blue Frost and his comrades felt as if they were dreaming. They would have already been amazed if they managed to sneak into Demon City and assassinate Troubled Times. But Shifeng had boldly and openly slain his prey, while Zero Wing's Dark Den members were stunned. Furious Heart, who stood within Demon's Heart's residence, shot Shifeng a furious look, his rage burning clear in his eyes. Black Flame, you and your entire guild are dead. Not even our guild leader will let you get away with killing someone in our residence, let alone Vice Guild Leader Flaming Light. Furious Heart bellowed. He hadn't actually expected Shifeng to attack Troubled Times without a second thought. The attack had been so sudden that he hadn't even had the time to try to save the Berserker. A guild residence was a guild's most treasured location. If word spread that Demon's Heart couldn't even protect a single player within its residence, the Dark Guild's reputation would suffer. Is that so? Shifeng asked, indifferently glancing down at Furious Heart. Feel free to test us. Zero Wing is ready for whatever you can throw our way. If you have nothing else to say, I'll be taking my leave. Every player in the residence went into an uproar after hearing Shifeng's blatant disregard for their guild. Crap! This bastard is too arrogant. Elder Heart, let's attack him together. I refuse to believe that we can't end his miserable life. The guild elders in the residence were incensed, and they tried to persuade Furious Heart to move against the swordsman as a unit. Troubled Time's death was humiliating for Demon's Heart, and if they allowed Shifeng to leave safely, nothing would remain of the guild's reputation. No, let him go. Furious Heart growled through gritted teeth, gesturing for the guild elders to back away. When Shifeng realized that none of the Dark Guild's members intended to strike, he turned and flew away from the residence and Demon City. Are you just going to let him go, Heart? The black-clad Viscount Elder demanded as he watched Shifeng fly off. Do you really think that I don't want to take his life right this instant? Furious Heart hissed, glaring at the black-clad Elder. Rather, do you think that any one of you is strong enough to kill him? Rebellious Thunder was the strongest player in Demon City right now, but if Shifeng could even slay Rebellious Thunder, what could they, who hadn't even reached Demon Count rank, possibly achieve by fighting that swordsman? Don't we have the Demon Guards? I refuse to believe that he can survive a battle against over a dozen Tier 4 Demon Guards. The black-clad Elder argued. The Demon Guards in question weren't like the demon NPCs that had surrounded and subsequently fled from Shifeng. Demon's Heart didn't have any control over the city's NPCs, but its Demon Guards were a different story. If they paid the appropriate price, their Demon Guards would do everything in their power to take Shifeng down. The black-clad Elder had also estimated that Shifeng could only control one demon NPC with whatever means allowed him to do so. Controlling multiple Tier 4 demons should be impossible. If they sent over a dozen Tier 4 demon guards to surround Shurfeng, he wouldn't stand a chance, even with the demon guard captain on his side. Ending the swordsman within Demon City was entirely possible. Do you assume that I haven't thought of that? Furious Heart shot back, rolling his eyes at the elder. Grimly, he continued, I considered mobilizing the demon guards the moment Black Flame arrived above the residence. But when he did, the demon guards' basic attributes fell by 30%. They wouldn't even be able to deal with Black Flame in such a state, much less the demon guard captain under his control. Shurfeng was already as powerful as a Tier 4 being, which he had proven in the fight against Rebellious Thunder when they had clashed as equals. With 30% less basic attributes, the demon guards had no chance against Shurfeng. Shurfeng was a domain realm expert. Sending a bunch of dumb monsters with inferior attributes to take him out would be nothing more than a joke. But it's so frustrating watching him go unscathed, the black-clad elder hissed, gnashing his teeth as he watched Shurfeng's figure move farther away. Demon's Heart had gone to great lengths to earn the prestige it had enjoyed in Demon City only minutes ago. Now that Shurfeng had dealt such a severe blow, restoring their reputation would take ages if they simply allowed him to leave. So what if he leaves? I've already notified the guild leader and vice guild leader Light. Black Flame won't enjoy this victory for long, Furious Heart said, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Shurfeng's departing figure. At the moment, Demon's Heart was indeed helpless before Shurfeng, but once the guild leader and vice guild leader Flaming Light returned, it would be a different story. Those two individuals were the guild's true pillars of strength. Even the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers feared those two players' strength and the foundation they'd created for the Dark Guild, going as far as to form alliances in secret with Demon's Heart. Since Shurfeng had shredded Demon's Heart's reputation, the guild leader and vice guild leader wouldn't rest until the matter was settled. While Shurfeng flew away from Demon's Heart's residence, another commotion broke out among the city's residents. What? Demon's Heart actually let him get away? Weren't there quite a few Tier 4 demon guards stationed in Demon's Heart's residence? Why didn't the guild mobilize them? Is he even human? Shurfeng's safe departure from the Dark Guild's residence stunned Demon City's players. None of them had expected the invasion to end like this. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Demon's Heart was one of the top dark powers in God's domain, yet not only had Shurfeng single-handedly broken into Demon City, Demon's Heart's main headquarters, but he had also slain troubled times within the guild's residence. To top it all off, Shurfeng had flown away from the residence unharmed. No one would believe this story if they told it, and yet they had all watched it happen. Even more astonishing, Demon's Heart had remained silent during the entire process. Not one of the guild's members had tried to attack Shurfeng. They were all demon players, absolute dark players. Starting a fight with someone over the slightest offense was normal for them, especially for Demon's Heart's members. However, even the Dark Guild's members seemed afraid of a single human player. It was unbelievable. While Shurfeng departed from Demon City, news of the encounter spread like wildfire throughout the Ten Saints Empire. Chapter 2538 Ten Saints Empire Shaken. Correct decision. Ten Saints Empire, Heavenly Saint Capital City, Battle Wolves Residence. A man in crimson armor and covered in illusory flames sat quietly before a crimson greatsword with his eyes closed in the top-floor lounge of a guild hall that was nearly 100 meters tall. Although this man didn't make the slightest move, the sword and flames around it circled the man as if they had a life of their own. Divine runes began to appear in the air, one after another, attracting all of the ambient fire-type mana and suffusing it with the man. As more mana filled him, his aura grew more intense. After a few seconds, the man's aura was as intense as that of a Tier 4 being. He felt as he had transformed into a fire demon as brilliant flames filled the room. If Shurfeng saw this, he'd certainly be surprised. The man bathing in the crimson flames was none other than Sirius, one of Battle Wolves' old monsters. Not only did Sirius command Tier 4 strength, but his control of fire-type mana was also greater than Shurfeng's, who had mastered a mana technique. Sirius manipulated the mana like an extension of his own body, with utter and delicate control. Now, he could even control the flow of different streams of fire-type mana. When Sirius finally reopened his eyes, The crimson fire around him took on a white-blue hue, and the room's temperature instantly rose by several hundred degrees. Not even ordinary Tier 2 players could approach the man before they burned to death. "I've finally finished absorbing this Fire Saint bloodline. It's about time I pay Demon City another visit," Sirius said, smiling as he examined the blue divine runes on his arms. During the battle in the Burning Forest, Demon's Heart's Vice Guild leader, Flaming Light, had defeated him. He had initially given up hope of defeating Flaming Light anytime soon, but the guild had been fortunate enough to find an extremely rare advanced bloodline, the Fire Saint bloodline. At first, he had assumed the Fire Saint bloodline would only increase his strength by a fraction, but now that he had fully unified with it, he understood how terrifying it was. He was even confident that he could now barge into Demon City and walk out with his life, let alone exact his vengeance against Flaming Light. As Sirius prepared to leave the lounge, however, a tall, middle-aged man with an imposing aura burst in. This man was Everlasting War, who had previously served as the Glorious Lions battle team's leader. "Commander, we've just received an update regarding Demon City. The report states that not only has Black Flame broken into the city, but he's also slain Troubled Times, who had hidden within Demon's Heart's residence," Everlasting War announced. Troubled Times died inside Demon's Heart's residence? The news stunned Sirius, and for a moment, he wondered if he had misheard. He was already amazed that Shurfeng had his team had made it to Demon City. Despite dispatching an army of over 100,000 experts, Battle Wolves hadn't even caught a glimpse of the city's gate. But now, he learned that Shurfeng had broken into the city and killed Troubled Times within Demon's Heart's residence. It was astounding. Demon's Heart has lost most of its prestige in Demon City and now poses much less of a threat to the various superpowers. "Should we still head to Demon City, Commander?" Everlasting War asked Sirius, who wore a strange expression. News of Troubled Time's death had already spread throughout the Ten Saints Empire. Keeping the matter under wraps was impossible for Demon's Heart. Meanwhile, the situation had robbed Battle Wolves of the revenge it sought for the humiliation it had suffered. If the guild targeted Demon's Heart now, it would only earn the label of bully, tarnishing the guild's reputation further. "We no longer need to visit Demon City. Instead, we should visit Zero Wing," Sirius said. "To achieve such a feat, Black Flame is indeed impressive. Unfortunately, Demon's Heart isn't a trivial opponent, and Flaming Light is particularly troublesome. If that weren't the case, the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers would never have willingly allied with the Dark Guild." "Understood. I'll take care of the necessary preparations," Everlasting War said. After giving the matter some thought, he agreed with his commander's decisions. 2 or 3 days ago, Everlasting War would have thought Zero Wing had just won a major victory, but based on what information Battle Wolves had gathered, Demon's Heart had more power in level 100 neutral maps than Zero Wing could imagine. All Shurfeng had done was yank on the tiger's whiskers by tarnishing Demon's Heart's reputation. The act was both ignorant and foolish. Meanwhile, all of the various superpowers that learned of Shurfeng's accomplishments were similarly astonished. None of them had thought that Shurfeng would shake Demon City to its very foundations. The swordsman's strength was simply inhuman. Surprisingly, however, the Ten Saints Empire had remained extraordinarily calm despite the news. None of the various superpowers, which deeply hated demon players, had shown any movement. Not one of them had tried to kick Demon City while it was down. Rather, the Empire's superpowers had sent a large number of experts to Zero Wing's territories. This turn of events was indescribably strange. Have these superpowers gone mad, Vice Guild leader? They're not taking advantage of the situation to put pressure on Demon's Heart and are aiming for Zero Wing instead. The Tier 3 black-clad assassin beside Illusory Words said after examining the details the guild's information network had gathered. Did they miss the system announcement in the Burning Forest? The demon player's development speed in that area has substantially decreased. This is the perfect opportunity to strike. They haven't gone crazy, Illusory Words, who was busy sifting through the reports, replied, shaking her head. They've only made the correct decision. Correct decision? The statement confused the Tier 3 assassin. He didn't understand what Illusory Words meant by that. Since Shifeng had destroyed Demon City's defensive magic array, all of the city's demon players have suffered a 20% strength reduction. This was the best chance the various superpowers had to eliminate those demon players. Demon's Heart had stopped the Empire's various superpowers from acquiring as many resources from level 100 neutral maps. Those superpowers would only secure more if they suppressed the Dark Guild now. That's right, Illusory Word said, her lips twisting into a bitter smile. Very few of the various superpowers members are aware of how frightening Demon's Heart truly is. The Dark Guild has already allied with mythology, one of the 5 great superpowers. Both its overall strength and its foundations are far superior to Zero Wing's. Naturally, the various superpowers want to take advantage of Zero Wing, not Demon's Heart. Demon's Heart has actually partnered with mythology? Realization immediately dawned on the Tier 3 assassin. He was also surprised by how formidable Demon's Heart was. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU mythology was one of the 5 major titans in God's domain and far stronger than ordinary superpowers like Crimson Emperor. Ordinary super guilds couldn't even compare. If mythology were supporting Demon's Heart, the Dark Guild wouldn't have to worry about its development, even after the recent events. While the Ten Saints Empire's superpowers were busy attacking Zero Wing, a handsome man in white arrived at a mana-rich location outside of the Fire Dragon Empire. This man was Flaming Light, Demon's Heart's famous Vice Guild leader. Not long after his arrival, 2 level 107, Tier 3 peak experts intercepted him. "What business do you have here?" a Tier 3 shield warrior demanded, flashing Flaming Light a contemptuous look. "I have something I need to discuss with Vice Guild leader Cold Shadow. May I know if she has time to spare?" Flaming Light cordially asked. Chapter 2539, Abyssal Blades Fragment Cold Spring Forest, Stone Forest City. With troubled times dead, Shifeng returned to Stone Forest Town with the Hell Legion. He didn't linger in the Ten Saints Empire for a moment longer. The moment Hell Rush and his comrades entered Stone Forest City, the sight that greeted them left them stunned. Stone Forest City was a guild city, and normally only players visited guild cities in level 100+ neutral maps. NPCs rarely visited such guild cities, yet Stone Forest City was full of them. There was even a long line of NPC merchants waiting to enter the city at the main entrance. Calling the city an NPC city wouldn't be an exaggeration. Hell Rush was also stupefied when he saw the number and quality of players visiting Zero Wing City. He spotted several dozen Tier 3 players with a casual glance around the main street. Although the various superpowers had over 100 Tier 3 players at this stage of the game, and some even had several hundred, Tier 3 players were still a rarity as a whole. No matter where they went, they attracted a lot of attention. However, Tier 3 players in Stone Forest City were just as common as ordinary Tier 2 experts. "So, this is Zero Wing's Guild City?" Thunder Beast muttered, looking around him in astonishment. The Hell Legion had a total of 300 Tier 3 experts, which was a staggering number no matter where they went, but it was nothing in Stone Forest City. From what he could see, there were easily more than 1,000 Tier 3 experts wandering the city's main street alone. Even Blue Frost and Zero Wing's Dark Den members were stunned. Shelters in the Dark Den didn't even have more than 100 Tier 3 experts at this stage. They were still highly sought after in the Dark Denver. And yet, even a random street on Stone Forest City had more Tier 3 players than any of Dark Den's shelters. "Blue, you bastard. You kept us in the dark this. If we knew our guild had such a magnificent city, we would 1v joined Zero Wing long ago." A Tier 3 cursemancer, who had just joined Shelter 1 Zero Wing, scolded the Vice Guild leader as he admired the crowd of Tier 3 players. The cursemancer estimated that Stone Forest City easily had multiple times more Tier 3 players than all of the Dark Den. Ordinary players might not care how many Tier 3 players a town or city had, but it was a significant matter to someone who played a management role in Shelter 1. Every player's value was different, especially in towns and cities. A city could benefit from a Tier 3 expert far more than from a Tier 2 expert, particularly when it came to resources. Tier 3 experts simply had access to more and better quality resources than Tier 2 players because they could explore locations that were too dangerous for the weaker players. In a city full of Tier 3 experts, players unwittingly added resources to the town, even if they weren't a member of the ruling guild, which, in turn, attracted more experts. Another benefit came in the form of leveling. God's Domain's mainstream players had already reached level 100 and beyond, and after level 100, players needed far more EXP to reach each subsequent level. Players also needed to defeat much stronger monsters. Thus, they would need Tier 3 players' help if they wanted to level up quickly. This was also why the Dark Dens players preferred to develop in powerful shelters. With how many Tier 3 experts wandered Stone Forest City streets, these players' leveling speed would be incredible. The Dark Den's various shelters couldn't even imagine how fast these players reached their next level. If the Dark Den's players knew that Zero Wing ruled a guild city like this, every one of them would immediately try to join the guild. Blue Frost, however, did not have a good response for the Cursemancer's complaint. Although he had always known that Zero Wing was extraordinary, he had never dreamed that it was this powerful. However, Blue Frost and his companions didn't know that many superpowers had sent their experts to Stone Forest City precisely because of Shi Feng's recent performance in Demon City. In fact, the Ten Saints Empire superpowers had been some of the first. Not only had they sent a large number of scouts, but they had also sent quite a few guild upper echelons. Because of this, Stone Forest City's player population had reached an all-time high, and there was an unprecedented number of Tier 3 experts in the city. Meanwhile, 3 level 108 plus Tier 3 experts enjoyed Stone Forest City's specialty cuisine in a high-class restaurant's top-floor VIP room not far away from Zero Wing's residence, quietly observing Shi Feng's group as they entered. 2 of the 3 were Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade from the secret pavilion, while the third was a young woman in her mid-20s. If Shi Feng had known about this gathering, he'd be surprised. Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade were showing the woman deference. Even as she spoke to her companion, Purple Jade's eyes glowed with reverence and respect. Although she was the secret pavilion's #1 genius, she displayed no arrogance before the woman. So, he's Black Flame? He really is something. It's a pity he has offended Demon's heart. With his presence and Stone Forest City's assistance, it wouldn't have been long before Zero Wing had joined the realm of God's Domain's superpowers. Otherwise, the young woman with long, icy blue hair said as she watched Shi Feng disappear into Zero Wing's residence, smiling softly. Are you certain that you won't reconsider, Vice Guild Leader Dawn? Stone Forest City is now the #1 city in the Cold Spring Forest and several neighboring level 100 neutral maps. If you step forward, I'm sure Demon's heart will hold back against the city. Yuan Tianxin respectfully pleaded with the young woman. The woman before him was Dawn Jade, and he had nothing but respect for her. Dawn Jade was most likely to succeed the Secret Pavilion's guild leader in the future, and her current position was only second to the guild leader's. Before his assault on Demon City, I could understand why the guild leader had such an optimistic opinion of Zero Wing, but Elder Yuan, you know times have changed. The dark powers have far more influence over God's domain than they used to, especially Demon's heart, which stands at the peak of the many dark powers. But Black Flame mercilessly killed someone Flaming Light was protecting, and the various dark powers think this is a good opportunity to set an example for God's domain's various superpowers, Dawn Jade said. Sighing, she continued, Zero Wing has provoked far too many superpowers. Based on recent reports, aside from mythology, Flaming Light has begun to negotiate a partnership with Beast Emperor, who currently occupies the Yor Empire. Not even the guild leader can prevent Zero Wing's fall at this point. Black Flame only has himself and his stubborn nature to blame. I doubt even Netherworld Empire's Hell Legion can save his guild. Your people should prepare as well. I'm sure it won't be long before Demon's heart makes it move. But don't worry too much. I'll think of a way to retain our shares of Stone Forest City. Once Dawn Jade finished speaking, she made a cutting gesture with a hand, summoning a spatial gate. She then walked through the gate, vanishing from the restaurant. Silence dominated the room for a long time after the young woman's departure. Uncle Yuan, what should we do? If the Vice Guild leader won't help us, we won't have enough forces to defend Stone Forest City, even if we gather all of our players, Purple Jade asked. Few knew of the true terror of Demon's heart. Once the Dark Guild took action, Cold Spring Forest would become a nest for dark players. Flaming Light possessed the means to open a portal to a dark world, allowing the Otherworld's players to flood onto the main continent. This was the true reason that even super guilds were afraid of Demon's Heart. Only, Flaming Light wanted Demon's Heart to establish a stable foothold in God's domain, so he hadn't actually used this card. Once he did, he'd lose it, and he'd have to wage war against whichever superpower or superpowers his actions affected. Unfortunately, Flaming Light wouldn't hold back against Zero Wing, now that Shurfeng had damaged Demon's Heart's reputation so severely. With the guild's current strength, it would find threatening Zero Wing quite difficult. Thus, the chances of Flaming Light activating the portal in Cold Spring Forest were very high. The Dark World was far stronger than many other major Otherworlds, and it easily had a player population that could rival 2 or 3 empires. Moreover, every player in the Dark World was a Dark player. Once Flaming Light activated the portal in Cold Spring Forest, Stone Forest City would have to face a storm of Dark players. Its chances of surviving were practically non-existent. In fact, the portal's activation would also have an unprecedented impact on the nearby kingdoms and empires. I don't know. Let's just take one step at a time, Yuan Tiexin replied, and he couldn't help but glance in Shurfeng's direction, rolling his eyes. Rather than quietly developing Zero Wing, Shurfeng had gone through God's domain, making one enemy after another. Now, even the secret pavilion could save the guild. They could only watch as Zero Wing burned to the ground. During Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade's meeting in the nearby restaurant, Shurfeng had made his way to the second underground floor in Zero Wing's guild hall. After entering the core room, he activated the room's defensive magic array and sealed off the entire floor. He then carefully pulled a pitch-black blade from his bag, placing it on the central platform. The blade was none other than Rebellious Thunder's Cruel Darkness. Initially, Shurfeng hadn't paid the magic weapon Rebellious Thunder had dropped much mind. He had been utterly focused on killing the man at the time. However, while the Black Dragon had bombarded Demon City's defensive magic array, he had offhandedly collected Cruel Darkness from its previous wielder's ashes. When he had picked the magic weapon up, he had discovered that Cruel Darkness resonated with his Abyssal blade, which he had found endlessly exciting. 2 weapons only resonated in God's domain when both were a part of the original weapon. In other words, they were weapon fragments. As a magic weapon, the Abyssal blade was already ridiculously strong, powerful enough to rival fragmented legendary weapons in its current state. Hence, Shurfeng had been flabbergasted to learn that the Abyssal blade was only a fragmented weapon, not a complete one. If that were true, how strong would the complete weapon be? Would it become a fragmented legendary weapon? Or a legendary weapon? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. With this astonishing discovery occupying his thoughts, Shurfeng had slain troubled times before hurrying back to Stone Forest City. This should be safe enough. Hopefully, the fusion doesn't cause too much of a commotion. After examining Cruel Darkness, Shurfeng unsheathed the Abyssal blade, and as a result, he received a system notification. System: the Abyssal blade has discovered a fragment of the same origin. Do you wish to fuse the fragment with the Abyssal blade? Fuse them. Chapter 2540. Recasting. A sword of old Shurfeng's heart pounded nervously as he chose to fuse the 2 weapons. What he needed more than anything right now was a good weapon. His Abyssal blade and Killing Ray had been excellent weapons and better than most, if not all, of the various superpowers weapons before level 100. However, the various superpowers had begun collecting more top-tier weapons now that players had crossed that threshold. In fact, top-tier weapons had become so common that weapons of the Abyssal blade and Killing Ray's caliber were now a standard for players of his strength. Because of this, the Abyssal blade and Killing Ray were now his shortcomings, particularly the Abyssal blade. If he hadn't acquired multiple pieces of fragmented legendary equipment and an extraordinary bloodline, the various superpowers apex experts would have long since surpassed his basic attributes. Of course, fusing 2 weapon fragments in God's domain wasn't an easy task. The process was akin to recasting a weapon, but in this scenario, players had to fuse the 2 weapons before they could recast them, rather than simply recasting a single weapon. If the forger responsible for recasting the weapons didn't have a certain level of mastery, they could destroy both weapons. Of course, only the weapons would be destroyed. The fragments would remain, although one wouldn't be able to use them as weapons. After Shifeng agreed to fuse the Abyssal Blade and Cruel Darkness, both weapons instantly shattered, transforming into a cloud of ink-black dust. The cloud then solidified into the form of a rough sword hilt and blade. The two fragments looked nothing like they had a moment ago, but they both radiated frighteningly powerful auras that even made Shifeng shudder. For a moment, he faintly saw the phantom of a dragon head, spreading its jaws and threatening to devour him. They're just fragments, yet their auras are so powerful? Shifeng stared at the two weapon fragments in astonishment. The combined aura was even stronger than that of the Abyssal Blade when it was fully liberated. Shifeng found it really hard to imagine just how powerful the original weapon had been before it had broken. He estimated that it should have at least been legendary rank. He couldn't help the envy he felt. If he were dealing with a legendary weapon, he would have to be very careful. On the off chance that he made a mistake and the recasting failed, not only would he lose the Abyssal Blade, but he'd also have to search for more materials to try again. Naturally, he'd need legendary ranked materials. Legendary materials were incredibly rare in God's domain. Even the various superpowers of his previous life had struggled to collect a single set of legendary materials to recast a legendary weapon, not to mention Zero Wing. When he had first obtained Cruel Darkness, he had intended to seek out Ciliora for help with the recasting. A Grandmaster Forger was capable of producing legendary items, after all. Recasting a legendary item from weapon fragments should be a piece of cake for her. When he evolved the Abyssal Blade to Tier 3, however, even the Candlelight Trading Firm's defensive magic array had very nearly failed to contain the magic weapon's unrestrained aura. If recasting this weapon caused too much of a commotion and caught the public's attention, it could spell his doom. What lay before him was a magic weapon, and he was likely to face a backlash once the recast was complete. If that happened, he'd be at his weakest and vulnerable to attack. If the various superpowers happened to have experts stationed near White River City, he'd be doomed. Naturally, Ciliora, as an NPC, wouldn't try to protect him. At best, he'd have to rely on the city's NPC soldiers to fend off any hostile players. But by the time they responded to an attack, they'd be too late. Shifeng's worries weren't unfounded. Such instances had happened quite a few times in the past. Many players had assumed that they'd be safe in NPC cities when they upgraded their magic weapons, but in the end, other players had taken their lives, and they had still suffered their magic weapons backlash. After all was said and done, their characters had been crippled. Not wanting to take the risk, Shifeng decided to recast the weapon himself within Stone Forest City's walls. Fortunately, he was already an intermediate master forger. Even without Ciliora's help, he qualified to recast a legendary weapon. He then pulled a bunch of magic crystals from his bag and gradually fused the two weapon fragments. As the magic crystals disintegrated into mana and flowed into the fragments, the magic arrays carved on them began to regenerate. Unlike the recasting process, fusing the fragments was simple. Players merely needed to supply enough mana. The process was a slow one, although there was almost no room for unforeseen complications. Time quickly passed. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. After 4 hours, the fusion process wasn't even halfway complete. Crap! What kind of weapon is this? Shifeng's head ached as he watched the weapon fragments hungrily devour magic crystals. He had already spent 40,000 magic crystals over the past 4 hours. Yet the fusion process hadn't even reached 50%. These weapon fragments were practically bottomless pits for mana. Fusing these weapon fragments would likely require enough magic crystals to bankrupt a second-rate guild. If he hadn't returned to the eastern continent with over 200,000 magic crystals, the equivalent of a full day's income for the Starlight Fortress, he wouldn't have had enough. Just as he was about to take more magic crystals from his bag, he received a call request from Gentle Snow. After so long apart, not only had Gentle Snow reached level 109, but she also now radiated a special kind of mana. Shifeng would have assumed she had unlocked her mana body's full potential if he hadn't known better. He had to admit that he was impressed with her management of Stone Forest City while he had been gone. Not only had Gentle Snow perfected the city's defenses, but the guild also now had 130 Tier 3 experts. Zero Wing had already started raiding 100-man, level 100 team dungeons, and the guild's main force members had updated plenty of their weapons and equipment. Now, their equipment standards were only slightly weaker than the Hell Legion's experts. Guild leader, a group of dark players recently contacted me. They say they are from the dark world, and they wish to meet with you. Apparently, they wish to help us with our current predicament, Gentle Snow reported. Players from the dark world? Shifeng was a little surprised to hear the news. The dark world was a very special otherworld in that it hadn't formed naturally. Rather, ancient gods had created the dark world, and it was dominated by the laws of darkness. The dark players that resided in this otherworld were a far greater threat than any dark players on the main continent. When the dark world had connected to the main continent during Shifeng's previous life, the dark power's influence on the main continent had already reached its peak. Level 100+ neutral maps had become battlefields for dark and normal players, and many had fallen. Even some kingdoms and superpowers had been annihilated. However, before the planar gate between the dark world and the main continent had activated, no one had been able to leave the otherworld, other than the key holder. As far as Shifeng could remember, only Flaming Light held the key, and it was obvious that he hadn't yet activated the planar gate. Yet, players acting as residents of the dark world were looking for him. He found the situation strange. "Do you wish to meet them?" Gentle Snow asked. "This is interesting. Yes, I'll meet with them. Have someone receive them for now, and I'll head over once I've finished here," Shifeng replied, gazing at the weapon fragments before him. "All right, I'll inform them," Gentle Snow said, nodding before she disconnected the call. Shifeng then returned his attention to fusing the two weapon fragments. 60,000, 80,000, 90,000. When he sacrificed the 100,000th magic crystal, he heard the chime of a system notification. System. Fusion complete. Please begin recasting the weapon. With the system notification, Shifeng heard the deafening roar of a dragon from the fused weapon fragments. It was so powerful and startling that he stumbled back. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Suddenly, space around him began to darken, and stars twinkled with dim light. A black dragon, over 800 meters tall, appeared before Shifeng, and he instinctively froze under its gaze. The Black Dragon King? Shifeng stared, astonished. This was undoubtedly the strongest dragon he had ever seen. The Tier 5 dragons he had seen in the past seemed like children before this monster. The scene didn't last long, however, and Shifeng quickly found himself back in the quiet core room with only a tattered blade before him. Countless night-black particles circled the old weapon. System, you have 5 hours to recast the weapon before you. Attempt to recast a weapon fit for your use as much as possible. If the weapon's completion rate is lower than 70%, the recasting process will be deemed a failure. Chapter 2541. Blade Reshaping. 5 hours. Shifeng's expression darkened when he read the system announcement. While 5 hours wasn't exactly a short time, it wasn't particularly long either. It might be enough time if he were recasting an ordinary weapon, but he had to recast a potential legendary weapon. Furthermore, if the completion rate wasn't high enough, the weapon's attributes could be severely affected. He might end up turning a peerless weapon into just another top-tier weapon. With the 5 hours the system had provided, he only had a very limited number of times he could attempt the recast as well. Recasting weapons in God's domain wasn't as complicated as creating one from scratch. Players only needed to reshape and refine the weapon. However, Shifeng didn't have a design to work with, so he would have to determine the new weapon structure on his own. To make matters worse, he didn't know what materials the fragments had been forged with, which made it nearly impossible to take advantage of those materials' benefits. He'd have to work by trial and error, and achieving an ideal result would still be a major challenge. It seems I'll have to base the recast on the Abyssal Blade for now. Glancing at the system timer, Shifeng took a deep breath and activated the Philosopher's Hand, temporarily boosting himself to Advanced Master Forger. He then began to reshape the tattered blade into that of the Abyssal Blade. Any other player would find this task to be a nightmare and a disaster, but Shifeng, who had played God's Domain for more than a decade now, was a different story. Although he had never touched upon the forging arts during his previous life, he was knowledgeable about them. He had spent time chatting with many master forgers about how to best recast a weapon in his past. Once mainstream players had reached level 120, recasting weapons had become a common matter for the various players. Many level 120-plus dark gold weapons had been recast from epic weapons fragments, and once players collected all of the necessary fragments, they could recast them into an epic weapon once more. This had become one of the main sources of epic weapons for independent players. After innumerable recasts, players had discovered that one of the best ways to recast a weapon was to reshape it into one of the weapon fragment forms when they didn't know the original weapon structure. The weapon fragment's previous forms had been made with the involved materials in mind. Hence, it was highly likely that fragments had taken a form quite similar to that of the original weapon. All players needed to do was make some minor adjustments to the new weapon's structure. Feng wasn't familiar with cruel darkness, so reforming the weapon in its form was out of the question. Fortunately, he was quite familiar with the Abyssal blade, a weapon he had obtained not long after rejoining God's Domain. In fact, he was more familiar with its form than his other weapons. Feng spent around 30 minutes reshaping the rough blade into something that highly resembled the Abyssal blade, although this new weapon had a considerably longer blade. Couldn't even be considered a one-handed sword anymore, but a two-handed sword. Appraise! Feng began the appraisal, satisfied with his work, and as he did, the magic arrays covering the weapon activated, drinking in the ambient mana like a beast in the desert. The mana density around the long blade steadily rose. Feng watched, excitement blooming in his chest. He hadn't actually thought his first attempt would be a success. With this, making adjustments to the weapon would be much easier. However, not long after that thought, the system reported the appraisal results, and he wasn't sure whether he should laugh or cry when he saw them. System: weapon completion rate 40%. Do you wish to keep this outer shape? Even with only a 40% completion rate, the new Abyssal blade could gather so much mana around it, and its aura had become incredibly powerful. He didn't even dare imagine how powerful the sword would be if he reached a 70% or higher completion rate. However, this new weapon's exterior was already ideal, and his results would be limited if he tried to modify it. Could the original be a two-handed weapon like Cruel Darkness? Feng felt another headache brew as he considered the thought. Although he could recast the weapon into a one- or two-handed sword, recasting a one-handed weapon would be considerably more difficult if the original had been a two-handed weapon. While swordsmen could use two-handed swords, Feng wasn't as familiar with that fighting style. Suddenly switching to a two-handed sword would severely impact his combat power. Yet, if he forcefully recast a two-handed weapon into a one-handed sword, he'd be abandoning some of the original materials. One-handed weapons required far fewer materials, after all. However, doing so would affect the weapon's completion rate. With fewer materials, the weapon wouldn't be as powerful as it once had been, and depending on the materials he abandoned, the weapon's composition could be at risk, causing disharmony between the materials. He'd have to take all of these factors into account when recasting this weapon into a one-handed sword. Normally, only experienced Grandmaster Forgers could accomplish such feats. Not only did they have abundant experience, but they also possessed advanced skills that allowed them to discern the golden ratio among their materials. This was why Grandmaster Forgers could craft legendary items. After giving the matter some thought, Feng decided to conduct some experiments. He initially sacrificed 10% of the weapon's materials, but it left too few remaining, and the ratio was uncoordinated. The result was only a 23% completion rate, and the weapon was far weaker than the first recast. He had then sacrificed 20% of the materials, which was, again, too much, and as a result, the sword lacked strength. This time, the completion rate was a measly 16%. Feng attempted the recasting 8 more times. Although each reshaping attempt took less time, he never earned more than a 60% completion rate. Even his best attempt had stopped at 58%, a long way from the required 70% completion rate. As he continued to reshape the weapon, time flew by. He paused when he had little over an hour remaining of the 5-hour time limit. Factoring in the time he'd need to refine the weapon, he didn't have much left for reshaping attempts. Do I really have to give up on recasting a one-handed sword? Shifeng's mind was a jumble when he realized how little time remained. If he continued to aim for a one-handed sword, he wasn't likely to succeed in the time he had left. Ultimately, his recast would fail, and he'd have to search for more legendary materials to try again. Unfortunately, collecting a set of legendary materials with Zero Wing's current strength was a fool's dream. By the time Zero Wing managed to find them all, he would likely have found another weapon to suit him. However, even a high-quality two-handed sword would be useless to him, and he wouldn't likely have a chance to recast the final product into a one-handed sword again. He had only found a fragment of the Abyssal blade by chance. Who knew when he would come across another? Damn it! Abandoning 17% isn't enough, but 18% is too much. I don't have enough time for more precise experiments, either. Shifeng could not help but hesitate as he watched time slip away. After multiple experiments, Shifeng was certain that the golden ratio lay between 17% and 18%. He estimated that he'd need another 5 or 6 attempts to find the true golden ratio, but with only 1 hour left, he had time for, at most, 2 more reshaping attempts. It wouldn't be long before he'd have to refine the weapon. If he waited, the final product would be garbage, even if he reached a sufficient completion rate. I have no choice but to gamble, Shifeng thought, gritting his teeth. He then retrieved the Ice Dragon's Claw he had obtained from the Ice Dragon Heathweight and refined it. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The Ice Dragon's Claw was a legendary material, and Heathweight had only dropped 2. He had already used one to summon the Silver Dragon in the Starlight Fortress, which only left him with 1. He had been saving it to forge a customized epic weapon for one of his guildmates. Doing so would be quite easy even without an epic weapon design, and if he had a design, he could forge a fragmented legendary weapon with the Ice Dragon's Claw. Since he couldn't verify the material's golden ratio, abandoning too many materials for the final product would be too complicated. Hence, he had no choice but to make up for the gap with the Ice Dragon's Claw. It took Shifeng 10 minutes to refine the claw, transforming it into a dark blue crystal. He merged the crystal with the Abyssal blade, which added a white glow and a bone-chilling aura to the new weapon. Once the dark blue crystal had completely merged with the Abyssal blade, Shifeng appraised the sword. Please succeed. Shifeng silently prayed as he watched the system appraise the reshaped Abyssal blade. Chapter 2542 New Abyssal Blade. As the system began to appraise the weapon, the magic arrays on the new Abyssal blade simultaneously lit up. Not only did these arrays illuminate the entire room, but they also gathered the room's mana around the weapon. The Abyssal blade emitted another deafening dragon roar that echoed throughout the room. Roar! It was so powerful that Shifeng stumbled away from the weapon, and the magic arrays around the room's walls brightened, creating an additional barrier. Boom! The roar shook the dual-layered barrier violently, and it seemed as if the barrier would shatter at any second. As the roar faded, peace returned to the room, following which, a chill swept through the room, and even Shifeng, who had very high magic resistance, shuddered in the cold air. He felt as if he were standing in an icy tundra, and he could feel his body begin to freeze. What powerful mana! When Shifeng looked back at the new Abyssal blade, the origin of the chill, he could sense that it was only an effect of the weapon's magic arrays triggering. If even the automatically triggered arrays produced such a result, they'd reach a whole new level of power under his control. Before he could get a better feel of the new weapon's power, however, the arrays suddenly went dormant, and the room quickly returned to normal. System. Weapon completion rate 86%. Do you wish to keep this outer shape? 86%? Shifeng stared at the system notification in astonishment. He hadn't actually believed that his gamble would pay off, and in spades at that. The resulting completion rate was 16% higher than the base requirement, which completely exceeded his expectations. Once a weapon's completion rate reached the standard in God's domain, a higher percentage would yield hardly any bonuses to the displayed attributes. Rather, it would improve the weapon's hidden effects. Naturally, the higher the completion rate, the stronger the hidden effects would become. An 86% completion rate was by no means a low value. Less than 10% of God's Domain's weapons had an 80% or higher completion rate, with most hovering around the 75% threshold. Only 1% of all weapons in the game had an 85% or higher completion rate. And according to Shifeng's knowledge, the highest completion rate ever achieved when crafting a weapon was 94%. He had heard that the epic weapon's performance even rivaled a fragmented legendary weapon. Shifeng didn't even dare to dream of forging a weapon with a 90% completion rate. Only Grandmaster Forgers were capable of such a feat. He was merely an intermediate Master Forger, and had only reached Advanced Master rank due to the Philosopher's Hand. He had never expected to achieve an 86% completion rate. He immediately chose to keep this shape, and as he confirmed his decision, the new Abyssal blade gently landed on the central platform. Amazing! So, this is the power of the merged fragments. Surprise flashed in Shifeng's eyes as he took up the new Abyssal blade. The old and new Abyssal blades looked roughly the same on the outside, but the new weapon was much heavier than the old one. However, despite the increased weight, Shifeng felt far more compatible with this weapon than he ever had with the hilt in his hand. It felt as if the sword were an extension of his body. He could even feel the ambient mana flow through the weapon. With the new Abyssal blade in his hand, his mana sensitivity underwent a qualitative transformation. He wasn't a magical class player, and his mana sensitivity couldn't compare to theirs. Mana sensitivity might not be particularly useful for physical players, but it was useful to experts, especially those who were adept at manipulating magic arrays. Not only could players control magic arrays far more easily with greater mana sensitivity, but they could also locate arrays' weak points with less effort. Moreover, once one's mana sensitivity reached a certain level, players could shatter their opponent's skill or spell by manipulating the flow of mana in the air. They could even prevent opponents from using skills or spells at all. System. You have 30 minutes remaining. Please complete the recasting process as soon as possible. If the process fails, the weapon will disintegrate. Too close. I nearly ran out of time. Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the system notification, and he started to refine the new weapon. The refining process was much simpler than the reshaping process. He merely needed to add the blade's edge and polish the sword's magic arrays. As both an intermediate Master Magician and a temporary advanced Master Forger, these were simple tasks for him. He completed the process in less than 20 minutes. The instant Shifeng finished the new weapon, he heard the sound of another system notification. System. Weapon recasting successful. Please name your new weapon. Abyssal blade. Shifeng replied without hesitation. System. Naming successful. Recast weapon will be named the Abyssal blade. Do you wish to activate auto appraisal? Appraise. Shifeng answered. Letting the system appraise the weapon might not mean much to ordinary players, but to Shifeng, a master forger, it was a relatively useful tool that would grant him some forging proficiency. In fact, master forgers during his previous life had sometimes taken recasting commissions for free to gain more forging proficiency. As long as they were successful, the forger responsible would be awarded an abundance of proficiency. A master forger might save 1 or 2 days of work with one successfully recast weapon. System. Appraisal of the Abyssal blade is complete. Weapon completion rate is at 86%. Weapon rank is designated as Fragmented Legendary, rewarding 30,000 forging proficiency. The notification stunned Shifeng. Wonderful! It's upgraded to Fragmented Legendary rank. Shifeng looked at his new weapon, ecstatic. Although he had guessed that there was a high possibility of the end product reaching Fragmented Legendary rank, he couldn't help his joy after hearing his guess verified. A Fragmented Legendary weapon. He had quite a few Fragmented Legendary items on him, but none were weapons. They were only equipment pieces and accessories. The increased combat power they could provide was nowhere near that of a Fragmented Legendary weapon, and although he had been thinking of hunting one down for himself, acquiring such a weapon was easier said than done. Furthermore, he would have to find a compatible one-handed sword. Now that he finally had a Fragmented Legendary weapon that suited him perfectly, why wouldn't he be excited? Feng immediately called up the Abyssal Blades attribute panel. Normally, recasting a weapon significantly changed the weapon's attributes. The new weapon would no longer be what it once had been. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon, fragmented legendary rank, equipment requirement, strength 3000, agility 2000, attack power, 210% of strength attribute, attack speed, 2% of agility attribute, all attributes. Increases according to user's level, ignore levels plus 35 attacks have 70% chance to cause 250% damage, 40% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases damage by 2% to a maximum of 30%. When equipped, strength increased by 50%, agility increased by 50%, intelligence increased by 35%, endurance increased by 50%, attack speed increased by 50%. All effects of weapon-related skills increased by 20%. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. If wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 6. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment Tier 3. Can be evolved. Devour 4 God Crystals to evolve to Tier 4. Additional active skill 1. Darkness Bind, Tier 3. Binds all enemies within a 100-yard radius for 3 seconds and reduces their defense and magic resistance by 100% for 15 seconds cooldown. 40 seconds additional active skill 2. Darkness Domain, Tier 3. Converts an area of 200 yards around the user into a darkness domain. Weakens the senses of all enemies within the darkness domain and reduces enemies' basic attributes by 15%. While inside the darkness domain, the user may control up to 36 strands of power of darkness. Each strand carries force equivalent to 110% of the user's strength and causes 100% darkness damage. Duration: 60 seconds cooldown. 8 minutes additional passive Profound Inheritance. Mana Abyss, Tier 3. The higher the density of the mana surrounding the Abyssal Blade, the more power the weapon will exhibit. Power of the weapon can be increased up to 100%. Additional active Profound Inheritance. Black Dragon Soul, Tier 3. Grants the user the Black Dragon King Soul and transforms the user into the Black Dragon King. The higher the density of the surrounding mana, the higher the Black Dragon King's life rating will be. Can use the skill Dragon Breath. Duration: 10 minutes cooldown. 12 hours a sword recast from the fragments of an ancient, unknown weapon. The Black Dragon King's power has been sealed within the sword, although the Black Dragon King has cursed the weapon. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. If the wielder cannot suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 70%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. Unable to be destroyed. So strong. Not even Fire Dance's 1,000 transformations can compare to this. The new Abyssal Blade's attributes left Feng flabbergasted. With such attributes, doesn't this sword nearly rival legendary weapons? The new Abyssal Blade was like a combination of the old Abyssal Blade and Cruel Darkness. Even top-tier fragmented legendary weapons were likely weaker than the sword. When Feng wielded the Abyssal Blade, he felt that he could display Tier 4 power with a normal attack, even without using a mana technique. I had been worried about getting to Solomon's Swords fragments in Poison City, but with this, that shouldn't be a problem. Poison City was a level 120 secret land, and although it might be a challenge, even with his new weapon and the Hell Legion's help, it was no longer impossible. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. UA level 120 secret land. If level 100 team dungeons were a place for players to adapt to Tier 3, level 120 secret lands were treasure troves for Tier 3 experts. Within these secret lands, players could find ancient inheritances, including Tier 3 skill and spell books, as well as ancient potions that could help players unlock their mana body's potential. By the time Shadow had grown strong enough to raid level 120 secret lands during Feng's previous life, the various superpowers had long since swept through them, leaving only scraps for ordinary powers. If Zero Wing could start raiding level 120 secret lands now, The guild's ability to nurture Tier 3 players and help them unlock their mana body's potential would definitely surpass that of the various superpowers. His guild would become a true titan in God's domain. Now that my weapon is complete, it's time to meet with the players from the Dark World. Shurfeng sheathed the new Abyssal blade and left the underground core room. Chapter 2543, Determining Fate with Words. Stone Forest City, Zero Wings Residence. As Shurfeng parted the doors to the guild hall's top-floor reception room, he felt two sharp auras locking onto him, which kept track of his every move. The two who radiated these auras definitely had domain realm combat standards. When Shurfeng glanced into the room, he spotted three people. The two people that accompanied Gentle Snow were a man and a woman, both of whom radiated such dense darkness energy that it took on tangible form. Even players who normally couldn't sense darkness energy could see a layer of black fog around the two players. The woman looked like she was in her early 30s and was a rare Dark Knight class. She was also a member of the rarer Dark Wolfkin race. Her aura was only slightly weaker than Gentle Snow's, who wore a piece of fragmented legendary equipment. The elderly man beside her garbed himself in pitch-black robes and held a black staff. He had long, pointed ears and tainted the room's mana with an icy, dark aura. Ordinary Tier 2 magical class experts would find the mana here difficult to manipulate. A fallen half-elf? A hint of surprise flashed in Shurfeng's eyes. Mana loved the elven race, and they were born with an extraordinary affinity for manipulating it. However, God's domain had a group of elves that had fallen to darkness in pursuit of mana's limits. They were known as fallen elves, and all natural elves relentlessly hunted them down. Fallen elves were unusual in God's domain, and players that successfully converted to the fallen half-elf race were even rarer. Of course, any superpower would target a fallen half-elf for recruitment. Fallen half-elves had an even stronger affinity for mana than ordinary half-elves, and their affinity for and control over the power of darkness was especially impressive. They could practically rival pure elves. Elves might not compare to dragons, but they were one of the top races in God's domain with far greater growth potential than human players. By becoming a fallen half-elf, one would have the growth potential to rival true elves, and after Tier 3, each subsequent tier would grant a fallen half-elf a qualitative boost to their strength. Furthermore, any player that converted into a fallen half-elf proved they had very high combat standards. As long as they received enough resources, they were almost guaranteed to reach Tier 5. With the race's natural talents, no one would be able to take down a Tier 5 fallen half-elf player outside of Tier 6 God-ranked experts. As far as Shurfeng could remember, players only had a chance of completing the trial to become a fallen half-elf after they had unlocked their mana body's full potential. Yet this elderly guest of his hadn't and had still successfully converted. Allow me to introduce you, Guild Leader. These experts from two of the Dark World's top 3 guilds. They've come to discuss the issue of Demon's Heart with Zero Wing. Gentle Snow announced as Shurfeng entered the room. The Dark World was incredibly vast, roughly as large as 3 ordinary empires. The other world was even larger than the Fire Dragon Empire, one of God's domain's 4 great empires. 3 guild ruled over the Dark World: Dark Rhapsody, Deity Society, and World Domination. They had all received support from major corporations during the game's early stages and had secretly poached quite a few experts from the various super first-rate guilds and super guilds. Since then, these 3 guilds had been steadily developing their strength in the Dark World, and now each could rival a super guild. Zero Wing's 2 current guests were representatives from Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society. Seeing that you've come without warning, I'm assuming you're in quite a rush. Please, just speak your mind. Shurfeng addressed the 2 players before him. He had a rough understanding of Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society. Although they hadn't been powerful enough to rank as 2 of the 6 great dark guilds in the past, they had still been strong enough to rival super guilds. When the main continent and the Dark World had connected, the 2 guilds had each annihilated a superpower, using the victories as stepping stones to secure a foothold on the main continent. These 2 guilds' strength could not be underestimated. You are just as straightforward as the rumors say, Guild Leader Black Flame, the female Dark Knight said, smiling. This trip hasn't been an easy one, so let's be forthright. Elder Gold and I are here on behalf of our respective guilds, and we hope to sign a contract with Zero Wing." "A contract? Regarding what?" Shifeng asked. "I'm afraid you still don't realize how terrifying Demon's Heart can be." Guild Leader Black Flame, particularly its Vice Guild Leader, Flaming Light. He holds the key to activate the passage between the Dark World and the main continent. After the humiliation the guild suffered at your hands, he's almost guaranteed to use it in the Cold Spring Forest. All of the Dark World's players will swarm the area, and Stone Forest City isn't likely to survive the coming storm. The fallen half-elf, whom the female Dark Knight had referred to as Elder Gold, said. "However, our guilds don't wish to serve as Flaming Light's hired thugs, and as such, we have come to negotiate with Zero Wing." "That's right. The contract we have in mind is very simple. If the passage to the Dark World opens in Cold Spring Forest, our guilds will not take any action against Zero Wing or Stone Forest City." The female Dark Knight continued, chuckling. "I'm sure this will alleviate a considerable amount of pressure your guild and city will face. How you depend on the rest of the Dark World's denizens will depend on you." Guild Leader Black Flame. "And what do you want in return?" Shifeng asked. The two Dark Guilds' proposal didn't surprise Shifeng in the slightest. Demon's Heart might have some influence in the Dark World, but it was nothing compared to the other world's top 3 guilds. It was now obvious that Demon's Heart intended to use the Dark World as its spearhead, and some of the Dark World's players weren't happy about playing that role. They would have to expend their resources to fight the main continent's powers. Yet only Demon's Heart would gain an advantage. Hence, Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society had come in search of a partnership with Zero Wing, which owned a guild city in Cold Spring Forest. "It is nothing significant. We merely wish to discuss the allocation of Cold Spring Forest's resources," Guild Leader Black Flame, Elder Gold said. "Both of our guilds are large organizations, and we require an extraordinary amount of resources. In exchange for our neutrality, we'd like half of Cold Spring Forest's resource areas. We will not interfere in any matters in the other half. Naturally, we would like Zero Wing to agree to the same. Call it a non-interference pact." Gentle Snow couldn't help but frown from beside Shifeng. At first glance, the conditions Elder Gold had stated were generous. Cold Spring Forest was an abundant resource map, after all, and not even Zero Wing could monopolize it. However, if Zero Wing signed this contract, the guild wouldn't have to battle the rest of the Dark World's powers and players for the remaining half of the map. This would undoubtedly intensify the competition. In contrast, Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society could avoid a fight with Zero Wing, their largest competitor in the Cold Spring Forest. "I see," Shifeng said, nodding. "This proposal will benefit each of our 3 guilds. May I know your thoughts on this, Guild Leader Black Flame?" The Dark Knight asked. "Since your 2 guilds are so sincere, how about this? Zero Wing will concede 70% of Cold Spring Forest's resource spots. In exchange, your guilds will offer us some other resources. We don't want much. 500,000 darkness crystals will do. What do you think?" Shifeng countered with a smile. "Read latest chapters at Wuxia World." "You, Guild Leader?" Gentle Snow exclaimed, turning to Shifeng with wide, shocked eyes. Competing with the Dark World's various powers over half of the Cold Spring Forest's resources would already be an immense challenge. If they only had 30% to fight over, the Dark World's powers would immediately declare an all-out war against their guild. Shifeng's counteroffer even confused the female Dark Knight and Elder Gold, not to mention Gentle Snow. They had considered the possibility that their offer would be rejected before they had visited Zero Wing's residence, or that Zero Wing would try to minimize the amount of resources it would share with their guilds. They had discussed various countermeasures for these possibilities. In fact, they had planned for several days of negotiation with the guild. However, they had never dreamed that Zero Wing would offer even more of Cold Spring Forest's resources. What exactly was this man thinking? Chapter 2544, Crazy Black Flame? The female Dark Knight and Elder Gold were both dazed for a long moment after hearing Shifeng's counteroffer, and they even wondered if he were joking with them. With their original offer, in which Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society claimed 50% of Cold Spring Forest's resource areas, the rest of the Dark World's powers would have to battle Zero Wing for the remaining half. Even if the Dark World's various powers tried to avoid it, they would come into conflict with Zero Wing. With so many players vying for such limited resources, a blood fight was inevitable. Unfortunately, the Dark World's powers couldn't afford to search for other level 100 neutral maps for their development. At least, it wasn't something they could afford before the Dark World's players had expanded their influence on the main continent. This was precisely why the various superpowers were so afraid of Demon's Heart's flaming light. And yet, Shifeng had just offered another 20% of Cold Spring Forest's resources. It was insane and suicidal. His counteroffer might seem wise to ordinary people, as doing so would allow Zero Wing to tighten its defensive line and secure better control over its resource areas. But Dark players would have no choice but to fight for those resources spots. None of the Otherworld's players would dare go against Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society. If the two guilds controlled more of the Cold Spring Forest, even more Dark players would have to fight Zero Wing for resources. Zero Wing's very survival in the map would be in question, not to mention obtaining resources in Cold Spring Forest. Has he given up on Stone Forest City? It was the only possibility the female Dark Knight could think of. Zero Wing wasn't about to face one or two superpowers, but an entire Otherworld. Moreover, it was an Otherworld with even more players than the Fire Dragon Empire, and not a single power could stand against such a force. Realizing this, Shifeng must have decided to abandon Cold Spring Forest's resources in exchange for the Dark World's precious darkness crystals. It was a worthwhile transaction, but no normal person would accept such an exchange. Developing a guild city required a massive amount of time and resources. Not just anyone could afford to abandon an entire guild city without a second thought. "Are you serious, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Elder Gold asked. He could not think of a single reason to refuse Shifeng's offer. Although 500,000 darkness crystals were valuable, they were insignificant compared to 70% of Cold Spring Forest's resource areas. "Of course. If you don't believe me, I'll sign the contract right now," Shifeng replied, chuckling. "Excellent. I agree to your offer on behalf of Deity Society," Elder Gold exclaimed, excitement glowing in his eyes. Only a fool would refuse. Throughout Cold Spring Forest, only Zero Wing could pose a threat to Deity Society. The other powers were not worth mentioning. If Zero Wing were willing to part with an additional 20% of the map's resource spots, Deity Society wouldn't have to worry about managing more territory. "What about Dark Rhapsody?" Shifeng asked as he turned toward the female Dark Knight. "On behalf of my guild, I have no issues with this arrangement, either," the Dark Knight answered without hesitation. Although she didn't know what this swordsman was thinking, her superiors would strangle her once she returned if she refused. Once Elder Gold and the female Dark Knight had agreed, the three players signed the contract stipulating that Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society would occupy 70% of Cold Spring Forest's resource areas, while Zero Wing would occupy the remainder. None of the three guilds would interfere in each other's matters, and the two dark guilds would provide a total of 500,000 darkness crystals. With the negotiations complete, Elder Gold and the female Dark Knight promptly returned to the Dark World to notify their guilds of the good news. They immediately began to prepare the 500,000 darkness crystals Shifeng had demanded, as well. Once the portal connecting the Dark World to the main continent opened in Cold Spring Forest, Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society would hand the crystals over to Zero Wing. When the news hit Dark Rhapsody's and Deity Society's main headquarters, the two guilds' upper echelons were astonished. "I had never expected Zero Wing to be so daring. It seems it's quite confident of safeguarding its 30% of the map. But how can that be? Zero Wing must realize that it cannot stop the Dark World's advance. It must be aiming for the next best option. I suspect the guild's decisive nature is the reason it has achieved the success it enjoys today. Don't forget, Zero Wing's enemies aren't limited to those in the Dark World. Demon's Heart is still lurking, and Zero Wing must think this agreement will help it stand against the Dark Guild." Heated discussions erupted among the two guilds' upper echelons over their new contracts with Zero Wing. None of them had expected this outcome, but regardless, it was good news for both of their guilds. While Dark Rhapsodies and Deity Societies spoke of the matter, News quickly reached Demon's Heart. Black Flame is quite bold, Elder Heart. It seems he intends to give up Cold Spring Forest's resources and focus his forces on protecting Stone Forest City. A level 108, Tier 3 Demon Viscount Shield Warrior commented, grinning at Furious Heart. Shurfeng had so arrogantly strutted through Demon City, and now, because of Flaming Light's single move, his guild was forced to part with 70% of its resource areas in Cold Spring Forest. It was a joyous outcome for Demon's Heart. Humph. Did he think he'd get off scot-free after provoking Demon's Heart? Furious Heart said, snorting. If he thinks he can protect Stone Forest City by handing over 70% of Cold Spring Forest's resource spots, he should think again. He simply doesn't know how futile his actions are. Vice Guild Leader Light has already reached an agreement with several superpowers. When the time comes, Demon's Heart and the various superpowers will attack Stone Forest City from both within and without. We'll tear the city asunder and ensure that Zero Wing never again has a place in Cold Spring Forest. Demon's Heart's other elders excitedly expressed their agreement. Zero Wing might assume its only opponents were from the Dark World, but in truth, the guild would have to face several superpowers as well. Under their combined assault, Zero Wing would be as powerless as an ant. It had no chance of survival. Stone Forest City, Zero Wing's residence. While many superpowers gossiped about the agreement between Zero Wing, Dark Rhapsody, and Deity Society, Gentle Snow, confused, followed Shurfeng to the guild warehouse on the residence's first underground floor. Guild leader, offering an additional 20% isn't worth just 500,000 darkness crystals. Cold Spring Forest's cold spring water is a huge help to Tier 2 players' development. It is the reason so many of our Tier 2 experts can work in level 100 neutral maps. Giving away so much of Cold Spring Forest will drastically reduce our Tier 2 members' development speed, Gentle Snow complained. She felt that Shurfeng had gone too far this time. Even God's Domain's various superpowers fought like crazy over cold spring water, and due to its rarity, the competition was incredibly intense. Fortunately, with Stone Forest City, Zero Wing had an absolute advantage in the competition for cold spring water from Cold Spring Forest, and thus no powers dared to cause trouble for the guild. This item allowed Zero Wing's Tier 2 members to level rapidly and reach level 105 far sooner than others. Once they reached that level and equipped level 105 top-tier equipment, these Tier 2 members could challenge their Tier 3 promotion quests, clearing them with relatively high success rates. As a result, Zero Wing continuously nurtured more Tier 3 players. If they gave away 70% of Cold Spring Forest's resource areas and had to compete with the Dark World's players over the remainder, Zero Wing would likely have to abandon Cold Spring Forest entirely. Meanwhile, darkness crystals were an attributed magic crystal, and while they were valuable, that was only true for dark players due to the darkness energy they contained. Darkness energy wasn't helpful to regular players in the least. In fact, to regular players, 500,000 darkness crystals weren't even worth 500,000 magic crystals. I understand, but Cold Spring Forest is massive. Zero Wing isn't even large enough to exploit 20% of the map's resource areas, much less 50%. Rather than holding useless territory, shouldn't we exchange it for something of value? Shurfeng asked, chuckling. But those Dark World players. Gentle Snow understood what Shurfeng was trying to say. At this point, only Tier 3 players could freely roam level 100 neutral maps for long periods. Tier 2 players couldn't last for very long in such areas. Zero Wing's current forces simply weren't enough to occupy all of Cold Spring Forest's resource areas. Selling the additional spots was a wise decision, but if they considered the Dark World's powers and players, it'd be a completely different story. The Dark World's players are a problem, but only if they actually pose a threat to Zero Wing in Cold Spring Forest, Shurfeng said, chuckling. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. You, guild leader, were talking about the Dark World. I spoke with our guests earlier, and those two informed me that the Dark World is as large as 3 of the main continent's ordinary empires. The other world has even more players than the Fire Dragon Empire. We'll be facing a minimum of 20,000 Tier 3 experts. Gentle Snow continued, flashing Shurfeng a bitter smile. And what if we have 2,000 or 3,000 fully armed, Tier 3 NPCs? Shifeng asked, smiling. Are you talking about the night division? Gentle Snow, more or less, realized where Shifeng was going with this. We still don't have the funds to upgrade them. Who said that? Shifeng quipped. He then opened his epic spatial bag and emptied its contents inside the guild warehouse. Within a few dozen seconds, materials filled the expansive warehouse, and everyone was rare. Gentle Snow hadn't even seen many of these materials before. As the items tumbled out of Shifeng's bag, the mana density in the warehouse rose significantly. Chapter 2545. Astonishing wealth. Gentle Snow stared at the materials Shifeng had revealed in a daze. As a vice guild leader, she had done extensive research on God's domain's materials. Yet she didn't even recognize half of the items Shifeng had dumped in the warehouse. Even those she recognized were considered precious on the market, and normally they were impossible to purchase, even for absurdly high prices. And yet, their guild warehouse was now packed full of such materials. The warehouses in Zero Wing's residences were easily as large as 4 basketball courts, but despite its size, Shifeng had filled it with incredibly valuable materials. They could rake in unimaginable profits if they sold them all. Guild leader, did you acquire all of these materials from the Western continent? Gentle Snow asked. She was aware of his visit to the West, but since the guild had still needed management personnel, she had decided to stay behind. However, Shifeng hadn't spent long in the West, and even though he had left with millions of magic crystals, returning with such a bounty shouldn't be possible in such a short time. Rare materials were considered rare for a reason. There wasn't exactly a large supply of them on the market. To acquire as many materials as Shifeng had, one would have to sweep through multiple kingdoms and empires' auction houses. Moreover, once the various powers discovered that someone was purchasing certain rare materials in bulk, prices would skyrocket. To avoid that outcome, most purchased materials in small quantities over a long time. We spent quite a long time collecting these materials, Shifeng said, nodding. Smiling, he continued, how about it? Do you think dealing with those Dark World players will still be a problem? He had known about Demon's Heart's trump card for a long time. Before his visit to the Western continent, he never would have casually attacked the Dark Guild. He didn't want to become the entire world's enemy, after all. But times had changed, and he was now extremely wealthy. Magic crystals were worth far more on the Western continent than they were in the East. Hence, he had gotten a bigger bang for his buck. He estimated that the materials he had purchased for 3 million magic crystals in the West should fetch around 10 million gold in the East. At this stage of the game, not even superpowers could collect 10 million gold. At best, they might have 1 or 2 million to spare. You are really vicious, guild leader. I can't believe you got your hands on so many materials unique to the Western continent. The various superpowers would go mad if they found out about this, Gentle Snow said, excitement welling within her as Shifeng nodded victoriously. In God's domain, money was power. Whether one was trying to construct a guild city or provide their guild members more benefits, all required money. Hence, a rich guild could develop rapidly. Unfortunately, not only was God's domain's coin production limited, but players also had to cover many daily expenses. Even now, as players reached Tier 3, coins hadn't depreciated much, and there were even faint signs of them becoming more valuable. Now that Zero Wing had such a fortune, fully arming its night division and forming a true NPC army was entirely possible. I do have an important use for these materials, however. We can only sell half. I'll leave that to you. Make sure to find absolutely trustworthy people to do the job. If this news leaks, we'll have a hard time demanding high prices. Shifeng warned her. I understand. I ensure that every one of these items sells at an ideal price, and I'll make sure that none of the various superpowers learn of our wealth. Gentle Snow promised with a bright smile. She couldn't help but look forward to seeing the various superpowers' expressions when they saw Zero Wing's upgraded night division. Since Stone Forest City's relocation to Cold Spring Forest, many superpowers had been eyeing the city. As they gained more Tier 3 players, Zero Wing's control in the map had weakened, and due to the recent conflict with Demon's Heart, quite a few powers have started to cause trouble. At this rate, the various powers might assume they could fight Zero Wing for Cold Spring Forest's resource areas before the portal to the Dark World even activated. "I'll leave everything to you then," Shifeng said, nodding. Following which, Shifeng stealthily made his way to Stone Forest City's candlelight trading firm. While one of his goals in visiting the Western continent had been to earn a ton of money and materials, his main goal had been for the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life was only a tool, not a weapon, yet all powers sought the treasure. This was because the Tree of Life could produce a variety of rare items, not unlike an infinite treasure trove. Even super guilds would go crazy to obtain a Tree of Life main branch since they could produce fruits of life, a legendary material that could resurrect the dead. A single fruit could even grant creatures new life. Most players might not care about the ability to resurrect the dead, but countless dreamed of the ability to grant living creatures new life. Granting new life meant upgrading a creature's growth potential and life rating, which could be done to players, monsters, and NPCs. Moreover, there was almost no limit to the number of fruits of life an individual could consume, although each subsequent fruit would prove less effective. This ability was why fruits of life were the best cultivation fruit in God's domain. The main branch Shifeng had obtained had survived since before the Great Destruction. One could only imagine how valuable it was. Stone Forest City, candlelight trading firm. Due to how attractive Stone Forest City was to Tier 3 players and the fact that the candlelight trading firm sold all sorts of master potions, the shop had become a hub for the various adventurer teams. In fact, any adventurer team wishing to develop in Stone Forest City first became an advanced member in Candlelight. Plenty of lifestyle players visited the trading firm as well. To keep up with the huge demand, Candlelight had split a portion of its basic orders with independent lifestyle players, while allowing Candlelight's members to focus on producing the more important products. Not only did this increase the trading firm's operation scale, but it also increased productivity. At the same time, it also allowed independent players a chance to earn proficiency points while practicing their crafts. The independent lifestyle players that worked for Candlelight could also earn contribution points and exchange them for a plethora of recipes and materials. They could even spend points to rent special workshops and basic meditation rooms. Due to such lucrative benefits, many independent lifestyle players with high standards had decided to develop in Stone Forest City. When Shifeng entered the Candlelight trading firm, he found that the first-floor hall was practically full of adventurer team players and lifestyle players. The trading firm was no less popular than auction houses in NPC cities. Shifeng quickly made his way to one of the firm's basic meditation rooms, making many lifestyle players, who were waiting to rent a special workshop or basic meditation room, jealous. Who is that guy? They're just letting him enter a mediation room without waiting in line. I don't know, but he must be someone important. I've heard that only Candlelight's core members and independent players with a gold membership can enter mediation rooms as they wish. I wonder when I'll be able to become a gold member. Gold? You should thank your lucky stars if you even become a silver member. You know that even master lifestyle players only become bronze members. All lifestyle players dreamed of using basic meditation rooms due to their excellent training environments, but even the various superpowers lifestyle players had few opportunities to use them. The only reason that independent players like them had a chance to use a basic meditation room was Candlelight's booming popularity. If they could use the rooms whenever they wanted, they wouldn't have any trouble improving their skills. Of course, Shifeng ignored these independent players' jealousy. He merely entered the basic meditation room and retrieved the Tree of Life's main branch he had collected from the guild warehouse. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Mana was the core of all in God's domain. Players would obtain better results in both combat training and producing items in higher mana density environments. Thus, to increase his chances of restoring the main branch, he had deliberately shut himself in a basic meditation room. With the main branch in hand, Shifeng carefully pulled a brightly glowing crystal from his bag. The instant it touched the air, it illuminated the room, and he felt the crystal radiate warmth. This crystal was none other than the Star of Light, a legendary material he had obtained from the demon god's temptation. This should be enough mana. I just hope it can live. Shifeng nervously gulped as he merged the Star of Light and Tree of Life's main branch. Chapter 2546, Divine Artifact? When Shifeng merged the Star of Light with the withered branch, the mana inside the basic meditation room started gathering rapidly around the branch. In less than 3 seconds, a layer of white mist had formed around the withered branch. Moreover, this still wasn't the end of it. Afterward, the mana mist started condensing into drops of liquid mana on the branch and the area around it. Subsequently, the liquid mana flowed toward and into the branch's broken end. And with each drop of liquid mana that entered the withered branch, the branch quivered, giving off ripples of energy, as if some kind of creature was awakening. It seems the results are quite good. Shifeng grew elated when he sensed the ripples of energy from the withered branch. Previously, when he saw that the withered rate of the branch had reached 94%, he had somewhat despaired of reviving the branch already. Fortunately, there was no failure when trying to revive a Tree of Life's branch. One merely needed to provide it with a continuous supply of high-density mana and life energy. So long as that condition was met in sufficient quantity, the branch would grow into another Tree of Life. The only problem was that the quantity and density of mana and life energy required would vary depending on a branch's withered rate. Meanwhile, the materials capable of supplementing the mana and life energy that a 94% withered main branch required were incredibly rare. Fortunately, Shifeng had been lucky on his trip to the western continent this time and secured himself a Star of Light. Without it, he really wouldn't have any hope of resuscitating the withered branch he had. Following which, time passed by rapidly. Before he knew it, 8 hours had passed already. During this period, the withered branch had continuously condensed and absorbed liquid mana. Combined with the Star of Light's essence, the branch was now brimming with life energy. In fact, it had even started leafing. As green leaves kept sprouting on the branch, the life energy it radiated grew denser. Now the entire room was brimming with life. It just awoke. Yet the life energy it's giving off is already so dense? What is the rank of this Tree of Life? Shifeng was a little surprised when he sensed the life energy filling the room. If players rest in this room, their recovery rate will most likely more than double. In God's domain, even after players reach Tier 3, they still wouldn't be immune to the corrosive energies in level 100+ maps. They would merely be more resistant to these energies. After the corruption reached a certain point, they would still have to return to cities to rest. Otherwise, they would collapse from hunger or exhaustion or simply outright die. This was also the reason behind Stone Forest City's rapid development. However, even if players returned to a city to rest, they would still take a very long time to recover to their peak. While wealthy players also had the option of consuming mana-rich food and beverages to accelerate their recovery, these only improved the recovery rate by a few dozen%. If players rested inside this room, however, their recovery rate would increase by at least 100%. This was simply incredible. After all, expert players of God's domain consumed food and beverages that accelerated their recovery rate on a regular basis, to have more time grinding and exploring. Those of guild upper echelons would even take ancient potions to increase their recovery rate, which was extremely expensive. The cheaper ones cost around 20 or 30 gold per bottle, while expensive ones cost over 100 gold. Ancient potions were all consumables whose effects lasted only 4 to 6 hours. However, combining the effects of ancient potions and food that boosted recovery rate could just barely double players' recovery rate. Now, however, a Tree of Life's branch that had just been revived could grant this effect merely by being present inside a room. If news of this spread, the various powers of God's domain would definitely go crazy with envy. After all, an ancient potion granted its effects to only one person. The Tree of Life's branch, however, could aid all the players resting inside the room it was in. Setting all else aside, this branch alone would already give Zero Wing's main force members a huge lead over the various superpowers experts when it came to leveling up and improving their strength. Meanwhile, as Shifeng was reeling in astonishment from the passive effects the Tree of Life's main branch displayed, the branch in question suddenly released an emerald glow. It then transformed into a sapling. The instant the sapling took shape, Shifeng felt an indescribably heavy pressure on him. The sapling had actually sucked the basic meditation room dry of mana. If not for Shifeng having fully unlocked his mana body, the sapling's action would have most likely killed him. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Shifeng promptly called out the sapling's attribute panel. Crap! It's actually a divine artifact. Shifeng was stunned when he saw the statistics displayed before him. Ancient Tree of Life's sapling. Fragmented divine artifact rank. A sapling brimming with life energy. The sapling also contains a trace of the world's aura before the Great Destruction. This sapling is capable of producing 17 drops of water of life daily, 3 nuclei of life every 3 days, and 1 fruit of life every 7 days. This sapling can survive only in places with high mana density. Capable of growth. Requires a large amount of dense and pure energy to grow. Current growth rate 0%. Previously, he had merely speculated that the branch he obtained was a divine artifact because it had existed since ancient times, and the environment in ancient times was many times better than the environment in the current god's domain. However, he never thought that the main branch would actually turn out to be a divine artifact. Although it was a fragmented one, it was still a bona fide divine artifact. It wasn't some powerful legendary item labeled as a divine artifact. Divine artifacts could bring entire races to prosperity. They were existences that even ancient gods would fight tooth and nail for. Even the almighty war god's temple had only 2 divine artifacts in its warehouse. If news of the sapling got out, let alone players, even the NPC powers of God's domain would most likely take action, particularly the dark powers, which would definitely destroy Stone Forest City. In fact, they wouldn't mind drowning an entire empire in flames to get their hands on this sapling. Hence, while Shifeng was indeed ecstatic to see that the sapling turned out to be a fragmented divine artifact, his emotions were complicated as he looked at the sapling. Moreover, resuscitating a Tree of Life's branch wasn't the most difficult part about growing a Tree of Life. After all, so long as players found the right materials to supply the branch with mana and life energy, they would be able to revive it. Even if players didn't get the right materials on their first attempt, they could simply try again and eventually succeed. The truly challenging part of growing a Tree of Life was keeping it alive. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The Tree of Life had extremely stringent living conditions. If players failed to meet these conditions, let alone getting the Tree of Life to develop, it wouldn't be strange if the tree died. Then, players would have to find more materials to resuscitate it. One of the main conditions to keep a Tree of Life alive was to plant it in a location with sufficiently dense mana. Originally, Shifeng had thought he could rely on Stone Forest City's environment to grow his Tree of Life. After all, even if he managed to revive his branch, it would only become a sapling. The amount of mana a sapling required wasn't as much as what a mature Tree of Life needed. In fact, with Stone Forest City's mana environment, he was confident he could grow even a legendary ranked sapling. However, for the fragmented divine artifact ranked sapling before him, he discovered that even one of the city's basic meditation rooms couldn't supply the sapling's mana requirements. It seems that if I don't upgrade Stone Forest City, I can't even touch this Tree of Life. Shifeng revealed a bitter smile as he looked at the sapling hovering before him. He then contacted Gentle Snow and asked, "Snow, how are things coming along on your side?" Chapter 2547 Foundations Ready. Reconstructing Stone Forest City. I already had my men make the necessary preparations. However, quite a few superpowers are selling the Western continent's materials right now, so we'll have to wait a while to get a better price. Gentle Snow answered upon hearing Shifeng's question. Although the Western continent's rare materials were very precious on the Eastern continent, there were still some superpowers that sold them. To get a better price for the materials Shifeng brought back and to avoid significant price fluctuations, they had to not only split the materials across numerous kingdoms and empires but also consider the timing and sell only the materials that were unavailable or in low supply. Only by doing so would they be able to get the best price for their materials. For the current Zero Wing, though, handling these matters wasn't a problem at all. "Stop waiting. Sell whatever you can right now," Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. "So soon?" Gentle Snow was a little confused by Shifeng's decision. The price they could get from selling the materials quickly would be considerably different from what they would get if they sold the materials gradually. After all, not everybody had a use for the Western continent's rare materials. If they sold these materials in bulk, they would saturate the market very quickly, which would reduce their profits. I'm in urgent need of money right now, Shifeng said, nodding. If possible, he would prefer not to act precipitately either. However, plans were always subject to change. He never thought that the Tree of Life's branch he obtained would really turn out to be a divine artifact, albeit a fragmented one. The density of the mana that a fragmented divine artifact-ranked Tree of Life sapling required was something even the basic meditation room, the place with the highest ambient mana in Stone Forest City, was incapable of supplying. A Tree of Life sapling was different from other items. Once it formed, it could not be stored inside a bag for however long players wanted. Instead, it would live for just 2 or 3 days. If players failed to provide it with an adequate living environment, then it would wilt and revert into a branch. Moreover, ordinary bags couldn't store a Tree of Life sapling, as the sapling was a non-bag space item. Fortunately, Shifeng had the epic spatial bag, which was capable of storing non-bag space items. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to leave the sapling to die inside the basic meditation room. Meanwhile, in God's domain, there were only 3 methods to increase the mana density of a city. The first method was to build constructions that raised the density of mana. However, aside from the mana tower, players had to find the designs for other similar constructions on their own. Moreover, designs for constructions capable of raising a city's mana density by a significant margin were incomparably valuable, easily surpassing fragmented legendary items in value. Any power that obtained such a design would definitely choose to use it themselves instead of selling or trading it away. Zero Wing did not possess such a design at the moment, so this route was not viable. The second method was just as difficult to fulfill as the first method, and that was to install a better power source in the city's core magic array, which would raise the mana density inside the city. The third method was the one most used in the past, and that was to raise the rank of the city. When a city's rank increased, the standard of its core magic array would improve as well. As a result, the city's mana density would increase significantly. The promotion of a guild city required a sufficiently large player population and painstaking work. It wasn't something that could be achieved swiftly. However, it was also the easiest way to raise the mana density of a city. Currently, in terms of prosperity and security standards, Stone Forest City already met the requirements of an intermediate city. Its popularity was now the only thing holding back the city's promotion. Normally, the city would take a lot more time to accumulate the required popularity. However, there was a shortcut to raising a city's popularity: erecting advanced constructions. Building an advanced construction in a guild city would instantly grant the city a large amount of city popularity. In Stone Forest City's current state, the addition of just one advanced construction would be sufficient to elevate the city to the intermediate city standard. At that time, not only the city's size but also the mana density inside the city would increase by a large margin. However, Shifeng currently did not possess an advanced construction design. All he had was the design for the Freedom Hotel, a peak construction. Although a peak construction would grant much more popularity than an advanced construction would upon completion, its construction cost was also a lot higher. Building a peak construction required not only extremely rare materials but also a lot of coins. Not to mention, the construction cost would differ, depending on the size of the peak construction. As far as Shifeng knew, the material costs aside, even the cheapest peak construction cost 1 million gold. Fortunately, all the materials necessary to construct the Freedom Hotel were already on hand. The only thing he lacked was funds. Currently, Zero Wing had less than 150,000 gold to spare. That was nowhere near the amount necessary. The only reliable way that Shifeng could think of to earn a large sum within 2 or 3 days was selling the Western Continent's materials. I understand. I'll try to sell all the materials the various kingdoms and empires lack as soon as possible. If it's still not enough, I can also sell materials that are already available on the market, Gentle Snow said, nodding when she saw the serious look on Shifeng's face. I'll leave it to you then, Shifeng said before disconnecting the call. He then left the candlelight trading firm and personally conducted the preparation work necessary to construct the Freedom Hotel. As one of the few peak constructions available in God's domain, the Freedom Hotel was not easy to build. It required not only a large number of master architects but also a large number of master magicians. Without the technical expertise of a master magician, one shouldn't even think of constructing the Freedom Hotel. This was also the reason why Shifeng had not been in a hurry to construct the Freedom Hotel even after obtaining its design. Meanwhile, as Shifeng was gathering the necessary workforce to construct the Freedom Hotel, the various superpowers members, who were keeping an eye on Zero Wing's every action, were stupefied by this situation. What's Black Flame trying to do? The Dark World's invasion is about to start. Yet instead of making preparations for battle, he's having a bunch of architects run around the city? Maybe he is going to construct additional defensive structures to reassure Stone Forest City's players? I heard that this incident more than halved Stone Forest City's profits. Once the Dark World's players invade, instead of generating profits, Stone Forest City might end up a money pit instead. If Black Flame knew something like this would happen, why did he provoke Demon's Heart in the first place? Does he think a few defensive structures will be enough to stop the Dark World's players? Let alone Zero Wing's Guild City. Even a guild city operated by 5 superpowers wouldn't be able to stop all of the Dark World's players. The various superpowers secretly ridiculed Shifeng when they saw him running around the city busily. The Dark World's invasion was imminent. Yet Shifeng was actually doing something as futile as constructing a few additional defensive structures instead of trying to recruit superpowers to help him repulse this invasion. In this situation, Zero Wing's members also could not help panicking. Previously, they had been very confident in Stone Forest City's defenses. After all, no power had ever managed to break through the city's defenses thus far. Now, however, their opponent was not a single power but an entire otherworld instead. No one knew whether Stone Forest City could hold its ground against such a force. Meanwhile, over in the Black Dragon Empire, Gentle Snow wore an ecstatic expression on her face as she oversaw the sales of materials. System: the Demon Heart Flower, 1 stack, you placed at the auction house has been sold. After deducting the procedural fees, 20 gold, 27 silver have been deposited into your bag space. System: the Magically Refined Iron, 1 stack, you placed at the auction house has been sold. After deducting the procedural fees, 55 gold, 21 silver have been deposited into your bag space. System: the Crimson Timber you placed at the auction house has been sold. After deducting the procedural fees, 89 gold, 76 silver have been deposited into your bag space. It had only been half an hour since she gave the sell order to her subordinates, and the materials they put up for auction were already being hotly contested. She had expected to gain only 400,000 gold from the first batch of materials they had prepared to sell. Now, despite having sold less than half of the first batch, they had already made over 350,000 gold. The demand for the materials far surpassed her projections. What Gentle Snow did not know was that, while superpowers were indeed selling the Western continent's materials, these superpowers were selling only a small portion of their stockpile. They had kept the majority for their own use. Meanwhile, these small amounts of materials might be useful for the individual player or adventurer team, but they were hardly of any use to a large guild, which would rather ignore them than waste time bidding over scraps. However, Gentle Snow was selling materials necessary for producing master potions and level 100+ weapons and equipment, and in impressive amounts. For the various large guilds that were desperately trying to explore level 100 neutral maps, these materials were a godsend. Hence, for a time, the various large guilds were crazily competing against each other over the materials Gentle Snow and her subordinates sold. And in less than half a day, they had sold half of their stockpile of materials, netting more than 4 million gold, nearly double their expected profits. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. This outcome astonished even Shifeng. It's no wonder those first-rate powers that were capable of intercontinental travel eventually developed into superpowers. This is simply a jackpot. Shifeng sighed ruefully when he received the 4.11 million gold from Gentle Snow's subordinate. In Shifeng's opinion, even selling the materials for 4 or 5 times their original price would already have been plenty exaggerated. After all, ordinary players couldn't afford the materials he brought back. Only the various major powers would have the means to purchase them. Now, however, he had earned more than 10 times the original cost of these materials. If he could make a few more business trips like this, he would most likely have enough money to drown an entire superpower to death. However, while Shifeng was indeed surprised by this outcome, he did not stop working. After making sure the area he stood on was sealed off from the public, he took out a thick, ancient tome from his bag. This tome was none other than the Freedom Hotel design system. You now possess all the necessary construction materials and land to construct the Freedom Hotel. Do you wish to start its construction? Chapter 2548 Freedom Hotel's surprise appearance upon receiving the system notification. Shifeng took a deep breath and chose to construct the Freedom Hotel. Immediately afterward, he received another system notification. System, please choose the size of the Freedom Hotel you wish to build. A small one will cost 1,200,000 gold. A medium one will cost 1,500,000 gold. And a large one will cost 2 million gold. Sure enough, it really is expensive. Shifeng was flabbergasted when he saw the prices listed. Although he had known that peak constructions cost a ton to build, he still found it difficult to accept after seeing the prices with his own eyes. With 2 million gold, one could easily construct 2 or 3 guild cities. It was an astronomical amount of money, even for superpowers, enough to let a first-rate guild achieve rapid development. Now, however, this sum was necessary just to construct a small Freedom Hotel. It was no exaggeration to say that peak constructions were things that only the various superpowers could afford. Other powers would only be able to use the design as a decoration. Constructing the real thing would be beyond their means. After seeing these prices, Shifeng chose to construct a large Freedom Hotel without hesitation. Originally, he had planned to construct only a small Freedom Hotel for the sole purpose of upgrading Stone Forest City into an intermediate city. However, since he had gained a much larger harvest than he initially expected from selling the Western continent's rare materials, he naturally had no need to be stingy with his coins. After all, the difference between a small Freedom Hotel and a large Freedom Hotel was massive. Although both small and large Freedom Hotels possessed the same functions, a small Freedom Hotel had only 8 floors. In comparison, a large Freedom Hotel had a total of 32 floors. Starting out with a small Freedom Hotel and gradually upgrading it into a large Freedom Hotel would also be many times more expensive than constructing a large Freedom Hotel directly. Hence, in a situation where funds were plentiful, most powers would choose to construct a large Freedom Hotel from the get-go. As soon as Shifeng chose to construct a large Freedom Hotel, 2 million gold disappeared from his bag space, the coins transforming into a streak of golden light that flowed into the Freedom Hotel design in his hands. In the next moment, construction magic arrays started appearing on the tome's numerous pages. Every one of these designs was extremely complex, and even the simplest one was an advanced magic array. If someone below the Master Magician standard were to look at these magic arrays, they would most likely have a huge headache. Fortunately, most of these magic arrays could be retrieved from the design and engraved on the finished construction directly. Otherwise, if Shifeng had to do all the magic arrays required for the Freedom Hotel from scratch, he definitely wouldn't be able to manage, short of reaching the Grandmaster Magician standard. Alright, everyone, start working, Shifeng said after seeing the magic arrays appear on the design. In the next moment, over 100 architects sprang into action while holding a copy of the Freedom Hotel design. Some architects started refining materials, while some started fragmenting materials. The construction of the Freedom Hotel progressed smoothly under Shifeng's direction. As for Shifeng himself, he frantically engraved magic arrays on the finished portions of the Freedom Hotel. At the same time as Shifeng was constructing the Freedom Hotel, inside a high-class restaurant in a border town of the Ten Saints Empire, currently, not only was the restaurant fully booked, but several dozen Tier 3 peak experts also stood guard around it. The imposing aura these players exuded deterring passers-by from approaching the restaurant. Several people were seated inside the restaurant's top-floor room. If the upper echelons of the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers were to see these people, they would definitely receive a fright. This was because every player inside this room was a big shot in God's domain. They were existences capable of shaking up entire kingdoms and empires with their decisions. Among those present, the person with the highest status would have to be Cold Shadow, a Vice Guild leader of mythology. Vice Guild Leader Light, how are the preparations on your side coming along? I heard that the Dark World's Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society have signed a non-interference agreement with Zero Wing, a level 108, white-clad, elderly man sporting Pantheon's guild emblem asked as he looked at the indifferent and handsome youth seated beside him. Our preparations are nearly complete. The Dark World side just needs a little more time. Elder South, please rest assured. Those two guilds might have great influence over the Dark World, but the number of experts they command are nothing when compared to the expert population of the entire Dark World. In addition, we have reached an agreement with World Domination, which will help us add fuel to the fire. At that time, so long as no power assists Zero Wing, Stone Forest City will fall quickly. The handsome youth named Flaming Light replied with a chuckle. You can also rest assured on this point, Vice Guild Leader Light. Starlink has already sent greetings to the various powers operating around Stone Forest City. They definitely will not assist Zero Wing in fending off the Dark World's experts, Lu Xinglua said, smiling. Originally, Lu Xinglua had been racking his brain over how to deal with Zero Wing, which was growing stronger by the day. However, Shifeng had actually dared offend a hot potato like Demon's Heart. Since that was the case, Lu Xinglua naturally wouldn't mind sending Zero Wing on its way. An entire world filled with dark players. Even Lu Xinglua himself did not have the confidence to go up against such a force, yet Shifeng had actually taken the initiative to challenge this force. Zero Wing's guild leader simply did not know the meaning of death. So long as Zero Wing lost the gold mine known as Stone Forest City, with Starlink's financial strength, stomping Zero Wing to death would be a piece of cake. When the time comes, I'll have to rely on everyone present. As for the distribution of Stone Forest City's shares that comes afterward, Demon's Heart will take no part in it. Moreover, I believe the Dark World's top 3 guilds also won't dare interfere in this matter. Everyone present will be free to decide what to do with Stone Forest City. I only hope that we can put a swift end to this affair. If Zero Wing focuses fully on defense, I'm afraid even our side will have trouble taking down Stone Forest City, Flaming Light said. You don't have to worry about this point, Cold Shadow said suddenly. I have already promised Stone Forest City's various adventurer teams that I will purchase their materials at a high price and also let them exchange for a limited number of combat runes. I believe Stone Forest City's adventurer teams will no longer sell their materials to Zero Wing. Without the materials of these adventurer teams, Zero Wing won't be able to sustain its daily operations. Once the Dark World's portal opens, Zero Wing won't even be able to gather materials on its own. In that case, Zero Wing will implode in a matter of days. Upon hearing Cold Shadow's words, everyone present could not help but gasp in shock at her ruthlessness. Combat runes were items unique to the Western continent and were something the Eastern continent's various powers had been dreaming of obtaining, in order to raise the combat power of their members by a large margin. If an entire team were equipped with combat runes, it would have a much easier time raiding team dungeons and field bosses. Due to the effectiveness of the combat runes, the Eastern continent's various superpowers were sparing no expense to purchase them, with some going as far as using magic crystals for payment. Adventurer teams didn't even get a chance to purchase these combat runes. Now that Cold Shadow was offering to let Stone Forest City's adventurer teams exchange for some combat runes, those adventurer teams would definitely accept her offer without hesitation. With this, Zero Wing would truly have to fend off the Dark World's invasion by itself. Due to this matter, the members of Stone Forest City's adventurer teams were currently holding secret discussions. At the same time, they were also gathering materials to exchange for mythology's combat runes. They were not selling any of the materials they harvested from Cold Spring Forest to Zero Wing at all. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Zero Wing really knows how to hold its breath. Our adventurer teams have clearly stopped supplying it with materials, yet instead of raising its purchasing price, it is actually constructing something new. Does Zero Wing really think it can survive the Dark World's invasion with just a few additional defensive structures? Maybe Zero Wing is trying to make a quick buck before it falls. After all, so long as the Dark World's portal opens, everything will be over. As the adventurer team players looked at the magic array enveloping the Freedom Hotel, which was under construction, they could not help speculating about it among themselves. So what if Zero Wings Black Flame was strong? It was useless even if he had the strength to go up against a superpower single-handedly. After all, before an entire world's players, even super guilds would be powerless. Meanwhile, as Stone Forest City's players were quietly discussing among themselves, the magic array concealing the Freedom Hotel suddenly shattered. With the magic